Chapter 441. The little girl reported, "We found a zombie in a suit." Most zombies wore gray uniforms, with hot dogs from the Southeast refinery printed on them. Tanker drivers usually don't wear suits, and irrelevant personnel are not allowed to enter the factory area. So it is inferred that the zombie in the suit may be a management staff. But under the wind and sun, it is impossible to know how many clues it can retain. The little girl added, "There is a zombie king near it. The zombie king is also called the giant. If it is shot in the head in the real hardcore, it will be killed with one shot. But it is not easy to hit its head. If the distance is far, its head shakes, and the frequency of its body rotation is obviously higher than that of ordinary zombies. It is difficult to hit its head. If the distance is close, because the zombie king is more than 3 meters tall, you can't see his head when you look up." Xiao Wudao. "People wearing suits usually don't work, ignore them." Xiao Dao reported, "I got a card from the corpse of a plainclothes driver zombie, 102 gasoline, 24,000 liters, license plate number 54321. Maya, little girl, find this car." Little girl said, "There is no one on the east side, I'll go to the south side to check." "Take the gun and run to the south side of the rooftop. Kneel on one knee, and use the telescope to check." The number of zombies in the southern area is relatively dense, and the tankers are placed in a disorderly manner. There is also a car crash at the scene. A zombie blocked the license plate that the little girl was looking at. In addition, due to the wrong angle, some license plates could not be seen clearly on the rooftop. The little girl could only run around on the rooftop to find the best angle. Lin Wu entered a room on the second floor, rummaged through the cabinets at will, and put the lighter, knife, and other small items into his pocket. This is a relatively high-end room, with a separate reception room, and a small bar. Various imported wines are placed on the cabinets behind the small bar. Lin Wu picked up a document from the coffee table and checked it. Then he turned on the radio. "I found something. Here is an application for a civil airport aviation fuel supply safety operation license, and a copy of the business license of the airport in the day after tomorrow. There is also a form to apply for a license to sell and use aviation kerosene. Do I still need to apply for this? Can I buy it with money?" Lin Wu took out a photo from the file and said, "It seems that there are tankers that specialize in transporting aviation kerosene. Look for the tanker with aviation fuel marked on the side of the tank." "Is it just the 2 words aviation fuel?" the little girl asked. Lin Wu, "No, the day after tomorrow aviation oil, the day after tomorrow aviation oil." And so on. The little girl looked for a while and said, "I saw it, an extended tractor tanker, to my north, 400 meters away, and the zombie density is amazing. There are at least 6 zombie kings." Maya asked, "Did you see the ground oil pumping port at the location you mentioned?" "Wait a minute." The little girl flew the drone, and quickly reported, "There are 2 oil pumping ports, and there are 3 tankers in the area." Lin Wu suggested, "Get some oil, and we will light all the zombies. If you don't light a fire while in the oil, it's like taking a shower without singing, or squatting on the toilet without smoking." Maya said hurriedly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Does this guy understand that smoking is not allowed at gas stations?" Xiao Ji said, "I think Lin Wu's suggestion is good. Underground oil depots are very safe. Oil and gas explosions require a certain ratio. It is basically impossible to ignite underground oil tanks by igniting the ground. However, it is impossible to determine whether there is oil in the 3 tank trucks." Xiao Ji said, "I suggest checking whether there is oil in the 3 tank trucks first, because I found that when the tanker truck cannot start and the oil pump cannot operate, it is more difficult to extract oil through a simple device than I thought." Maya said, "Little girl, scout the attack route." "Understood." Xiao Wu reported, "I checked the 3 tankers. From the outside, except for the insufficient tire pressure, there seems to be no major problems. Based on my understanding of cars, I think the reason for the failure to start is that the battery is dead." Xiao Ji asked, "How far is the nearest one from the helicopter?" 150 meters. Xiao Ji said, "Maya, Lin Wu, you remove the wires. We can connect electricity from the helicopter to charge the tanker truck." Lin Wu asked, "Allow me to ask. Do we need 1 wire or 2 wires?" Until now, he still doesn't understand electricity. There is 1 wire for electricity, but 2 wires are needed to connect a lamp. Xiao Ji replied, 2 wires over 150 meters long can be spliced. Maya assigned the work. Lin Wu, you are responsible for the wires. Xiao Dao Shiwu. Gather, we are going to clean up the zombies in the west. The little girl reported, We have planned the attack route, and the route avoids 3 tankers. It's not that we can't get close to the tanker, but we have to prevent the tanker from appearing within the shooting range, which requires fixed-point directional shooting. Maya, very good, you will command the battle. All the work is proceeding in an orderly manner. Shuji, who is responsible for the technical aspects, first checked the 2 wires, connected the wires to the tanker and the helicopter, and started the helicopter to charge the tanker's battery. The voltage of the helicopter is 115 volts, and the voltage of the tanker is 24 volts. Direct charging will definitely not work, and Xiaoji will not make such a mistake. After Xiaoji struggled for a long time, a tanker was successfully ignited. After checking the vehicle, as Xiaowu said, except for the insufficient tire pressure, other conditions were good. Next, Xiaoji began to study the oil pump device attached to the tanker, and the operating system of the oil pump inside the tanker. Mastering one thing. Mastering all things. Xiaoji is very confident in his learning ability. On the other side, the combat team led by Maya made smooth progress, and quickly occupied the first tanker. When Xiaoji successfully started the tanker, they had already occupied the second aviation fuel tanker. Lin Wu got on the tanker, as a driver, and drove the tanker to the vicinity of the first aviation fuel tanker. Xiaoji got off the tanker, and connected the batteries of the 2 tankers with wires, allowing the tanker to charge the aviation fuel tanker. After charging for a while, Xiaoji started the first aviation fuel tanker. The instrumentation and operation of this tanker were different from those of ordinary tankers. It took some time. Xiaoji regretted to tell everyone that the first aviation fuel tanker was empty. While everyone continued to eliminate zombies, Xiaoji studied the operation of the fuel pump of the aviation fuel tanker. Although all 3 aviation fuel trucks were empty, the team had all the conditions to pump oil. The only regret is that, in order to take over this area, too many bullets were consumed. The helicopter lifted the small oil tank to the designated location, and the oil pump of the tanker truck was connected to the underground kerosene storage tank, and kerosene was continuously pumped up. First fill the tanker truck, then connect the tanker truck and the small oil tank. Fill the small oil tank, and then fill the helicopter with oil. After finishing the work, Xiaoji took the battery of the tanker truck away, and he could directly bring a fully charged battery to refuel next time. The 5,000-liter small oil tank plus the weight of the main body weighed 3.5 tons, which was not optimistic. The maximum load capacity of the helicopter is 11 tons, and the empty weight is 5 tons, including fuel, missiles and small oil tanks. The calculated weight is close to 11 tons. Xiao Dao, Xiaowu, Xiaoji, Lin Wu, Maya and Xiaonu weighed nearly 1 ton with equipment. Maya temporarily put everyone aside and drove the helicopter back to the base first. The team members closed the gate of the underground aviation kerosene, took an ordinary tanker truck to the small building, and waited on the rooftop. About 2 hours later, the helicopter arrived, and everyone piled onto the plane and returned to the base. During the flight, Shiji contacted Guangtou by phone. Lin Wu contacted Shirtu, and Shirtu drove a tractor to the veteran base to pick up Guangtou and 3 other people and a batch of equipment. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the railway bridge base held a tea party after dinner. There were 5 people in the veteran base, all of whom were the first batch of veteran base personnel. In addition to Guangtou, Xiaoji and Xiaonu, there was also a man and a woman, Xiaozhuan, a mechanical expert, and Xiaowu, a sharpshooter. The topic of the meeting was naturally the arms on the 2nd floor of the basement of the veteran club in Midtown. Bald man draws a picture. The target is Building A, 3 floors above ground, 2 floors underground. The first step of the combat mission is to lure the enemy. We brought 5 Bluetooth speakers, which are required to be close to the ground, but will not be destroyed by zombies. The hanging locations are the 3rd floor of Building B, the top of the 15-meter-high bronze statue. The method adopted is helicopter rappelling, which is quite dangerous and requires a high level of pilots. Xiaoji will assist Maya as a co-pilot throughout the process. Bald man. The second step, landing in Building C. Building C is 30 meters away from the target Building A. Snow Egg asks, why not land directly on the rooftop of Building A? Bald man answers, there is no barrier door on the rooftop of the Veterans Club, so it can be inferred that there are a lot of zombies on the rooftop. If the helicopter lands straight, we might be trapped to death in the helicopter. The club covers a large area, and our goal is to occupy a position first. Building C has a sloping roof, so there will be no zombies. The bald man said, first, Clear the zombies in Building A and Building C, and then use the rope-throwing gun to shoot to Building A, and the assault personnel will quickly slide to Building A. The bald man, everyone uses carbines, and fires at will on the rooftop. And low-noise pistols are used on the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. The most important thing is the 1st floor, where you can only use pistols, and must use Bluetooth speakers to prevent a large number of outdoor zombies from being attracted indoors. The bald man changed a piece of paper. This is my position, and you can see if it is suitable. Shauna asked, I stay on the rooftop and control the speakers? The bald man nodded, yes. The speakers consume a lot of power, and the 5 Bluetooth speakers use ordinary batteries. The optimistic estimate is that they can be used for 25 minutes, and the minimum use time we have tested is only 20 minutes. The range of the remote control is limited, and you need to move on the rooftop to turn on and off the speakers. Bald, there are many obstacles on the rooftop. It is the anti-terrorist assault training ground we built for new recruits. There are walls, wooden doors, windows, etc., and helicopters can only land on the east side. Xiao Dao asked, what is the purpose of the rooftop team of Xuedong and I? Bald said, guard the safe passage and protect the safety of personnel and materials. Your mission is very important. If there are hidden zombies, Shauna and the transport personnel may be attacked. Here is a roll of fluorescent tape. You need to tape a road from the safe entrance to the helicopter passage. Xuedong asked, are we going to act at night? Bald nodded. Zombies have a long visual range during the day and are sensitive to moving objects. We are equipped with night vision goggles, which can give us a big advantage in night battles. Maya said, leave 2 people on the 1st floor to ensure smooth passage. Why not clean up the zombies on the 1st floor? Bald replied, the sound time is limited, and our bullets are also limited. It is not a big problem to get from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. We can occupy the stairs and block the fire door. There is no fire door on the 1st floor, and we also have to guard the 70-meter-long safety passage leading to the basement staircase entrance. In my plan, the first wave will be all pistols, and under the cover of the speakers, we will do our best to clear the zombies near the passage, and then leave 2 people to patrol, using pistols equipped with silencers to ensure the safety of the passage. Maya said, I think Lin Wu can join the commando team. The bald man replied, you may have misunderstood. After our discussion, we think the pressure on the 1st floor is the greatest. Compared with pistols, we are better at using rifles. Therefore, it is the best choice to let Lin Wu stay on the 1st floor. You need to recommend candidates for the 1st floor besides Lin Wu. Requirements: proficient in the use of pistols, stable shooting, focused attention, and good at adapting to circumstances. Lin Meng habitually recommended himself. Me. The bald man looked at Maya, and Maya calculated the resources of her team. Only Xiao Wu and Lin Meng were left. Xiao Wu is a policeman, and has received professional pistol shooting training. Lin Meng had intensive pistol combat training in winter. Lin Wu said, since it is more dangerous, leave it to Lin Meng. I will be sad for several minutes if Xiao Wu dies. Bald and the others didn't understand. Maya made the decision. Okay, let's go with Lin Meng. There are 10 people participating in this battle. Railway Bridge Base. Lin Meng, Lin Wu, Maya, Xiao Dao and Shui Dan, all shadow team. Veteran Base. Little Girl, Little Sniper, Bald Head, Little Machine, and Little Specialist. The combat time is 8 o'clock tomorrow night. After the combat meeting, Shauna took the people from the veteran base to the guest room to rest. During the period, she had a private conversation with Bald Head outside the car. They chatted for nearly 2 hours before saying good night to each other. The next day, everyone was very busy. The combatants conducted simulated combat in the warehouse at the end of the rickshaw. The non-combatants were responsible for logistics. In addition to food, they also tore the washed zombie clothes into strips to enhance the defensive capabilities of the combatants. Bald Head, as the captain, supervised and guided everyone's understanding of their positions. He first expressed dissatisfaction with the performance of the rooftop team. He believed that Xiao Dao and Xuedong did not cooperate well. The two were too separated. Although they had the idea of sacrificing themselves to protect each other, they lacked the awareness of protecting each other. Don't worry about what Xiao Dao saw or what he was shooting. You have to consider that Xiao Dao's gunshots may attract hidden zombies. You put your vision in front. Who will be responsible for the back? Trust Xiao Dao. And you should also trust Xuedong. But this does not mean that you cannot ask for help. When facing an unfavorable situation, you must decisively ask your companions to join the battle immediately. In the cleaning work, one person is the main one, and one person is the auxiliary. The auxiliary should be responsible for vigilance and support. Don't open any cabinets. That is the main C's job. Restrain your curiosity. For the first floor double combination, The Bald Head has mixed reviews. Lin Wu. This kick is very good. It opens up the field of vision and shooting range at once. The Bald Head criticized Lin Ming. After being kicked down, you should guard the front as soon as possible. Don't stand up. And don't look back and stare at your teammates for a long time. You must believe one thing. He must have a reason to kick you. Chapter 442 Veteran Club. Ground Troops Training. Maya was sleeping. Her training was completed at night. After finding the kerosene treasure, the helicopter has become her lover. Xiao Ji is at the railway bridge base, improving the anti-drone gun made by Shui Dan. This is a big guy with a size of not small, weight of 20 kilograms, which can emit electromagnetic waves to interfere with drones within 1 kilometer, causing drones to crash due to loss of control. Xiao Ji is trying to increase the effective distance to 2 kilometers. However, due to the lack of radar, how to detect drones is a bigger problem. The originally peaceful, carefree base suddenly turned into a war tribe, which is not a big deal for players, but for Xiao Wu and others, it is like changing their living environment. Nong Fu Shi too changed his job to a psychologist, and learned about Xiao Wu, Xiao Wen and Xiao Yi's fear of the uncertainty of the future. Especially thinking that they might have to go to war with the huge survivor alliance in the near future, there is a sense of despair and powerlessness. Shi Tu told them that they would have to negotiate to solve the problem. But they should fight a battle before the negotiation to get enough bargaining chips. If the war goes badly, he would suggest Xiao Wu and his team to surrender to the alliance, or even to seize power and kill people in the name of the rebels before surrendering. As the boss, Shi Tu already knew that the veteran base would start to move the base in 3 days, and the railway bridge base would lend the tractor to the veteran base at that time so that they could move. At the same time, Xiaoji, Xiaozhuan, Xian and Xiao would officially join the railway bridge base. Shi Tu understood Baldi, who had to be responsible for dozens of people. After changing the base, the veteran base would also establish its own base program and become an independent base in the Survivor Alliance. If they wanted to ensure that they would not be annexed by the Alliance in the future, they would need relatively powerful weapons. Therefore, tonight's action also concerned the future living environment of the veteran base. As for the railway bridge base, several commanders had a secret discussion, and the goal was to support it for 180 days, and they could surrender to Xiaoba after 180 days. Judging from the current situation, after the relocation of the veteran base, the war with the Alliance is just around the corner. The middle strategy is to win the local war and establish the status of the base through negotiations. The worst strategy is to be forced to retreat into the mountains and forests and live a miserable life. The best situation is to win a war. Eliminate Xiaoba. Eliminate most of the armed forces of the Alliance, and make them lack the strength to annex the railway bridge base. At the same time, ensure the highest survival rate of NPCs, so that after 180 days, they will have the right to live freely. The dinner is a very rich wild boar stew with instant noodles. The meat was specially sent by the Kara couple after they knew that there would be a big action tonight. Shauna communicated with the couple, and the general meaning was that they were hunters who were forced by the railway bridge and had to offer game. Kara smelled gunpowder when he heard this and told Shauna that they knew how to deal with it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the first team first appeared above Zhongxing. The members of the first team were Lin Wu, Shauna, Xiao Dao, and Xuedan. Shuji was in charge of navigation in the co-pilot seat. The helicopter arrived at the location. Lin Wu hung the rope, rappelled down, and installed Bluetooth speakers at 5 locations. The mission was quite dangerous, especially when installing speakers on the 3rd floor of Building B. Lin Wu needed to rely on his waist strength to swing himself up and throw himself to Building B. Because of the light problem, Lin Wu grabbed the air conditioner outside the wall for the 3rd time. The first 2 times, he was not only sore all over, but also scratched his left hand. After completing the arrangement, the helicopter flew to the sloping roof of Building C, and several people descended along the rope to reach the roof. When they reached the edge of the roof, 4 people held assault rifles and shot the zombies near the security door with the help of sights. The number of zombies was relatively large, since there were nearly 2-meter guardrails on all sides. It created a certain difficulty for the cleaning work. Fortunately, the height difference was as much as 5 meters. After each person shot out a magazine, a zombie-free zone was built within 10 square meters near the west security door. Lin Wu took out the rope gun and threw it, then tightened the rope gun, and the hook of the rope gun was hung on the guardrail. Lin Wu handed the rope gun to Xuedan. Xuedan fixed the rope gun on the chimney for decoration, and tightened the rope at the same time. After pulling hard a few times, Lin Wu picked up the safety hook and hung it on the rope. Sana said on the side, "Use your feet to support, don't be reckless." "Yes." Lin Wu jumped down, the hook slid down along the rope, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Lin Wu held the hook with his left hand, using friction to reduce the speed, and stepped on the guardrail with both feet, and stopped outside the guardrail. Xiao Dao reported, "No zombies were alarmed, safe area." Lin Wu lay on the guardrail wall with both hands, climbed over the wall, retracted the hook, took off the safety clothes, leaned in the corner, held the silencer pistol and whispered, "Next, grab the hook and rope with your hands, and slide slowly." Xiao Dao arrived at building a second. She replaced Lin Wu's position. Lin Wu leaned against the security door, looked down the stairs, then stepped out, and started shooting at the dozen zombies on the stairs. Afterwards, Xuedan and Shauna successfully reached Building A. Shauna reported the situation, and stayed at the security gate. Lin Wu, Xiao Dao, and Xuedan replaced their pistols with assault rifles, and advanced to the east of the rooftop. The rooftop was built into a training ground, and there were many zombies in it. Lin Wu and his team did not attack directly, but used incendiary bombs. They lit a bottle, and threw it across the wall. The sound of glass breaking immediately attracted nearby zombies, and the exploding fire quickly ignited these zombies. After the world quieted down, the team entered the wall, and killed the remaining zombies. The only zombie king who could threaten the team was blown up by the 3 of them, before they discovered the team. After 15 minutes of fighting, the team advanced to the open area on the east side, and they opened a passage with a width of 7 meters, and a depth of about 70 meters. However, for the total width of 50 meters, there are still many hidden dangers. Xuedan dialed the satellite phone. "Occupy the east side of the rooftop." "Understood, please hold on and wait." Xiao Dao was responsible for sticking fluorescent tape on both sides of the passage. Xuedan used the items on site to fill the gap in the passage, to minimize the possibility of zombies suddenly appearing. Lin Wu held a gun to protect them. After a circle of tape was applied, Lin Wu killed 7 more zombies. This situation was worse than expected. The next transportation work would be more dangerous. 10 minutes later, Shauna played music to attract zombies, and the helicopter took the opportunity to land on the open space in the east. Lin Wu and the other 3 protected the helicopter landing, and frequently shot and killed zombies running towards the helicopter from behind obstacles in the open space. Xiao Zhu, Baldhead, Xiao Nu and Xiao Xuan got off the plane and joined Lin Wu's team. They were divided into 3 groups, and cleaned up the area around the passage again, expanding the theoretical safety width to 20 meters. This work wasted a lot of ammunition and time. Maya and Xiao Ji also got off the plane, and the 2 set up positions in the open space. The commandos began to go downstairs. Xiao Dao and Xue Dan patrolled back and forth on the rooftop passage. Shauna temporarily cooperated in the patrol, waiting for Baldhead's order. Maya and Shioji were on guard while observing the movements of the zombies on the ground. The density of zombies was far higher than that in the center of Zhui County, and zombie kings were everywhere. It is not a big problem to get from the rooftop to the first floor. Go down the stairs. At each floor, close the fire door, and put on the nylon knot prepared in advance. The fire door is of good quality, and has good sound insulation. Even if a few zombies are disturbed, it will not pose a big threat. The first floor is the most difficult part of this mission. There are 3 doors on the front of the first floor. The main entrance leads to the lobby. Here is the reception hall and tea bar. There are 4 sets of sofas and coffee tables. The left door on the front leads to the work hall of the administrative department. Here is an open office, mainly for identity verification, tracking recovery status, doctor appointments, phone reception, etc. The right door on the front is the medicine collection hall. There are also tea seats for rest. People can pick up medicine regularly here according to the prescription. In addition, there is a back door, which is basically an employee passage, with a dressing room. The left side is the physical examination area, basic physical examination and targeted blood tests, And the right side is the inspection area, equipped with various medical examination instruments. The underground entrance is in the room opposite the employee passage locker room. There is a reception desk inside. You can only enter after your identity is verified. The underground floor consists of a bar, billiard room, game room, KTV and arena. The second underground floor is the shooting range, which is divided into static targets and electric targets, and all use live ammunition. The safe depository with a large amount of munitions is on the second underground floor. The assault team is waiting at the stairs. Baldhead contacts Shauna. It's time to start. Shauna understood. After a while, Lin Wu and others heard the music coming from outside. But because they were indoors, the music was not loud. Only 3 to 4 zombies out of 10 in the visual range will be attracted by the music. Let's go! Baldhead went out first, and he and Xiao Sniper were on the left and right, and quickly shot at the zombies in front and on both sides. The next group of Xiaolan and Xiaojuan followed. Lin Wu and Lin Meng were the last. Compared with the 3 groups, Lin Wu's pistol skills are better than others. Guangtou and his men used rifles more often, and they were somewhat dependent on aiming, whereas Lin Wu had long been accustomed to the close range, rapid-fire combat style of a pistol. The Xuanling team shot at the side cover from behind, greatly reducing the pressure on the front team. The team advanced to the vicinity of the employee passage. Lin Meng whispered, "Zombie King." Lin Wu turned around, and Lin Meng fired at the same time. The Zombie King more than 10 meters away crashed into a coffee table, and his head was blown up. There were dozens of zombies following the Zombie King. The bald man ordered, "Retreat, defend the south line, and hold your ground. Call Shauna." Shauna received. The bald man asked, "Is there something wrong with the speakers on the south side?" "Wait." Shauna shuttled through the rooftop passage, quickly moved to the south, and indeed did not hear the music from the south. She took out the remote control and pressed a few times. It seems there is no response. Xiaoji said, "Press and hold the corresponding remote control button to restart the system." 10 seconds later, Shauna heard the music. The music on the south side has resumed. Xiao Dao behind him, "Be careful." He grabbed Shauna's collar and pulled her back. A zombie rushed out of the gap in the wall in front of Shauna's left. Because Xiao Dao and Shauna lost their positions, they provided Xuedong with a shooting range, and he shot the zombie to death with 2 consecutive shots. The road from the rooftop to the south was not a safe passage they opened, and there were many zombies hidden in the darkness. Because Xuedong protected the front and neglected the back, he turned around after hearing the strange noise, and a zombie had already pounced in front of him. When the zombie opened its mouth, the veteran player Xuedong stretched out his left hand and stuffed his left forearm wrapped with cloth into the zombie's mouth. After the zombie bit, Xuedong held the zombie's head with his right hand and shot it to death. Xiao Dao on the other side was fighting with a zombie. She held the back of the zombie's head with one hand and kept smashing it against the wall. Some zombie movies have had a situation where zombies are stronger than humans, and ordinary people can't resist the zombie's attack at all, excluding the brain. In theory, the zombie's endurance may be very strong, but its strength should be attenuated. Even if there is no increase or decrease, as long as you are more ruthless than the zombies, it is not a problem to fight the zombies alone. After all, humans can at least use a brick. The advantage of zombies not feeling pain is not that great. Humans can unleash greater potential at the moment of life and death. The key lies in mentality. Since veteran players have an excellent fighting mentality, this also allows Xuedong and Xiao Dao to successfully resolve this crisis. After a fierce battle, the safety passage on the first floor was opened, and the 2 Lins patrolled back and forth along the safety passage. The little girl and Xiaojuan put fluorescent tape on the ground of the safety passage. After finishing, the bald man led the patrol again. "Shauna, turn off the music." Lin Wu, Lin Ming, put on the muffler. "Prepare yourself, and everyone enter silent state." Silent state means no contact unless necessary, no talking, no extra movements. The whole world became quiet. Lin Ming was about to start patrolling, but was patted on the shoulder by Lin Wu. Lin Wu leaned over to Lin Ming's ear and said, "Don't walk all the time, patrol at regular intervals. Walking back and forth will inevitably make noise. It is better to patrol at regular intervals." In a dark and silent world, zombies have little desire to move. Lin Ming said stubbornly, "I just want to find a good place." Lin Wu asked back, "Do you have any more bullets?" The double Lin group still had plenty of pistol bullets, but not enough magazines. After Lin Wu reminded them, Lin Ming and Lin Wu started to prepare in the basement entrance room. Pour the bullets in the bullet box on the table, put the empty magazine on the table, pick up the fallen chair, sit down and pick up the bullets and press them into the magazine. Lin Ming, games are still fun. The Archie can automatically refill the magazine. Lin Wu said, whether it's fun or not. There are only a few dozen days left. My youth. 2 years have passed just like that. Lin Ming couldn't help laughing. Isn't it silent? Lin Wu, then shut up. Write it down in the notebook again. After a while, Lin Ming couldn't stand the silence and asked, how many weapons and ammunition are there in the vault? Lin Wu said, the bald man said that the army will scrap a batch of bullets every year. When the scrapping is reported, some bullets will be scrapped in advance. These bullets that are scrapped in advance will enter the Veterans Club. Don't underestimate this club. The members include dozens of generals including the former president. Lin Ming nodded. No wonder they can keep such a building in the Midtown Business District where every inch of land is valuable. Lin Wu said, in addition to the shooting range on the second floor underground, they also have a shooting range in the suburbs, called the Heavy Machine Gun Paradise. Lin Ming asked curiously, why do you still like guns after retiring? Lin Wu said, I asked my daughter this question. The daughter replied, perhaps only in the world of pungent gunpowder and steel collision can you get a trace of peace in your heart. She said that she didn't hate the end of the world, but she couldn't adapt to a peaceful and stable life. Lin Ming said, only those who have experienced war know the horror of war. Thanks to the dawn, let Blue Star stay away from war. For thousands of years, there has been no real war on Blue Planet. From history books, before the dawn, human beings would have wars every once in a while. Lin Wu picked up the pistol on the table, shot the zombie that came in with one shot, blowing the muzzle. How dare you eavesdrop on our conversation? Starting work, putting away the magazines. Shuang Lin began the first round of patrol. There were many zombies near the door. The reason was naturally because they were chatting. Only 3 zombies were killed during the patrol of the entire safe passage, and there were 7 zombies gathered at the door where they were chatting. After patrolling around, continued to refill the bullets. After filling all the magazines, the 2 patrolled again and killed several more zombies during the period. The little girl's voice came from the headset. Lin Wu, the first batch of goods is about to arrive. Shuang Lin immediately went to the entrance. Get in place. Chapter 443. The first batch of goods was 2 bundles of carbines packed with ropes. Since the inventory of 5.56 carbine bullets far exceeded 7.62, then the priority of this operation was to transport carbines. Xiao Nu and Xiao Xuan each carried a bundle of guns and followed Shuang Lin. The footsteps were a little loud, but they did not pose a threat to Shuang Lin, and they successfully passed through the first floor security passage. The second batch of goods was bullets, a box of pistol bullets, and a box of .50 heavy machine gun bullets. The third batch of goods was 5.56 bullets, and 2 sets of optical sights. The fourth batch of goods was 2 heavy sniper rifles, and a box of pistols. The bald man said, B-Link. The commandos retreated to the first floor security passage. Sanaa played music, causing the zombies to riot, and then the helicopter started and circled. But there was a problem with the speakers at the back door in the northwest direction. No music was played, and the sound of the helicopter attracted the zombies to enter the Veterans Club from the back door. After listening to Shauna's report, the commandos had already set up a firepower network in the employee passage. Some were squatting. Some were lying on their backs. And some were standing. Zombies were shot dead one by one. And a small hill was piled up at the back door, blocking the entrance for a while. After that, Shauna restarted the music 3 times and resumed playing the music. She pulled away the zombies outside the back door. Turn off the music. Shauna looked at the time. It has been playing for 11 minutes. Baldhead said, I understand. Everyone, get ready. Eat something. And there are at least 2 more batches of goods. Xiaojuan said, do you want landmines? Baldhead, yes. Lin Wu asked curiously, why are there landmines in the shooting range? Baldhead said, new recruits who want to get VIP qualifications must pass our assessment. Infantry mines are only used for assessment. In their view, 2-year soldiers are new recruits and are not qualified to enter the basement. To get the qualification to enter the basement, you must pass the assessment. The assessment site is at a shooting range in the suburbs. The assessment content includes courage, wisdom, patience, willpower, and other aspects. Many soldiers have not fired a few guns in their 2-year military career. Few people have come into contact with landmines, and they will have a psychological fear of landmines. Overcoming fear is also one of the contents of the assessment. In addition, there is a learning ability assessment, which allows soldiers who have never been exposed to rockets to operate rockets through the manual. And they must hit the target. There are various assessments, which are conducted once a year, and are also a traditional program of the Veterans Club. Because of this, there is everything in the arsenal. There are not only rifles from various countries during World War II, but also Panzerfausts, bazookas and other rockets. But these are collectibles placed outside, and most of them do not have matching ammunition. The little girl handed Lin Wu a rifle, Lee Enfield rifle, the fastest bolt-action sniper rifle. Mass production began in the 19th century, and it was transformed into a sniper rifle during World War II. It is also a rare rear bolt-action rifle, equipped with double magazines. Each magazine can hold 10 rounds of 5.56 bullets. It was replaced in the late 20th century, equipped with a triple mirror. The shooting accuracy is extremely high within 300 meters. Fastest? How fast? Lin Wu took this rifle with a sense of the times, and liked it for no reason. A skilled veteran can fire more than 30 rounds per minute. The little girl demonstrated it. It is different from other side bolt rifles. This gun is a rear bolt rifle. The little sniper said, Lin Wu, Barrett is the best. Kill the target within 2 kilometers. Watch the bullet's flight trajectory in the scope. Hold your breath, and wait for a few seconds to see the target fall. This is the essence of sniping. Lin Wu said, Little sniper, this thing weighs 18 kilograms. With a set of equipment, it must be 30 kilograms. Right? The little sniper smiled and said, Anyway, I still like Barrett. To be honest, the performance of this Lee Enfield gun is really good. It is very suitable for providing fire support to the team. But the sight field is too poor. I will help you change it when I go back. Temporarily cancel the silence. Everyone can chat freely. One of the intentions is to attract zombies with normal sounds. These zombies will appear near the safe passage sooner or later. There are too many corpses outside, and it's relatively empty inside, and some zombies, who are unable to get over the problem, will gather inside. In a coordinated and orderly battle rhythm, the possibility of being bitten by zombies is very low, and the possibility of being wiped out is greater. Once a team member is entangled with multiple zombies, it will cause others to be afraid to use their weapons, which will trigger a chain avalanche. Baldhead estimated that there were at least 15,000 5.56 bullets in the arsenal, and optimistically estimated that there would be more than 20,000 bullets. It was not too much to say that it was too much. It took an average of more than 20,000 bullets to kill a soldier during World War II. From World War II, everyone talked about zombie movies. Baldhead thought that the filming was very sloppy, and treated the fungus team as paper people. He gave an example. Put a tank in the city center. 10 million citizens only use their teeth and fists. How long will it take to kill the people in the tank? Baldhead believes that if the gun does not malfunction, the bullets are unlimited. In the bridge area such as the railway bridge base, the 10 of them can defend against the attack of unlimited zombies. Chat. Kill zombies. Prepare. Eat. And the helicopter returns on time. Shauna plays music, the helicopter lands, the team goes into silent mode, and a new round of transportation begins. The second batch of goods was mainly bullets. 5.56 bullets were packed in wooden boxes, 10 boxes in a pack, 3 packs in a box. Bullets produced in the last century were packed in wooden boxes. Bullets produced in this century were packed in green hard plastic boxes, 10 packs in a box. Without transportation tools, the commandos could only carry a few boxes up and down the stairs at a time. This put a great test on the safety of the 2 passages. The tired transporters would not pay too much attention to safety, and they could not spare their hands to fight against sudden attacks. The first person to get into trouble was Xiaojuan, who was attacked by zombies in the rooftop safety passage. He was bitten on the upper arm. Maya was nearby, decisive to tear the clothes and dig the flesh, and was more brutal than Lin Wu, but it worked, and confirmed that the infected part had been removed. Guard and his men were skeptical about this. Maya, Lin Wu and his men guaranteed it. Lin Wu even gave examples of Shiro and Shiwu. Xiao Dao and Xuedong blamed themselves very much, thinking that they were negligent in their work. In fact, it has nothing to do with them. This zombie is a deaf-mute zombie. It is not attracted by sounds. So it has been hiding under the table in the corner until it saw Xiaojuan. Since Maya was too ruthless, Xiaojuan's bleeding seemed difficult to stop. So the goods and Xiaojuan hurriedly set off. Notify Xiao Yi through the satellite phone. And prepare to receive the wounded. This caused a problem. The speaker may not play for enough time, which will cause the helicopter to land and bring outdoor zombies to the first floor. It is expected that the helicopter can run 2 more times safely. The personnel can evacuate at one time by hanging ropes. But the goods cannot be taken at one time. Either streamline the goods or fight against the zombies. As the captain, Baldhead decided, set up a position at the staircase on the first floor to fight against the zombies. Lin Wu said, "How about setting a fire? Let the base make hundreds of incendiary bombs temporarily. And we will set all the cars on the street on fire." Still greedy for arson, Baldhead thought about it for a while and felt that it was not impossible. So he contacted Maya. After Maya arrived at the base, she contacted Baldhead and told him of bad news. No one picked up the garbage at the railway bridge base, and there were only a dozen bottles and cans. Shauna suggested clearing the zombies from the rooftop, moving all the goods to the rooftop, and then moving tables and chairs to block the stairs, guarding the only entrance and exit to the rooftop. This is a good idea. Maya should have thought of it. Maybe Maya is focused on flying, or maybe her mind has been on the helicopter recently. However, Maya quickly corrected her mentality and improved some of the content, including Su Shi and Shi Tu joining the transportation team. Xiaowu stayed at the base and brought back bullets and found that his home was gone. Xiaowen was responsible for cooking, and the transportation work might last all night. Shauna's idea had been proposed earlier, but was rejected. One of the reasons is that it takes 40 minutes for a helicopter to go back and forth, not counting the time for refueling. Once the rooftop defense battle begins, it will be difficult to stop, because the gunshots will continue to attract zombies. And no one knows how the zombies will attack after the stairs are filled with zombie corpses. The work became tense, and Xilan, Xiao Sniper and Baldy kept sending boxes of supplies to the rooftop. Shauna, Xiao Dao and Xuedan searched the rooftop for zombies, and they also paid attention to items that could be used to block the stairs and serve as obstacles. Lin Wu and Lin Ning on the first floor were not idle either. As the work pace of the transport team accelerated, the noise increased, and zombies continued to pour into the safe passage. Shi Tu and Su Shi joined the transport team and accelerated the transport work. The helicopter full of supplies on the east side of the roof did not take off immediately, waiting for the transport team to empty the safe. According to the initial plan, the supplies will be sorted while being transported, and some less important supplies will be discarded. Now it doesn't matter, take everything. Maya and Shioji took out a box of empty magazines from the supplies, and 4 boxes of 5.56 bullets, and turned the back of the safe door into a temporary combat preparation area. Maya also brought midnight snacks this time. Sanal led the team to search for medical supplies in the southern area, and found a bag of 5 kilograms of rice. The midnight snack was rare rice with pickled mustard greens pickled by Xiao Chao, and the pickled cabbage was fried with oil residue fried in wild boar fry and chili peppers, which was very delicious at first glance. Around 1 a.m., all the supplies were carried upstairs, and everyone rested and had a midnight snack. After finishing, Shauna used the last wave of music to send the helicopter away. The rooftop staff laid a carpet on the open space near the security gate. After arranging the duty personnel, everyone took a rest first. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day, after drinking water and eating biscuits, the team began to work formally. The first part of the work was to clean up the rooftop. There were a large number of participants. They lined up in a row with a width of 50 meters and advanced horizontally with pistols. Because of the good vision during the day, they screened through and killed 5 zombies hiding in the rooftop. The second part of the work was to establish a staircase defense line. The width of the staircase was 4.5 meters. The height of the third floor was 10 meters, and each step was 0.15 meters. It consisted of 2 stairs and a corner platform. There were 33 steps in total leading to the rooftop. Can't you stand on the last staircase and shoot down? The answer is no. Because of the design, there are walls on both sides of the last staircase, and the corner staircase below cannot be seen. Everyone carried bricks and stones by manpower and placed them on the stairs. According to the width of the stairs, Baldhead decided to have 5 people to participate in the battle. 2 in front and 3 in the back. The first 2 steps sat on the left and right, and the back 3 stood in the middle. The others helped to press the magazines, repair the guns and transport supplies. The participants were Lin Wu, Xuedan, Xiao Dao, Shauna and Lin Ming. The reason why Lin Wu and the other 5 were selected was that Lin Wu believed that killing zombies could earn points. Since Shirtu and Sushir were too poor at holding guns, they were not considered. If there were any omissions during the period, Baldhead and the others could take over. Of course, the reason Lin Wu explained to Baldhead and the others was, "We are brave. We are not afraid of death. And we will go first if there is danger." After completing the preparations, Bald called Maya. "The combat unit is in place. We will arrive in 20 minutes. While waiting, Lin Meng had something to say for a long time, and couldn't help but ask Lin Wu in his ear, "Helicopters fly around, don't they need to be inspected? If something goes wrong, our game will be over." Lin Wu responded, "Can't you think of something good? For example, you are the only one who has turned into a zombie." Lin Meng showed his fangs, and said viciously, "Then I will bite you to death first." Oops. He hit his forehead again. "Write it down in the notebook." The bald man on the side ignored the two people's fight, and said, "Lin Wu and Lin Meng are the front group. Lin Wu is the core of the organization. Every time you shoot down a magazine, you must say loudly, 'Change the magazine.' As the core of the organization, Lin Wu, you must match the rhythm of Lin Meng in shooting, to avoid the embarrassing situation of two people changing magazines together. The core of the back group is Shuadon. Similarly, Shuadon, you must ensure that there are no three people in the back group changing magazines together." The bald man said, "The most important thing is not to be stubborn. If you feel unwell, or too much pressure, please tell us immediately. You can only evacuate after the replacement of additional personnel. Do not take off the earplugs, do not change positions, do not shake your head, to avoid accidental injury." The helicopter finally appeared in the west. With the arrival of the helicopter, the zombies on the street began to pour into the Veterans Club. They found the stairs to the upper floors in the squeeze, and rolled up like a hurricane. Then the battle officially began. Each step of the stairs is 0.30 meters wide, and the width of 33 steps is 10 meters, which means the battle distance is only 10 meters. The zombies rolled down the stairs before they could reach Lin Wu and others. Some people had previously speculated that the corpses of zombies would pile up into a mountain. But in fact, this did not seem to be the case. The dead zombies actually became food for the zombies behind them. The zombies with food were eating, while the zombies without food drilled past them, fell over them, and kept rushing towards the rooftop. 1 minute after the battle began, Xiao Dao shouted, "Injured," requesting evacuation. Xiao Zhu immediately took up his gun to fill in the position, and Zion helped Xiao Dao aside, only to see blood pouring from Xiao Dao's head. After inspection, it was found that Xiao Dao was hit by a ricochet, which was speculated to be caused by the bullet hitting the wall and rebounding. His left forehead was scratched by a rough bullet. The injury was not serious, but the blood covered his eyes. After Zion washed and bandaged him, Xiao Dao returned to the battle position. Lin Wu was also hit by a ricochet, but he was wearing a bulletproof vest, and the ricochet did almost no harm to his body. In addition to bad luck, the most direct reason for the ricochet was that someone missed the zombie. Chapter 444, Dividing the Loot. Shirtu, Sushir and other transporters were transporting boxes of supplies from the west to the east, and then sending them to the helicopter. Shirtu didn't look like a boss at all, and he was panting as he walked. "I shouldn't have come." He had very poor endurance, and he could even make pig noises when he climbed the stairs, let alone transporting supplies. In any case, the new first batch of supplies was quickly transported away. The bald man counted the supplies, and said to everyone, "We need to transport them 3 more times, 1 20 minutes, 2 hours. Sushir put his hands on his hips, and was also very tired. "Bald man, did you not calculate the time it takes to transport?" The bald man smiled. "Then 150 minutes. Lin Wu, light the fire." Lin Wu took out a fire bomb from his backpack, and threw it at the corner of the stairs. After the fire was lit, the gunman switched to pistols. As the noise decreased, the zombies outside stopped pouring into the building, but the zombies on the first floor near the stairs continued to climb up. "How many did you kill?" Lin Meng asked. Lin Wu said, "More than 100. Lin Meng was surprised. "Only more than 100? There must be more than 1,000. "Right, Lin Wu, 200 at most." The bald man in charge of the raid said, "Between 240 and 280. The zombies interfere with each other, and the corpses will also slow down their attack rhythm. You wasted a lot of bullets, and there were many ricochets. But you cooperated very well, and you didn't focus on shooting at 1 or 2 targets. So the zombie attack was contained within 5 meters by you, which was a very good result." The bald man, "Don't take off your helmet. Don't take off your goggles. We will win." What the bald man said was right. In the battle that lasted for several hours, humanity finally won. Lin Wu was the last batch of evacuees. This was his first time to look down at the downtown area from the sky during the day. The crowded downtown area was like a carnival with corpses everywhere. And there was no trace of any survivors. This somewhat diluted the joy of success in his heart. Even though he knew it was a game, he still felt a little unwilling to see the city that represented human civilization being occupied by zombies. Back at the railway bridge base, food and tea were ready, making the combatants feel happy even in their exhaustion. After the meal, Sana, Lin Ming and Guantou counted all the supplies piled at the rear of the train. Until now, neither base had proposed a plan for the distribution of supplies, which was a rare situation for both sides. Therefore, after the inventory, Sana and Guantou discussed the distribution of supplies. Shirtu did not understand the pattern of being a gentleman first and a villain later, but he gave this matter to Sana to be fully responsible for. Shirtu grabbed Lin Wu and asked Lin Wu to solve the problem of Maya's loss of ambition due to toys. Since getting the helicopter, Maya had no interest in base affairs, and was playing with that toy every day. As a negotiator, Shauna was even more bizarre, and gave the decision-making power to Guantou. Since Xiaozhu and the other four would stay at the railway bridge base, Guantou did not even have anyone to discuss with. The most important supplies were 15,005.56 bullets, and Guantou took away 5,000 of them. 8,007.62 bullets, Baldhead didn't want any. 30 carbines, Baldhead took 15, left all M4 models, left all AK series rifles. Took away 4 historical revolvers, left 80 other pistols. In addition, in the distribution of mines, heavy machine guns, explosives, grenades and other supplies, Baldhead was very modest. After the work was done, everyone helped to deliver the supplies to the carriage. Xiao Nu and others saluted and said goodbye to Baldhead. Driver Shirtu drove the tractor and bodyguard Lin Wu. Lin Ming set off, delivering Baldhead and the supplies to the veteran base. The task of driving was thrown to Lin Ming. Shirtu had a drink with Baldhead in the carriage, and learned more about the veteran base. Faced with Shitu's confusion, Baldhead had to tell the truth. The trouble faced by the veteran base was not the problem of too many people or too few people as mentioned before. After all, the elders of the base had the power to make decisions. The problem is the conflict between the power group and the military rank group. The first batch of veterans took control of the management, but these veterans did not have very high military ranks when they retired, and the highest ranking one, Hu Zi, was only a lieutenant colonel. Among the third batch of members, there was a brigadier general. After Hu Zi was killed, 7 of them had a higher rank than the highest rank of the first batch of veterans. In addition, most veteran members believed that Xiaoba had successfully integrated the survivors and resources of the southern region. Even if he had ambitions, it would have a positive impact on the future of mankind. In this context, it was no longer possible to rely on a few veterans from the first batch. The veteran base, which seemed extremely powerful, changed its course because of Xiaoba's continuous goodwill of sending personnel. The reason why Guantou continued to stay in the veteran base was that he had to integrate most of the personnel who supported the independent base, establish a program after the base was moved, and prevent the veteran base from becoming a thug of the alliance. Guantou contacted the base in advance, and when the tractor arrived, more than a dozen people came to help carry the supplies. Several of them knew the reserves in the safe of the veteran club and asked Guantou. Guantou told the other party that there were some conflicts within the team after Xiaozhuan was injured, so only some supplies were obtained. As for the matter of Xiao Nu and others, he will explain it to everyone later. Most of the members of the veteran base were very satisfied with the harvest this time, and they were also very enthusiastic about Lin Wu and the others. And they also expressed guilt for the upcoming relocation of the base. On the way back, Shirtu concluded, there are many good people. But good people are easy to be used. Because good people will not only consider their own interests. Bad people are different. Any proposal that does not conform to the interests of bad people is a bad proposal in the eyes of bad people. Don't roll your eyes. Lin Wu, you are also a typical bad guy. But your interests do not simply include your own interests. You will also consider the interests of your accomplices and the base. What accomplices? Do you know how to use words? Lin Ming laughed and said, I found that the only one in the entire base who dares to scold Lin Wu is you. Uncle Shirtu. Shirtu disdainfully said. Scold him? Cut. Is this little thing of his worth wasting my saliva on? Lin Wu pouted. You are worth wasting my saliva on. Shirtu wiped his face. and the two of them started fighting in the cab. Lin Wu has strong endurance, and Shi Tu is heavy, so neither of them suffered much. The one who suffered the most was Lin Ming, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat. He would be hit on the head, have his hair pulled, and have his forehead flicked from time to time. There was no point in fighting with Shi Tu, as it was just for the sake of pride. Bullying Lin Ming was the fun. Lin Ming, who wanted to watch the fun, was forced to be a peacemaker. As soon as the incident ended, the sun was blocked. The three of them looked out and saw a drone overhead. Lin Ming asked, "Whose?" "Shi Tu, it must be an enemy's." Lin Wu said, "If the drone is equipped with a mortar, with our speed and limited orbit, it has a chance to hit us." Shi Tu said, "You know shit. I tell you, don't underestimate this tractor. It is the key means of transportation to open up the railway and move freely in Hotian City. Even if a shell can kill the three of us, they are reluctant to throw the shell." Lin Wu said, "Doesn't the veteran base have another tractor?" Shi Tu said, "Yes, but it is the property of the veteran base. Baldhead's bottom line is not to let Xiaoba annex the veteran base, so Baldhead will never give the tractor to Xiaoba." The appeasers are also embarrassed to publicly ask the veteran base to invest important assets to support Xiaoba. Xiaoba thinks that annexing the veteran base is a good thing, but it is not. Shi Tu said, "After the veteran base is moved to the suburbs of South City, the lives of the Alliance personnel will be compared with the lives of the base, which will eventually lead to the veteran base personnel worrying about being annexed and living the lives of the Alliance personnel. The Alliance personnel will be dissatisfied with their own living conditions because of the comparison." Lin Ming asked curiously, "Uncle, if you were Xiaoba, how would you deal with the veteran base and the railway bridge base?" Shi Tu said, "Drive the people away, drive 100 or 200 people to the vicinity of the two bases. The veteran base and the railway bridge base are unable to absorb such a large number of refugees, but if the refugees are killed directly, it will lead to the view of justice within the base. So that in the end, the base had to provide some help to the refugees." Shi Tu, "There are many people, there are many conflicts, everyone has a different attitude towards refugees, there will be internal divisions. If there are a few more spies hidden in it, it will be a blast." Lin Ming asked, "Faced with this situation, how should we deal with it?" Shi Tu said, "Xiao Yi is a white lotus, and Xiao Wu has a certain sense of justice as a criminal policeman. In addition, the grass, vegetables and meat people have their bottom line. If we directly shoot the refugees approaching our base, it will definitely cause trouble. One way is to ignore them. We do our own thing and communicate with Xiao Wu and others. There is nothing we can do if we can't communicate. After all, we have the majority. It may eventually lead to Xiao Wu, Xiao Wen and Xiao Yi migrating to the mountain base. However, now that Xiao Nu and others have been added to the base, this method is not good." Shi Tu said, "The second way is to pass the knife technique. Kill an NPC, or we draw lots to let Shadow die alone, which will cause anger and revenge. For example, if you, Lin Wu, are stabbed by a refugee, Maya will drive a helicopter to flatten the refugee camp in anger. Even if the NPC is dissatisfied, it is only dissatisfied with Maya. Even if it was Shui and the others who were stabbed instead of Lin Wu, we will avenge them." Shi Tu said, "Lin Wu, get off the car and knock Maya. Let her come back to work quickly and establish our sphere of influence and defense line. Inventory supplies, replenish future needs, and increase the defense of the headquarters." Lin Wu said contemptuously, "Why me? Aren't you the boss?" Shi Tu, "You are the only one in the base who dares to fight with Maya." Lin Wu, "Nonsense. I have never fought with her." Shi Tu, "I mean you dare. Let alone fighting, Maya will not blame you for anything you do." Lin Wu thought, "I'll go back and get a pack of explosives first." Shi Tu said, "Forget it, you are not as good as the helicopter now. Lin Wu, as long as you can deal with Shiji, Xiaozhuan, let them do something, and the helicopter can be scrapped." Shi Tu said, "This is the internal consumption caused by internal struggle. Anyway, you know what I mean, just deal with it. You can even blow up the helicopter, as long as you dare to do it." Lin Wu looked at Lin Ming, "You come with me." Lin Ming, "Why?" Lin Wu, "To share the guilt with more people. The handcar terminal is just a temporary place name, and it has been renamed the Sentry Post. This is a Y-shaped railway track. The right and the vertical are the westernmost railway tracks in the distribution center, and the left leads to the railway bridge. A sentry post consisting of 3 carriages is built on the right side of the Y, guarding this strategic location, but no one is currently on duty. There is a coal stove in the carriage, which can be used to make fire and cook. There is also a coal-fired carriage in front of the sentry post, carrying a full car of coal, which can be placed here as a shelter, and can be pulled away if there is a lack of fuel. To the west of the sentry post is the riverside. To the east, north and southeast are open areas of at least 100 meters, and to the south is a warehouse of 3,000 square meters. This is a semi-finished metal warehouse, which contains a large number of steel coils and steel materials piled up like mountains. From the information found, we know that this is a batch of goods that investors bought at a low price when the price of steel plummeted. Renting a warehouse to store supplies is not a big deal. Some people directly rent cargo ships as warehouses. Within the scope of human capacity, the base moved some steel in the warehouse and built a small fortress. It echoes with the sentry post 30 meters away and becomes an important barrier to guard the entrance of the railway bridge. However, no one is currently on duty. The armed helicopter is parked in the warehouse and has its own area marked out. Fuel, lubricants and other items are placed in the area, and there are also special weapon racks. When Lin Wu and Lin Ming arrived, Xiaoji was checking the helicopter, and Maya was stuffing the unloaded rockets back into the launch tube. Xiaoji turned his head to see Lin Wu. Seeing Lin was staring at the missile, he introduced, anti-tank missile. After pressing the launch button, the missile will fall naturally. When it falls, pull out the safety line, the missile will ignite and fly to the target. The missile uses an intelligent navigation mode, commonly known as fire and forget. Maya listened to the introduction, looked down and saw Lin Wu. Why are you here? You? Lin Wu looked at Lin Ming. As long as he had a heart to argue, he could argue at any time. Maya was helpless and asked, why are you here? Lin Wu put his hand on Lin Ming's head like a gun. If you keep thinking about the helicopter, I will kill Lin Ming now. After hearing Lin Wu's joking tone, Maya wiped her hands with a towel on the ground, walked towards Lin Wu and explained, I am also in charge of the base. The main thing is that I am still in the learning stage, which takes a lot of time. Lin Wu put down his finger and said, Lin Ming made a bet with me. She said I dare not burn the helicopter. He took out a Molotov cocktail from his backpack. Maya hurriedly said, don't mess around. Others can get angry, but Lin Wu can't. Lin Wu is more than half responsible for the helicopter. Without Lin Wu's night break-in to the military camp, let alone the helicopter, she would not know when she would be locked up. Seeing that Maya's attitude was not right, Lin Wu lit a lighter. Maya blew it out and asked patiently, what's going on at the base? Lin Wu played with the lighter and said, first of all, the number of personnel increased by 4. We are also facing the threat of the Survivors Alliance. Now the base is training, slacking off, sleeping, and gaining weight. Lin Ming was furious. Why did you look at me when you said the last sentence? Lin Wu pushed Lin Ming's head straight and asked her to look at Maya. Lin Wu complained, look, there are still people who are disrespectful. There is no one at the sentry post. The base eats instant noodles every day. Shouldn't you make a job list first? For example, Xiaoji, his job is to deal with helicopters and machinery. He must be strictly prohibited from cooking. For example, Lin Wu, his job is to slack off. He must be strictly prohibited from doing strenuous work. Xiaoji commented, the first sentence is more reasonable. Maya thought for a while. There are indeed many things to arrange and implement. Lin Wu saw Maya's difficulties, said, you can arrange yourself to work in the helicopter room and call it being a sentry in the warehouse. That makes sense. Maya was about to speak. Lin Wu observed her expression and added, if you are shameless. Maya admitted defeat. Okay, I'll go back and arrange it. Xiaoji, I'll trouble you here. Xiaoji didn't give Maya a chance. I can handle it alone. Chapter 445. The plan to destroy the family. Maya could only get on the tractor with Lin Wu and Lin Ming. Maya looked at Shirtu, who was driving the car, and then looked at Lin Wu. Okay, what do you think? She understood that it was Shirtu who asked Lin Wu to find her. Lin Wu thought for a while, and Lin Ming spoke first. Don't we have mines? Let's make a minefield first. See who is bored, and send them out to snipe. It would be best if we could capture a prisoner as an insider, locate Xiuba's position and blow him to pieces. Maya said, we don't know the internal structure of the Survivor Alliance, and we are not sure whether killing Xiuba is a good thing or a bad thing for us. Lin Wu asked, whose fault is it? Maya said helplessly, mine. I will contact Baldy and see if he can develop an informant for us, or if he can give us some information in private. The second is to draw the sphere of influence, and use paint and signs to plan it, and I will discuss the specific area with Shauna. I personally prefer a small area and a heavy railroad plan. As for the base rules, I want Shauna and Xiaojuan to discuss and make them. In principle, work results are not required, but some things are prohibited. For example, drinking, making noise, etc. Lin Wu picked his ears. Maya asked fiercely, "What do you think?" "No opinion. I just think you are wasting your breath discussing the development of the base with me. It's just talking to a cow." Lin Wu said, "Maya, I have a question. Assuming that you get the fortress ring, can you become a guard again? Or must you give up one of them?" Shirtu was also very curious and asked, "Can you sell the equity?" Maya replied, "I haven't figured it out either. On Blue Star, the guards can accept gifts of property and inheritance, etc. These include equity, futures, etc. It is required not to engage in commercial operations. I can entrust the management rights to others and ask someone to manage the company I inherited. But I cannot participate in any business of the company. If it is in accordance with this regulation, I can hold 51% of the fortress equity. And at the same time, I can be competent for the work of the guards." After listening to this, Shirtu said, "In this case, the Earth's Fortress Company may go bankrupt because of you. You must not get the fortress ring." Maya replied, "I may not be able to get it." Shirtu said, "Let's do this. If you take the fortress ring, hire me to manage 51% of the shares. I only want 80% of the profits. You also know that Fortress Company is a giant, but its contribution to society is also great. As a lackey, I will definitely try to figure out your thoughts, and all my decisions will make you happy." Lin Wu said with disdain, "You're kneeling now." Shirtu said, "Wait for me to slowly swallow up this part of the shares, and then stand up." Maya was speechless, said, "The proposal is good, but don't try to figure me out." Shirtu asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will swallow up your shares?" Maya said, "There is Pashi above, Lin Wu below, and a group of shadow people in the middle. If you have the nerve to swallow it, I'll give it to you." Lin Wu was dissatisfied. "What do you mean by Lin Wu below?" Shirtu, "Shut up first. I'm in the process of extremely important business negotiations." "You're so bold." They played and joked all the way back to the base. Although Maya was worried about her precious helicopter, she was also very organized. She found Shauna immediately, and then went to visit Xiaojuan, who was still recovering from his injury. Xiaojuan was the only veteran who would express some opinions and personal views. He represented the position and attitude of the other 3 veterans. Lin Ming wanted to join in the fun, but was mysteriously dragged to the carriage by Xiao Dao. When she entered the carriage, she saw a pile of bamboo pieces neatly placed on the table. Su Shi was writing on the bamboo pieces with a brush dipped in paint: plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, white, mahjong, homemade mahjong. I was so moved. No. Why didn't I get some entertainment equipment from the Veterans Club yesterday? I remember there were even game consoles on the basement floor. It's hateful. Although I didn't go to the basement floor, how could I forget it? But the bamboo pieces are not bad. The only regret is that I can't touch the cards. I can't use my fingers to feel what the cards in my hand are. I wonder if anyone can make their own shrimp crackers? I wonder if I can buy shrimp crackers after I get to Earth. Yes, if I can't buy them, I can make them myself. I should be considered a wealthy woman. Ho ho ho. Maya is very efficient, and it only takes a few hours to build the framework of the base. The most important part is the work positions. The fixed positions include laundry, cooking, and other life positions. Originally, these things were handled by Xiaowen, and others assisted. After asking, Xiao Dao expressed his willingness to join this position. The requirements of the cook position: breakfast, lunch, and dinner, basically instant noodles. The dishes and chopsticks are washed by the diners themselves, and they are washed and put aside after eating. Washing clothes is not tiring either. Every day, everyone sends the clothes to be changed to the laundry room, which are washed by men and women, and dried finally. Xiao Dao and Xiaowen send them to the designated location, and everyone collects their own clothes. This is a boring, low-pressure job. Xiao Dao would not have chosen this job, but he could not resist the temptation of mahjong. The second position: water and electricity maintenance. Equipped with a bicycle made of car tires, the work is relatively free, and it is enough to inspect the water and electricity lines once a day. Xu Edan is in charge of this work, and also assists the 2 cooks in carrying some goods, such as instant noodles and coal. The third office position is Farmer Shirtu and Su Shi, who will continue to work on the land. The fourth position is the daily maintenance of helicopters and tractors, which is handled by Shuji, and Maya occasionally assists. Xiaoya is naturally responsible for medical affairs. Shauna is in charge of miscellaneous affairs, including handling everyone's suggestions and opinions, temporary personnel dispatch, and foreign affairs. The remaining personnel Lin Wu, Lin Ming, Xiao Wu, Maya, Xiao Nu, Xiao Xuan, and Xiao Zhuan are 7 people who are assigned to the sentry team, with Maya as the team leader. Among them, there are 2 people in the sentry post, and 2 people on night patrol. Lin Wu, Lin Ming, Xiao Xuan and Xiao Nu are the sentry group, and they change shifts every day. Their daily work is to monitor the surrounding dynamics and play with drones. Maya, Xiao Xuan and Xiao Wu are the night patrol team, and their working hours are from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. They adopt a 2-day work and 1-day rest schedule. Unless assigned, you can do your own thing during off-duty hours. Maya also developed emergency response measures and conducted a drill late at night the next day. Another day passed. D101 day Sure 2, under the protection of bodyguard Lin Wu, drove a tractor to the veteran base. Today is the relocation day of the veteran base. Guard led people to deliver the materials to the tractor compartment and led a team of 10 people to the South Street base assigned to them. The remaining materials and personnel were transported by the tractor of the veteran base. A considerable number of veterans have been in the veteran base for a short time, and their sense of identity with the base is weak, so they are more looking forward to the future. The tractor arrived near the South Street railway track. Xiaoba greeted them in person, and he brought a pickup truck and a truck to assist in the move. Shirtu praised him. This guy is interesting. What's interesting about him? He brought a car, but no soldiers. That's interesting. Shirtu said. Xiaoba has taken over the veterans' base, so he didn't take any oppressive measures, but just tried to win over the old soldiers. The bald veterans can't stand favors. If others are nice to them and polite to them, they are embarrassed to raise their guns. Just like our previous dealings with the veteran base, in the end they felt they owed us something. Shirtu was turning around, driving the tractor off the track, going half a circle, and then back on the track, connecting the carriages. Lin Wu asked, "How will they deal with us?" Shirtu said, "There are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that, after hearing the story of us rolling back to Blue Star in 180 days, they might be able to endure the 180 days, provided that they believe it. The second possibility is that they might launch a destructive war against us before winter. The purpose is not to completely destroy us, but to destroy our wintering conditions." Lin Wu said, "I believe the first point. I believe that you, the old cunt, came up with it. But the second point." Shirtu rolled his eyes at Lin Wu. Sana thought of it. She even thought of a slogan for Xiaoba. The railway bridge base occupied a large amount of coal. In order for our brothers and sisters to survive the winter smoothly, the coal that originally belonged to humans must be taken back. Why did Maya arrange Xuedon, a plumber, and also transform the water storage? The reason was that she was worried that someone would poison it. Poison? How to poison running water? Shirtu said, "Just throw half a zombie in. We are worried about their infiltration of the mountains and forests, and we have to deal with their direct provocation. You know, the railway bridge base is for zombies, but not for humans." Lin Wu asked, "Can we do the opposite?" One of the main reasons why there are so many survivors in Nanchung is that their water supply system comes from a water plant in Yanshan near Nanju prison. There is a small reservoir in Yanshan, which was originally used for power generation. Later, due to the city's southward expansion, water resources were tight, so the Yanshan Reservoir was listed as a drinking water reservoir, responsible for supplying water to the new city in the southern area. The water plant was established in Yangshan. Xiaoba started the affairs of the Yangshan water plant very early, but because of the special geographical location of Yangshan, Xiaoba only arranged for people to patrol the reservoir every day to prevent zombies from polluting the water source. However, the possibility of encountering zombies in that place is much lower than the possibility of encountering wild beasts. Shirtu asked in a low voice, "Do you mean that we should abandon the Yanshan reservoir?" Lin Wu, tie zombies to stones and sink them into the reservoir. Get a few more, soak for a few more days, the virus will flow into the South City continuously, and zombies will reappear in the South City. No one will have time to care about us then. Shirtu said, "You are ruthless enough. This move will not only destroy the largest human base, but also our old friend, the veteran base. Don't even mention doing it. This can only be said within the shadow. If it is really done, the girls will immediately fight back. Lin Wu asked, do you think it is feasible? Shirtu thought for a while. Yes. But we have to avoid the patrol personnel of the reservoir, and not let them find out. In addition, we have to keep it secret from the people in the base. Cut 2 zombies. Fill the backpack. Take a rope and sneak to Yanshan Reservoir. Tie stones to sink the body parts to the bottom. But how many are needed? Lin Wu said, the number is not important. As many as you can get. Even if they find body parts at the bottom of the reservoir in the future, they can't prove that we did it. Although you are a bad person, you are not that bad because of your limited IQ. Oh, what do you think? Old man? Prepare for a rainy day. We will first transport a group of zombie bodies to the vicinity of the reservoir and bury them. When necessary, we will take action. In this way, not only can the water source be polluted quickly, but we are also forced to adopt a counterattack tactic. The most important point is to have a large quantity and be full. Lin Wu asked, a large quantity and be full. Shirtu nodded. Now if we run one trip, send 2 people, there will be at most 4 bodies. But if we prepare in advance, maybe we can get dozens of bodies. Lin Wu, digging pits is very tiring. Can it be more tiring than walking on a mountain road? Shirtu, I'll go down and say hello. What about me? Shirtu, you are a villain, you disdain to meet Xiaoba. I am his firm admirer of the human community. After saying that, Shirtu got off the car and walked towards Xiaoba, who was not far away. The two shook hands, talked to each other, and smiled, like a pair of old friends. When they were talking, they couldn't help but smile. Lin Wu admired him. This old man really said what he wanted to say to people, and what he wanted to say to people. He also put the blame on himself for not agreeing to cooperate with the alliance, which made Xiaoba very uncomfortable. If all the members of the railway bridge base rebelled against Xiaoba, it would be sooner or later for the war to start. But the information Xiaoba received was that the boss and some personnel of the railway bridge base were pro-bully, while the rebellious youth represented by Lin Wu were anti-bully. If he beat them, he would turn his biological father into his stepfather. If he didn't beat them, his biological father was his biological father, and his stepfather was his stepfather, and he couldn't change the situation. Dozens of zombie corpses? Can we send a helicopter to do it? It's difficult. First, it's easy to be discovered by the reservoir patrol personnel. And second, it's easy to be discovered by Xiaonu and others. After a long time, Shirtu shouted, Lin Wu, let's come down to eat together. Lin Wu replied, I don't want to eat. Hurry up. I have something to do when I go back. He maintained a cold and hostile attitude. In fact, he really wanted to go down to eat, as long as it wasn't instant noodles. Shirtu, who never drank 2 glasses of wine and came back, drove the tractor away, and didn't speak for a long time. Your tongue was cut? Shirtu sighed. Shuang is cheating. This guy is pretty good. He introduced the situation of the alliance community to me, and I could tell he was not lying. He also told me that he had done some bad things. After 15 days, the first batch of rice, sweet potatoes, corn and potatoes planted by the alliance will mature, and they will be able to be self-sufficient. Farmers can sell excess food. So far, the alliance has farmers, fishermen, craftsmen, and other freelancers. The alliance has more than 100 armed forces, which mainly consume urban resources, such as exchanging wine and farmers for food. After the city resources are exhausted, he will hold alliance elections and promote tax laws. Lin Wu, what about the coal mine he said before? Shirtu replied, he really likes the coal mine, because the city needs electricity. But the problem is that the alliance is currently short of manpower, and too many people are needed for coal mining and power generation. And there are also problems such as urban power lines. The coal mine is just an idea of his. Shirtu, in order to supply water, he installed multiple solar panels in the water plant. But the efficiency is not optimistic. Fuel is limited. Even if fuel can be obtained unlimitedly, it has a shelf life. In short, the energy problem still bothers him. Lin Wu said, electricity for daily use? Lighting electricity doesn't use much energy. Right, if we install a few hundred solar panels, it will be enough for lighting at night. Sure too, people want to develop industry. After the relocation of the veteran base, the alliance's sphere of influence covered a large number of factories. He has talents and technology under his command, and can resume operation of some production lines. Lin Wu pondered for a while. It sounds like you agree with him. Shirtu said, I agree with his ideals. And I also think he is an amazing NPC. But it has nothing to do with whether we go to war with him. We have weapons, bullets, and helicopters, and we only need opponents. He is also qualified to be our opponent. Lin Wu smiled and asked, what if he doesn't take action within 180 days? Shirtu, then forget it. Lin Wu said, did we waste a night of hard work? Shirtu replied, think about it the other way around. It was because we were busy for a night. And 4 more veterans were added. That Xiaoba didn't dare to take action. Because the cost of taking action at this time is too high. It is better to believe our story of Blue Star, and wait until 180 days to see if we will get out. Chapter 446 Changes in Enemies and Us. Back at the railway bridge base, several commanders held a small meeting. Maya opposed Shidu's statement. She thought that they should not give up the battle preparations just because of Xiaoba's words. At the same time, she thought that the reservoir extinction plan was too vicious, directly digging up the roots of mankind. Maya, who had a split personality, finally took a step back, supported the preparation for the extinction plan, and opposed the initiative to initiate the extinction plan. Sana supported preemptive strikes. Not to mention that this was a game. When under the threat of a strong enemy, survival depends on the enemy's emotions. Let others control their own destiny, and leave life and death to the other party's conscience. She couldn't do it. She advocated actively weakening the alliance's strength, and spreading the zombie virus in the reservoir sooner rather than later. In the end, the 3 decided to start preparations immediately. As for whether to implement it, depending on the specific situation. The bad guys were Maya, Lin Wu, Xuedun and Xiao Dao. Using the excuse of going out for investigation, he went out for 3 to 4 days, carrying the zombie bodies to Yanshan Reservoir. This operation went smoothly. As long as we avoid the rare drones. It was basically not difficult. A pit was dug in the mountain near the middle of the reservoir, and dozens of zombie bodies were placed in it. And each zombie was tied up and covered with stones. When the time comes, 2 people will be in a group to lift the zombies and throw them into the reservoir. The extinction team returned to the base on D-105. Shauna told them that something happened in the southern area. A small landing ship from the east base entered the river from the sea, entered Hotian River from the east, and docked near the veteran base. The reason was that several officers visited the old boss of the veteran base, the Brigadier General. Shauna did not believe this reason. Although some soldiers left the east base, the east base also recruited more than 800 people from the huge refugee team to engage in production. As an important military base, as the main base for receiving assistance on D-Day, the east base has a large amount of war reserve materials. Previously, the east base had business dealings with the Alliance, exchanging weapons for industrial products such as cement. But this was the first time that soldiers and warships were sent into the Alliance's sphere of influence, and without notifying Shuba. It is said that more than 50 soldiers from the east base were fully armed and marched outside the veteran new base that day, making Xiaoba feel the hostility from the East Alliance. Perhaps the East Base is the savior of Hotian City. Lin Wu said, they have 2,000 soldiers. They can easily take down the Alliance, drive the survivors to mine coal, take all the land for themselves, and establish a real military government. With their advantages, they may really be able to stir up the South City. Maya felt that what Lin Wu said made sense, and said, the railway line from South City to the West Peninsula has been opened, and the Southeast refinery in the southern suburbs is also a strategic location. There are a large number of refugees in the East and South, who are willing to work as long as they are fed. In addition, winter is coming. I think it should be a strategic decision for the East Base to send warships to visit the veteran base. Otherwise, there is no need to be so stupid to anger the Survivor Alliance that has business dealings with them. Shauna said, before that, more than 100 defected soldiers from the East Base occupied the Special Police Training Base, named Hotian Base, and officially received refugees and United Nations supplies. Shiba can try to contact them, and contact them as soon as possible. Shirtu said, I think Shiba is taking chances and does not want to fall out with the East Base. Although the Hotian Base has soldiers and supplies, they are only enough to barely cope with the needs of refugees and cannot provide decent support to the Survivors Alliance. Lin Ming said dejectedly, in the end, we became Shiba's allies. Shirtu said, Shiba should think twice before attacking us, and the East Base will attack us as if it were a game. Lin Wu, surrender, and collude with the East Base now. Countless feet flew over, and Lin Wu ran away. Xiao Xuan said, I suggest setting up a base in the southwest mountains. Things will develop quickly, we cannot fail to make preparations, and we should make a decision to retreat to the mountains in advance. Xiao Wu was a little discouraged. Hide in the mountains? For a lifetime? Su Shi said, don't say that, there is still hope. When we return to Blue Star, we will find a way to send resources and equipment to you. Aren't you embarrassed? We have been playing the game for so long, and the best we have is an armored vehicle. Even if we move all our belongings here, it won't be enough for them to play with. But it can indeed help them build a more comfortable shelter in the mountains. Shirtu said, Su Shi is right. We can buy Krypton gold nuclear bombs by then. We will arrange all the infinite resurrection clones for you. Shitu's words really make sense. It is very likely that after arriving on Earth, this game will become a Krypton gold game. In any case, Shitu's words still gave everyone some confidence. Xiao Wu asked, how to start? Xiao Xuan said, my daughter is a jungle expert. My daughter said, I need a few days to survey and find the most suitable location to establish a base. D108, the railway bridge base, found a suitable survival point in the southwest mountains and made a basic list, including coal stoves, coal, electrical wires, plastic water pipes, iron wires, and other supplies. With the help of helicopters, the supplies were transported to the outside of the cave found by the daughter, under the cover of night. Then covered with waterproof cloth and camouflaged. As for whether this part of the supplies and this location will be used, it depends on the development of the situation in the future. On D109, the Survivor Alliance issued a statement on the radio, strongly condemning the East Base for sending a team of more than 20 people to occupy the thermal power plant at the southernmost end of South City, located on the Hotian River. Strictly speaking, the thermal power plant is opposite the river, and there are 5 acres of corn fields cultivated by Alliance farmers around it. When the soldiers of the East Base entered, it was the time of corn harvest. They announced that the thermal power plant belonged to their sphere of influence, and forcibly drove more than 20 survivors across the bridge back to South City. On D110, the East Base responded for the first time on the radio, believing that the land is now unowned, and only people with a broad mind can lead the survivors to restore the light of mankind. At the same time, it was said that the territory demarcated by the Survivor Alliance itself was also occupying other people's original homes. The East Base announced that last night, with the help of 2 small landing ships, they had occupied an industrial area west of South City, including 3 industrial parks. They claimed that their territory had expanded to the area occupied by the former veterans base. The next day, more than 500 refugees were sent by landing craft to the railway tracks west of the industrial zone for resettlement, where they would reclaim the riverside land. They were expected to head south, and the thermal power plant, and west, to reclaim hundreds of acres of fertile land on both sides of the Hotian River. In the negotiations with the Alliance, the East Base made a request that they wanted the land on both sides of the Hotian River and the industrial park that had been occupied. In this way, the Survivor Alliance only had a small riverside area in the southeast of Nanchung that could be cultivated. Shauna had already understood the strategic purpose of the East Base, and she drew a map of the power distribution. The East Base has its own territory, but there is a relatively serious threat of zombies, and the arable land area is insufficient. The Hotian River Basin is one of the most fertile lands in Hotian City. There are several advantages to occupying this area as a back garden. One is that a large amount of food can be obtained. The second is that small warships can be used to control the area, to ensure the minimum cost in exchange for the maximum benefit. 3. There is no pressure from zombie siege. 4. The refugees live in buildings, which can effectively solve basic living problems such as housing. Shauna, the East Base is sure that the Survivor Alliance will not turn against them. What they are plundering now is the Alliance's long-term development plan goals, not short-term core interests. Although the veteran base has moved to South City, it is impossible for them to be loyal to the Alliance. They also don't like the rebels, so they can only live in silence and not care about other people's business. Xiao Zhuan said, if the East Base wanted to enter the veteran base's sphere of influence before, the 2 sides would definitely fight. Even if they are not the opponent of the East Base on the front battlefield, the veterans will rely on the industrial zone to conduct guerrilla warfare. Even if all the veterans die in the end, the industrial park has been destroyed, and there is no possibility of resuming production. Shauna said, the lips and teeth are cold, the Alliance will definitely join in the fun at that time, to help the veteran base. This may lead to a wave of survivors against the East Base. After the veteran base withdrew to the South City Commercial Street, it was equivalent to emptying this industrial park. Lin Wu asked, "Doesn't the East Base have a safe area of nearly 5 square kilometers?" Shauna said, "But they have 2,000 people, and most of them are non-production units. Food is definitely the biggest problem. The base has many rigid requirements and occupies a large area. Besides, they are not pure infantry. The combat effectiveness of the 2,000 soldiers of the Navy, Army and Air Force is very strong in normal times. The key is that they do not need to consider logistics. They have nearly unlimited bullets, fuel, food, clothing, medicine and other supplies." Shirtu asked, "When will we be unlucky?" Shauna shook her head. "I don't know. There are not many resources around us, and there is not much arable land. Although there are still some container cars in the distribution center. The things inside are either unusable or of little value. The biggest trouble is the coal mine. I don't know what the East Base thinks. Whether it plans to mine the coal mine again." Maya said, "I think the coal mine must be one of the reasons why they took root in the Southwest. But the cost of mining the coal mine is too high, and it cannot be put in place in one step." "Sure too. List the East Base as an enemy?" Everyone nodded. "Enemy." Lin Wu, "The meeting is over. Adjourned." This is really hardcore. NPCs have their own thoughts. It is hard to say whether the United Nations fleet will fight with the East Base one day. External events such as these change every day. As a younger brother, I don't have to worry about them. Wait. Lin Meng looked at Lin Wu. "Only a few dozen days are left, and you are just thinking about eating instant noodles, sleeping and playing mahjong? What? Do you have the nerve to say that I am losing my ambition because of playing with things? Lin Meng, I have to play. We are playing games. Since there are enemies, that is the goal given by the game. How can I be decadent and not go out to kill people?" Lin Meng's simple 3 words, "I have to play," aroused the passion of Xiao Dao, who had been silent for a long time. "Yes. I have to play." She went on, "That's right. I am not happy if I don't play. No points if I don't play. Sure too. I am in logistics anyway. The combat points are definitely not as good as others. The purpose of playing is to live longer." Xiao Xuan basically didn't understand. "Why are you so enthusiastic? What are you playing for?" Lin Wu explained, "We Blue Star people don't have enough brain capacity. And we are extremely stupid." Shauna patted Lin Wu's arm, telling him to stop talking nonsense, and said, "It's okay to play. Shirba has been giving in. Why don't we play it last time and provoke a war between them?" "What?" Shauna took out a map. "Refugee Camp Number 1 is at the thermal power plant. Refugee Camp Number 2 is near the industrial zone, close to the railway tracks. It is said that there are more than 500 refugees and more than 70 soldiers in this area. Leaving so many soldiers is to deter the Alliance. After all, this is the territory that the East Base snatched from the Alliance. The refugees live in 3 dormitories in the electronics factory. The soldiers' camp is in the 3rd hospital, which is the Work Injury Identification and Treatment Hospital. The hospital has 3 buildings." Shauna said, "This area originally belongs to the sphere of influence of the veteran base, and it is not a zombie-free zone. Look at the high-voltage transmission towers here, which are 180 meters away from the 3rd hospital in a straight line. If you can shoot a round of cold guns here, I don't know what will happen." "How to say it?" Lin Meng continued, "If you can shoot a round of cold guns here, at least we won't lose." "This makes sense," Shirtu praised. "They are all bored." Xiaozhuan, "What? What do they mean?" Shauna looked at Xiaozhuan. "You just stay in the base. Who wants to go?" Lin Wu, Lin Meng and others raised their hands. Even Susha raised his hand. Seeing everyone looking at him, he punched his chest. "I want a life in full bloom." Shirtu coughed. "What do you mean by hitting me? Louder." "Forget it." Sanal looked at Maya, who had not spoken. "Maya?" Maya pointed to the map and said, "The attack team needs to make a deep transfer. Let the pursuers from the East Base confirm that we are coming from the south. Give me a day. I will take the drone to investigate and come up with a specific attack plan." One person said one sentence, and then they went out to fight with guns. "How can it be so frivolous?" Xiao Zhuan interrupted. "I'm sorry. Why do you want us to stay in the base?" Everyone looked at Lin Wu. "Come on. You make it up." Lin Wu replied, "We all have clones on Blue Star. If we die, we will only lose the memory of these few days, and we can be resurrected on Blue Star. If you die, you will really die." Everyone nodded. "That's it. That's it." Xiao Xuan said, Xiao Xue. Let Xiao Xue lead the battle. He has the ability to support the first battlefield. Xiao Xue was on duty at the outpost, and did not participate in the meeting. The little girl who participated in the meeting recommended herself. I can also participate in the battle. Maya said, this is a trial firefight between us and the regular army. There is no benefit in numbers. Little girl. You are also responsible for leading everyone into the mountains to survive. You can't rashly participate in dangerous battles. That's it. Wait for my news tomorrow afternoon. On the night of D-112, the 4 members of the Shadow team and the sniper used a rubber boat to go downstream. The rubber boat was the same one that had come to the distribution center before. It was recovered when conditions allowed. The 4 members of the Shadow team are Maya, Lin Wu, Xiao Dao and Shui Dan. Lin Meng wanted to go, but she suddenly had a physical problem. Xiao Yi examined her, and thought that Lin Meng's condition began to worsen, and she might need hemodialysis. The railway bridge base did not have this equipment. But after discussing with Xiao Ji, Xiao Yi thought that a dialysis machine could be made by himself. There were medicines and dialysis tablets. The only thing missing was a blood pump. Xiao Yi was not talking nonsense. More than 30 years ago, ordinary people in the mysterious eastern country made their own dialysis machines, and survived for at least 13 years. As for how many years they survived at most, no one dared to know. From this, Xiao Yi knew how to make a dialysis machine by himself. The biggest difficulty, and the only difficulty, was the blood pump. Lin Wu felt that it was unnecessary. Lin Meng could delay it for 1 day, and it didn't matter whether he died or not. However, Xiao Ji and Xiao Yi were already interested. The 2 of them looked at each other like turtles, and they probably had a crush on each other. Otherwise, Lin Wu couldn't understand why they were looking for trouble. Lin Meng's life is worthless now. Chapter 447 Human Civil War. It is quite crowded for 5 people to ride in a rubber boat, but because of its heavy draft, it is not easy to capsize. Lin Wu was dissatisfied and used his elbow to push Xiao Zhu. Where is your Barrett? Xiao Zhu replied with a smile. I might as well use a heavy machine gun to hit people with a Barrett. Sty SSG-08, fiberglass stock, like your Li, is also a rear-pull sniper rifle. Xuedong said, I read in a magazine before that. The range of the SSG rifle is about 300 meters. Xiao Zhu replied, look at the person and the gun. This gun is equipped with a 6-fold scope, and the effective range can reach 600 meters, or even 1,000 meters. At such a long distance, the opponent is basically unable to hear the gunshot. However, the hit rate will drop beyond 500 meters, especially in the case of cold guns. Besides, I am a stupid sniper. Others can kill people with 1 shot at 2,000 meters, but my first shot hit rate at 800 meters at night is only 80%, and only 60% for moving targets. Maya asked, Little sniper, do you know where you are? Yes, signal tower. Maya, once your position is exposed, you must evacuate the signal tower immediately, and go to the rubber boat position to wait for evacuation. Understood. Maya said, Lin Wu, little knife, you must also take on the task of blocking when you ambush, and don't leave your position easily. Understood. The rubber boat slowly approached the shore in the dark, and the shore was a river embankment made of stones. Xuedong took out an iron rod and inserted it into the crack of the stone, and hung the net rope on the iron rod. The 5 people climbed up to the river bank smoothly. Maya waved 2 fingers to the left, and Xiao Zhu crouched and walked 100 meters quickly, climbing up the 50-meter-high signal tower. After reaching the signal tower, Xiao Zhu observed for a long time with a night vision telescope, and pressed the headset. No patrol personnel were found. Maya and the other 4 set off. Lin Wu and Xiao Dao went to a factory building that looked like a ruin. This was originally a bamboo processing factory, making products such as mats. It was collapsed by floods earlier, and now it is a mess. Lin Dao first spent some time to familiarize himself with the situation inside and outside the factory, and then reached the 2nd floor of the factory, and found 2 excellent pits in the ruins. After notifying Maya, Lin Wu let a rope downstairs, so that he could evacuate quickly. You may not be able to beat others in a fight, but you must run fast. Lin Dao and Xiao Zhu could not see the 3rd hospital. They could only see a road near the railway. The 3rd hospital was 50 meters inside the T-junction of the road. According to the plan, Maya and Xuedong will approach a position 100 meters close to the hospital, and then use drones to drop Molotov cocktails to ignite the vehicles parked in the hospital. At the same time, Attack the targets that enter the firing range, and then retreat according to the situation. Then, Lin Dao will attack the pursuers entering the open area from the side. Although it is an open area, there are no roads. The terrain is complex. There are all kinds of garbage. And there are all kinds of pits. There is no need to worry about vehicle pursuit. Maya and Xuedong retreat to Point C and attack the pursuers together with Xiao Sniper. Lin Wu took out the Lee Enfield sniper rifle, adjusted the focus of the night vision scope, and was about 150 meters away from the sniper point. Xiao Dao was 10 meters away from Lin Wu. She used an M4 with a standard scope. The sight had no magnification, and the internal red dot scope. She needed to adjust 7 brightness levels to adapt to the environment on the scene. Xiao Dao reported, "Ready? Now it's just waiting." Lin Wu said, "Beauty, since you ran away from home, your personality has become more reserved." Xiao Dao replied, "This is called maturity." Lin Wu, "I miss the joy we had playing in the mud together." Xiao Dao, "A man is a boy until he dies. Women can't do that. They will be accused of being immature." Lin Wu said, "When you get to Earth?" Su Shuguang, saying that your homeland has changed your personality. Xiao Dao was surprised. "Can you win this lawsuit?" "Of course not. But I'm idle anyway. And finding fault with Shuguang is the fun of life." Lin Wu said, "I think your personality started to change after Lin Meng appeared. After all, her stupid personality is 1 level higher than yours." Xiao Dao, "I can't tell if you are praising me. Alas, during that time, I did a lot of things that hurt others. And they were still the ones I loved." "No. Right? I didn't hear you quarreled." Xiao Dao, "Not quarreling is the worst. The Cold War is the most terrible. No one wants to talk to each other. The combination of various thoughts in the heart is anger, annoyance, reluctance." Lin Wu comforted, "Young people don't understand love." Xiao Dao, "What about you? Do you understand?" Lin Wu smiled, "I don't understand, so I don't contact." Xiao Dao also smiled, after a moment of silence. He asked, "There are still a few dozen days left, and winter is the most boring time. Do you feel any sense of separation?" Lin Wu replied, "To be honest, I do. Isn't that why we are here tonight? Even if we have nothing to do, we have to find something to do. Sometimes I think, instead of waiting for the game to end, it would be better to die before the game ends." Xiao Dao, "What you mean is, the last person to leave is the worst." "Huh?" Xiao Dao, "When we graduated from college, we cried, laughed, made a fuss, and tossed around all night. We had agreed to see everyone off to the station. But on the second day, those who left early were very careful, and those who left late covered their heads and pretended to sleep. Only then did I realize that the person who was the last to leave the dormitory was the most uncomfortable. When others left, at least they felt that they had left something behind. And the last person to leave had nothing, and even felt that the 4 years of memories would disappear with the closing of the dormitory door. Xiao Dao, if Shadow is going to perish, I hope I am not the last one to die. I am most afraid that you all die, and I am the only one left until the end, until the game ends." Lin Wu, "Don't tell me, it really feels like the time we said goodbye after graduating from college. After arriving on Earth, even if we can meet again, it can only be a special visit. Many years have passed in the blink of an eye, and when we meet again, we are already gray-haired." Xiao Dao, "No, we must meet once a month." Lin Wu, "When I graduated, we agreed to meet every 5 years, but due to force majeure, I have to be absent. So who knows the future?" Xiao Dao, "You may not think so in the future, because you will meet more in the future. If you miss me, call me, invite me to dinner, I will be there immediately." Xiao Dao asked with a smile, "Why didn't you invite me?" "Ladies first." At this point, Maya's voice came from the headset. "Sharp knife in place, report the situation." Lin Wu, "Cleaner in place." Xiao Zhu, "Blade in place, despise Saidao's name." Maya, "Get ready for battle." The drone dropped a gasoline bottle, and it landed on the ground near a car, making a noise. The guard at the door went out to check. The second drone carried a burning bottle with a flame. The burning bottle landed and caused an explosion, which directly ignited the guard, and began to burn the vehicle. The guards took off their clothes while calling for help. The people inside did not know they were under attack. They all came out to check the situation. Some took off their clothes to put out the fire, and some went to find fire extinguishers. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Maya and Xuedong recovered the drone. At this time, there were more people at the door. Maya and Xuedong were 70 meters away from the gate of the third hospital. They picked up the M4 with silencer and started firing. In the chaos, 3 soldiers fell to the ground. Finally, someone understood the situation. Attacked. Maya and Xuedong continued to shoot until the alarm sounded more than 10 seconds later. 5 soldiers in the 3rd hospital had already fallen to the ground. Xuedong retreated to point C first. Maya aimed at the searchlight and destroyed it when it turned around. The 3rd hospital drove 2 Hummers towards Maya. When they approached Maya's location, they found that they could not move forward. So the doors of the cars opened one after another, and the soldiers got out of the cars. Lin Wu's first shot hit a soldier's thigh, and the soldier fell to the ground on the spot. Lin Wu judged the aiming deviation from the position of the shot, and pulled the bolt, hitting the shoulder of the soldier, who wanted to check on his comrades. "Sniper!" someone shouted, and everyone lay down. The uneven ground hindered driving, but it also provided them with cover. The battlefield was silent for a moment, and Xiao Dao fired. 3 bullets missed by a hair's breadth. After firing, Xiao Dao, whose position was exposed, immediately retreated. Her position was instantly surrounded by fire. More than 20 soldiers ran from the 3rd hospital to the battle site. When they were about to reach the front team's position, Xiao's sniper shot and killed one of them. The soldiers focused their attention on Xiao Dao's position and began to look for the sniper's position. "Xiao sniper, flare." Lin Wu pulled down his hood a little and lay on the ground. Then a flare rose from the air. Xiao sniper reported. More than a dozen soldiers came to support, and all members of the team were equipped with night vision goggles. "Be careful of drones. I can't find the drone operator." "Lin Wu, I saw it." "Maya, hold it." "I can't hold it. If you hold it any longer, the drone will be overhead, and the consequences will be the same." Lin Wu shot and killed the drone operator, who was leaning against the wall more than 100 meters away. The uncontrolled drone fell immediately. However, due to the cover of the flare, this shot did not expose Lin Wu's position. When the flare went out, Xuedong hit one person, and the firing location attracted the attention of the soldiers. Only then did the soldiers know that they were not facing 1 or 2 enemies, but a planned ambush. Xuedong asked in confusion, "Why don't they come over?" He deliberately exposed his position and immediately changed his position, with the purpose of attracting soldiers to leave the bunker and chase him. Xiao Sniper explained, "They are setting up an anti-sniper position." Lin Wu asked, "It's a bit like a periscope." "Well, the sniper's position can be located by the length of sound propagation." Lin Wu fired decisively, destroying the locator, and then he was immediately hit by fire. Lin Wu immediately backed out of the concrete ruins hole. 5 soldiers wearing night vision goggles made a detour from the side and quickly surrounded the ruined factory where Lin Wu was. Xiao Dao, who retreated to point B, reminded, "Be careful of mines." "Understood. It would be funny to be blown up by the mines you laid yourself." Lin Wu, who slid to the first floor, raised his leg to step over a tripwire and retreated to the back door. Since this place was a ruin, and he walked in a hurry, he still touched some objects and made a lot of noise during the action. The pursuers surrounded him in 3 parts. 3 of them entered the ruins. 2 of them followed him on the left and right. "It's a big loss." Xiao Dao saw Lin Wu leave the back door and pressed the detonation button. With an explosion, the ruined factory became further ruined, burying the 3 soldiers who entered the factory area, and the falling objects triggered the booby trap, and another explosion was heard. Under attack, Maya's bunker was hit by a bullet, and she retreated immediately. The bullet was less than 20 centimeters away from her head. "There is a sniper." The sniper said, "The enemy sniper has been eliminated." The flare appeared in the sky again, and everyone waited quietly. When the light was about to disappear, another flare flew into the air. Xiao Shu said confidently, "They have given up the attack. Retreat. Maya, Lin Wu. Get ready. I will cover your retreat." After that, she took out her gun and fired randomly. Lin Wu, who was closest to the enemy, took the opportunity to cross the 10-meter open area. But the enemy also had experts, and not everyone was attracted by Maya's firepower. A righteous bullet hit Lin Wu. Lin Wu fell to the ground, feeling an immense pain in his back. The good news is that the pain came quickly, and it was regional pain, which means that the bulletproof vest may have blocked the bullet. He crawled over the last bit of open space with his hands and feet, and leaned against an overturned small truck, preparing to take a breath and check his injuries. Xiao Shu could see clearly, and said anxiously, "Lin Wu, hurry up." The car can't stop the bullet. Lin Wu endured the pain and ran forward. There was a sound of cars being penetrated by bullets behind him. One of the bullets hit Lin Wu's heel directly, and the entire soul was torn open. Lin Wu, in a state of disgrace, finally reunited with Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao half-carried Lin Wu and continued to retreat. The soldiers of the East Base did not continue the pursuit, but relied on drones to search for the enemy. However, there were a lot of large garbage in this area, and the infrared penetration ability of drones was not strong. Even so, the cannons at the thermal power plant fired several shells at the possible sniper positions. At this time, the sneak attack team had already boarded the boat. After they left far away, the helicopter deployed at the thermal power plant also rushed to the scene and conducted a carpet search of the surrounding area. At 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 howitzers deployed at the thermal power plant fired at the headquarters building of the Survivor Alliance. The small landing craft began to perform patrol missions in the southwest and south of Hotian River. They found 3 suspicious people on the roadside and immediately opened fire to kill them. Shauna, who learned the above information from the bald man, analyzed at the breakfast meeting that both the shelling of the building and the attack on the survivors were revenge from the East Base. What makes everyone curious is, how will Xiaoba deal with the current situation? If he gives in blindly, he will definitely lose his position as leader. But facing the troops equipped with artillery, helicopters, landing ships, and fully armed soldiers, how can he fight back? Xiaoba's counterattack came quickly. At noon the next day, someone added ingredients to the food at the 3rd hospital base. In the afternoon, more than 30% of the soldiers at the 3rd hospital base had a high fever. In the evening, zombies appeared. Because the head of the 3rd hospital base concealed the true condition, the 3rd hospital was caught in a melee that night. Soldiers beat zombies, and then beat soldiers, and the soldiers who were about to become zombies vented their anger and shot everywhere. The refugee camp not far from the 3rd hospital was affected, but fortunately they lived in a modern apartment with strong doors and windows. On the 3rd day, more than 100 soldiers landed, and brought in 4 armored vehicles, stabilizing the 3rd hospital base. In the evening, Xiaoba received a secret report. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the East Base Commando drove an armored vehicle into the core area controlled by Xiaoba in the South City, and launched a raid on a building where Xiaoba was said to be hiding. During this period, 2 helicopters from the East Base transported 2 teams of soldiers to the roof of the building. Xiaoba's assault regiment took advantage of the familiarity with the terrain, concentrated its forces to attack 4 armored vehicles, and used the traps in the building to engage in a 2-hour firefight with the East Base. During this period, the Alliance captured 1 armored vehicle and destroyed 1 armored vehicle. Just when the battle was stalemate, the armed helicopter driven by Maya bombed the 3rd hospital with 7 rockets, and launched an air-to-air missile, destroying the East Base helicopter that was transporting the wounded. 8 people from the railway bridge base attacked the 3rd hospital in 2 groups, killed 4 soldiers, and evacuated quickly. The soldiers at the thermal power plant base received an order, driving a Hummer to rescue the people trapped in the building, and encountered an ambush during the period, suffering heavy casualties. Chapter 448 Negotiation. At this time, the East Base seemed to understand one thing: the individual combat capability of its regular army was not as good as that of Xiaoba's assault regiment, and it could even be said that the other side's perception of the battlefield exceeded that of its own side equipped with modern equipment. All this naturally stems from the gap between professional soldiers and 2-year soldiers. The latter is the main component of the regular army, and the former are veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles and have rich combat experience. Although Xiaoba's assault regiment has only more than 100 people, there are more than 40 non-commissioned officers, and more than half of them have served for more than 8 years. As a rebel, the East Base was originally the object of their hatred, and they believed that they had tarnished the honor of the army. The battle lasted until the early morning, until the intervention of fighter jets and helicopters. The assault regiment was forced to disperse and retreat to various buildings in the South City, allowing the soldiers trapped in the building to leave. The East Base abandoned the 3rd hospital base, and spent 2 days to evacuate the refugee camp and the 3rd hospital base to the thermal power plant base. There is only a 300-meter-long bridge between the thermal power plant base and the Survivors Alliance. The Hotian base broadcasting station set up at the Special Police Training Base first reported the incident. In the broadcast, they described the battle that night in detail and expressed great surprise at the courage shown by the Survivors Alliance. In order to enable the Survivors Alliance to better fight against the rebels in the East Base, they have contacted the United Nations fleet and will transport a batch of defense materials to the Survivors Alliance, including surface-to-air individual missiles and surface-to-surface anti-tank missiles. After this broadcast, many refugees scattered in the suburbs of the east and south walked to the South City, and the survivor population in the South City increased further. Although it has experienced a fierce battle, the strength of the Survivors Alliance has not decreased but increased. Why did the railway bridge base participate in the feint attack on the 3rd hospital? This is after Xiaoba received the secret report in the evening. He contacted the railway bridge base as soon as possible, hoping that they could contain the 3rd hospital base. After discussing with Maya, Shauna agreed to this request, and repeated the old trick of landing with a rubber boat, and cooperating with helicopters to attack. The broadcasts of the East Base believed that the United Nations fleet had sent helicopters to attack its own side during the negotiations between the two sides, which violated the basic agreement. The United Nations fleet's reply was a few days late. They guessed that the helicopter that attacked the 3rd hospital was the one lost by their naval base, and discussed whether to take the blame. In the end, they replied, no. The counterattack of the Survivor Alliance has not yet ended. On the 2nd day of the night battle, the Survivor Alliance began to store water. In the evening of the 2nd day, the Survivor Alliance cut off the water supply. Not only cutting off the water supply of the South City, but also cutting off the water supply of the thermal power plant base. The goal is clear, not to give the East Base soil to build a base in the south. Although Hotian River is fresh water, no one knows whether there is a zombie virus in the water. If the number of base personnel and refugees is controlled within 100 people, it will certainly not pose a threat to the East Base. However, the number of refugees is close to 1,000, and there are more than 200 soldiers. Once the water supply is cut off, the quality of life will drop significantly. The East Base has only 2 small landing ships with a draft of less than 2 meters, and only they can sail freely in the Hotian River. Relying on them to transport water, even if it can guarantee basic survival needs, will consume a lot of fuel, and will not be conducive to the upcoming large-scale potato planting. The intelligence work of the East Base is backward, and it is impossible to behead Shiba. They face 2 choices. One choice is to fight to the death and send a large army group into the South City. The other choice is to negotiate. Can't we occupy the water plant? Yes, but the Yangshan water plant is built in an area surrounded by mountains. It is a bad idea to fight with the Alliance assault group here. On D-115, the veteran base took the lead and contacted Shiba and the commander of the East Base. Both sides agreed to negotiate on the current situation in the South City. The veteran base also invited the railway bridge base, because Baldi believed that although the railway bridge base was outside the war zone, it was also a survivor base in the southwest with more than 10 people. This proposal was made by Shiba. He did not want the East Base to set its sights on the west after being frustrated in the south. The west did not have such strong resistance. Before Shauna went to the negotiation site, she thought that this negotiation was completely meaningless. After obtaining material support from the Hotian base, especially after obtaining individual anti-tank weapons and surface-to-air missiles, Shiba's only goal was to drive the people from the East Base back. The East Base suffered heavy losses in the south and southwest. Dozens of people died in battle, and a large amount of materials were consumed. They would definitely not be willing to leave like this. Lin Wu accompanied Shauna to the veteran base as a bodyguard. Today, he was just a vase to give Shauna face. So he carried an old AK rifle and a 5.56 bullet belt to accompany the visit. He had only one purpose, to let the East Base know that the railway bridge base was composed of civilians and was not to be feared. If the other party did not think so, then they did not think so. Anyway, they could not beat him, so they did whatever they wanted. Shirtu was worried that the veteran base was not strong enough to mediate the negotiations. If the East Base did not follow the rules of war and took the opportunity to behead Shiba, then South City would be leaderless. Even if the East Base sends more troops, it will take some time to basically deal with the South City. Surprisingly, Shiba did a good job of healing his ankle. On the morning of the negotiation, more than 20 survivor bases, including the Starlight base, all issued statements of support for the Survivor Alliance. Even the United Nations fleet stationed near the inner sea of the West Peninsula warned the East Base not to attack civilians again. What everyone didn't know was that, along with the lively gunshots of humans and the wanton explosions, countless zombies from the central city rushed to the South City. 65% of the territory in the north of the South City is still in the hands of zombies. The reason why Xiaoba was able to firmly occupy 35% of the South City and free up a salient group to attack the East base was all due to the natural barrier. The new area of the South City was originally a small county town, separated from the old city by 4 mountains. Under the expansion of the city, some of the 4 mountains were transformed into parks, and some were blown flat. The main transportation hub connecting the old and new South City is the 1.2-kilometer long South City Tunnel. Without this tunnel, Nanchang New City can only go around to the east or west for dozens of kilometers. In addition to the Nanchang Tunnel, there is also a highway that is an elevated bridge built on the park. Xiaoba has destroyed the elevated bridge and blocked the tunnel with trucks and arranged a sentry post at the entrance of the tunnel. The staff on duty at the sentry post often hear the roar and destruction sounds from the zombies in the tunnel, but they don't care. Above the tunnel is the Nanchang Botanical Garden. This is a mountain, not high, with cliffs on both sides and amazing scenery. Therefore, Nanchang Mountain was preserved and developed into a botanical garden, which is a touch of green in the city. Tourists can go to the botanical garden from the steps of the old and new Nanchang. Now the steps to the mountain in the old city have been blown up by Xiaoba's organization. So in theory, if zombies want to go to the new Nanchang, they must take a detour from the east and west. The Alliance has cleared most of the zombies in its own sphere of influence on the east and west sides. Considering factors such as terrain, the east and west sides will not pose too much threat to the new Nanchang. In the fierce urban battle a few days ago, soldiers from the east base who broke into the South City were trapped in a building, which was not far from the tunnel. The assault team hid in the South City Botanical Garden on the tunnel and attacked the soldiers from the east base. The heavy artillery from the thermal power plant launched a fierce bombardment on the Botanical Garden and the vicinity of the tunnel. As the war was stalemate, Xiaoba had no more troops and manpower to check the defense facilities. After all, he had deployed troops to the Yangshan water plant and was always ready to fight with the East base. During the negotiations between the parties, there were scattered zombies on the streets of Shinan City. But because the area near the tunnel was an earlier battle zone, all personnel had evacuated the area, and no one noticed that more and more zombies were entering the area. The zombies were not waiting, but had lost their target. Lacking a strong sound, they could only wander here. Only a few lost zombies would enter the human world occasionally. Zinancheng is like a gold ingot. The big arc at the bottom is Hotian River. The center of the gold ingot is where the tunnel is. The negotiation location was at the lower left of the gold ingot, near the new veterans base on Hotian River. The negotiation time started at 1 p.m. There was an advantage to starting the negotiation at this time, that is, there was no need to worry about food after all. The landlord had no surplus food. As expected by all parties, Xiaoba did not attend the negotiation in person, but sent a lady named Xiaolu, who was less than 30 years old, as a plenipotentiary representative. Perhaps because they were in a hurry to go back for dinner, after the tea was poured, the representatives of the East base began to explain their demands and emphasize the interests of the Survivors Alliance. The East base put forward 2 major conditions. The first condition was to own the land south of the river basin of the thermal power plant, which was about 1 square kilometer of arable land. The details included the ownership of the Yangshan water plant pipeline. After all, the pipeline had to pass through the land they wanted. The second condition was that the 3 industrial parks they had previously occupied belonged to them, so the South Second Bridge connecting the southwest bank belonged to them. In contrast, only the arable land north of the river was given up. Xiaozhu explained his point of view, agreeing to the East base's request for land south of the river, but not to station armed forces. Without the permission of the Alliance, military ships are not allowed to sail on the Hotian River. This land is managed by the Survivor Alliance, abides by the laws of the Survivor Alliance, and all harvests belong to the East base. This is equivalent to the East base having the tax rights of this land. The next step is to enter the wrangling stage. The East base stated that it needs to cultivate land and needs agricultural products to maintain the operation of the base. The land along the river in Nanchang is the most fertile land in Hotian City. The East base wants this land for its own survival rights. The total population of the Survivor Alliance is less than 1,500. After owning the cultivated land north of the river in Nanchang, there is no need to consider the problem of hunger. In summary, the 2 sides have 3 negotiation points. The first is the management right of the land south of the river. After wrangling back and forth, it is temporarily confirmed that the East base can send armed personnel within 20 people to manage it, and the surface ships are only used for transportation. The second negotiation point is the Yanshan pipeline, which includes the Yanshan reservoir and water plant. This includes the possible charges in the future. In principle, both parties agree that the Yanshan pipeline and other facilities belong to the alliance. But they must not stop water supply maliciously, and they must not charge fees within 10 years. The specific details need to be drafted. The third negotiation point is the 3 industrial parks. Xiaoyu does not understand the pursuit of the East Base for the industrial park. The most basic truth is, without energy, the factory cannot start work. A participant in the veteran base, which has occupied the industrial park for the longest time, pointed out the mechanism. There are a large number of manual machine tools and lathes in the 3 industrial parks. These machine tools use electricity on a daily basis, but they can also be driven by humans. The most common ones are of course wooden manual machine tools. The expert explained that after some transformation, the manual machine tools will have the ability to mass-produce bullets. Of course, this premise is to have enough metal and coal. I don't know if this expert is here to make trouble. After some explanation, the negotiations have reached a deadlock. At Xiaoju's request, both parties agreed to temporarily adjourn for 2 hours. Xiaoyu rode his bicycle to meet with Shiba. The East Base also contacted the headquarters to explain the current progress of the negotiations. Lin Wu said to the bald man, "It seems that you have to provide meals." A representative of the Survivor Alliance said, "How about roasted sweet potatoes? We just harvested a batch of sweet potatoes a few days ago." Lin Wu pointed, "This is good, this is good." Sana said, "Hey, you are the attendant of the auditor, don't talk casually." The bald man ignored their chat and called the expert outside the tent. "Xiao Xuan, if my information is correct, you have a very good relationship with the East Base. This time you strongly request to participate in the meeting. You publicly leaked the information of the East Base at the meeting. What do you intend?" The expert smiled and replied calmly, "I am just telling the truth." The bald man said, "The veteran base will not hold a commander recommendation until tomorrow. The current commander is still me. I order you to tell me the reason." The expert looked around. There were many veterans around who noticed the situation here. They asked back fearlessly, "What if I don't accept your order?" The bald man pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the expert. The so-called order is a request that cannot be refused. In an emergency, if you disobey orders, you will be executed on the spot. You dare? After saying that, the bald man pulled the trigger without hesitation. Everyone came out of the tent and saw that the expert had fallen in a pool of blood. The bald man glanced at everyone. "This is an internal matter of the veterans. Please don't interfere. Throw this traitor into the river to feed the fish." "Yes." No one questioned it. 2 veterans came up immediately, took off the clothes and equipment of the expert, and carried the body to the river. The officer in charge of the East Base did not comment, and said to the bald man, "Regarding the sudden information leak, the headquarters asked us to suspend the negotiations. The new negotiation event is scheduled for tomorrow morning. We will wait for your response on the landing ship." Bald and Assistant Xiao had no objection to this. After the 2 sides shook hands, the 4 representatives of the East Base left the negotiation site under the escort of the veteran. Seeing this, observer Shauna felt embarrassed to eat for free. Bringing Lin Wu with her, the 2 returned to the railroad tracks and rode the hand-cranked bike home for dinner. Chapter 449 Great Changes in South City. It was still very hot in the late autumn afternoon. Shauna had to give up the team with Lin Wu, who had the passive slacking buff. There was no rush anyway. As long as she could get back to eat, it would be fine. She put on her hat and sunglasses, crossed her legs, rested on the spot, and enjoyed the sunbath. "Hey, look." Lin Wu stood up and pointed to the sky. Shauna looked to the east and saw several white smoke flying in the sky. Lin Wu asked, "Fighter jets?" Shauna looked through the telescope. "It seems faster than fighter jets. It's a missile." After that, several flying objects began to fall. Even though the distance was far, the explosion could still be heard. After a while, 3 black smoke rose from South City. Shauna took out the map and compared it with the telescope and said, "Oh no, one of the attack locations is suspected to be the main base of the assault regiment. Here we go again." In the southeast direction, dozens of rockets with white smoke at the tail flew from the sea to the South City. The howitzers at the thermal power plant base continuously bombarded the South City. Small landing ships relayed the transport, and tanks were transported from the large landing ships near the outlet of Hotian River. Each small landing ship could transport 1 tank at a time. After the tanks landed, they formed a team with the soldiers stationed at the thermal power plant and drove towards the South City. The most spectacular was the mixed formation of more than a dozen helicopters that took off from the East Base. There were two types of helicopters in the mixed formation. One was an armed helicopter, and the other was a transport helicopter that could drop 15 soldiers at a time. Lin Wu watched the helicopter formation rushing towards the South City and said, "It is completely unbeatable. It is impossible to beat it." Shauna said, "The East Base cannot lose. If it loses, there will definitely be bigger problems inside. Create a problem in order to solve a problem." The East Base fell into a cycle of constantly creating and solving problems in order to solve the food problem, so they seized the land around the Hotian River Basin. The seizure of land was hindered, and more manpower was invested. Even if more efforts are put into solving the resistance problem, there will be more than 1,000 survivors in South City to deal with. Lin Wu, I hope Shiba can hold on. Shauna said, "If I guess correctly." The expert deliberately leaked the information about the handmade lathe at the negotiation table, which may be false information. The lathe that can make bullets is of great significance to the alliance. Xiaozhu will definitely meet with Xiaoba as soon as possible, and the top leaders of the alliance will definitely hold a meeting. The drones in the sky will chase and locate, and the missiles will attack. Xiaoba is in great danger. Shauna said, "After all, the East Base is the East Base. It has learned from the previous lesson of being arrogant and even playing tricks at the negotiation table. I guess they bribed the informant in Nanchung. After all, Xiaoba did not use glorious means to unify Nanchung, and there will be many people who resent him. Rock on, let's go home." Lin Wu twisted his buttocks. "Rock on, nightclubs are not your home, but nightclubs can be our home. You can't blame others for your miserable life." Shauna rocked the bike hard. "It's just because I met a salted fish who is not afraid of death." Lin Wu smiled, sat down and rocked together. "If we can hold on until D135, when winter comes, we can survive on Earth." Shauna said, "Soon. What kind of novels do you like to read?" "Urban assassins and bodyguards. Cultivation novels are all fine. Even historical fiction novels are fine." "Why do you ask?" Sana said, "Just asking." Back at the base, Maya greeted the two and told them that the East Base and the Alliance had broadcasted publicly half an hour ago. In the Alliance broadcast, Shiba admitted that the situation was out of control and that he was now seriously injured. He asked all members of the assault group to lay down their weapons and surrender to the base. Finally, he said that the territory he had occupied was finally occupied, and this was also retribution. The East Base broadcast first stated that an agreement had been reached with the United Nations. The East Base would immediately rebuild the East Shelter, and a new shelter would be established in the South City. The two shelters would be supervised and managed by the United Nations, and the United Nations would also provide refugees with basic daily necessities. The East Base explained the rebellion for the first time. At that time, the East Base was unable to accommodate hundreds of thousands of refugees, and was forced to close the shelter. Its commander said he was responsible for the rebellion and promised that after humans defeated the zombie virus, he would be willing to stand trial and accept the judgment of history. The East Base did not mention the South City. In response to the East Base statement, the day after tomorrow base issued a statement confirming that the East Base and the United Nations have reached an agreement, and that refugees who are eligible can go to two shelters immediately. They will receive basic food and water in the shelters. At the same time, they did not comment on the explanation of the East Base rebellion, and supported the United Nations' decision not to provide weapons to the East Base for the time being. As a result, there are 3 unit shelters in the day after tomorrow's city. One is the day after tomorrow base, and the other 2 are shelters managed by the United Nations to maintain order in the East Base. Sure waved to the 2 to come over for dinner, and said, "I didn't hear any sound from the South City at all." Maya said, 1 hour after the attack began, that is, 2 hours ago, someone claiming to be from the veteran base called me and told me that Baldy was arrested, and 7 other people were also under house arrest. However, Baldy and his men are under the care of the veteran base. The charge is that Baldy's behavior of shooting his comrades is unacceptable. Maya said, "I speculate that there are 2 reasons why the Survivor Alliance has no news. The first reason is that the veteran base has officially severed its friendly relations with us, and will not provide us with information. The second reason is that the Alliance's broadcasting station has been occupied by the East Base. If both of these points are correct, I think Shiba is not dead yet." Xiao Zhuan said, "Once the East Base controls the situation, it will immediately take over the Yangshan Reservoir, with the thunderous force of the army approaching. coupled with the loss of the weapons and supplies provided by the Hotion base. The Alliance is in an avalanche. At the beginning, the East base overestimated itself and underestimated the Alliance. And negotiating with the East base, it is obvious that the Alliance overestimated itself and underestimated the East base. Sure too, I am very pleased that the three of you have a clear view of the situation. However, what I am more concerned about now is, what should we do? Shauna said, the East base has no time to care about us now. It is not an easy task to integrate more than 1,000 survivors who have just lived a stable and safe life. Even if they have time to care about us, I think they will still use courtesy before force. After all, they are now official again. Linwu laughed. What kind of shitty zombie world is this? It's all warlord separatism. Shuadon said seriously, in history, when warlords were in power, no one knew that there were powerful enemies around, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Sushar asked, what powerful enemies? Shuadon shook his head, I don't know. I only know that when a team or a group starts to fight internally, the beneficiaries are mostly outsiders. I really can't imagine what powerful enemies there will be in the East base. At this point, the girls' FM radio broadcast a looping report from the Starlight base. The announcer was Starlight, the leader of the Starlight base. Please note, after the Big Mac, there is a zombie explosion. The explanation of the zombie explosion in the real hardcore world is that there are zombies with certain diseases, viruses or parasites that eat the zombie's abdominal cavity, eat up the zombie's internal organs, and the zombies cannot excrete the gas discharged by these creatures. So the zombies' bodies become very swollen. The reason for the appearance of the zombie explosion is the same as the reason for the appearance of the zombie king, both of which are damn players completing damn tasks. After repeating it several times, the little girl continued to tune the frequency, wanting to listen to some music. But a new radio station popped up. This is a nightmare. It was violent 2 days ago. Don't blame me. I at least informed you now. Unlike a certain giant who didn't say a word after causing trouble. Just tell me if this person is annoying or not. Right? The little girl didn't understand and wanted to listen to it a few more times. Shirtu shouted, little girl, change the channel again. See if there is any screaming. Come on. Come on. I don't look down on you. In the current situation, just zombies are really not enough, even if they are mutant zombies. No screaming information was found, but a few hours later at night, the Alliance broadcast was received, saying that a small number of zombies were suspected to have entered Shinan City. The situation was under control. Please don't panic. There was a lack of lighting at night, and because of the battle between the two sides, no one went to explore the vicinity of the tunnel, and there was a lack of communication tools. The Alliance broadcast only knew that some zombies appeared in Shinan City, but could not figure out the specific situation. As soon as the Alliance broadcast ended, the East Base broadcast took the opportunity to release the news immediately, saying that zombies appeared in Shinan City. In order to protect the survivors, it was decided to deploy tank armored formations to the South City overnight. This operation directly adopted the airdrop method of large transport aircraft. At 11 o'clock in the evening, standing on the top of the train car and looking towards the South City, you can see that a fierce battle is taking place in the South City. The flickering fire and the faint sound of explosions make everyone bet on whether Shiba will fight back or the East Base will kill everyone. No matter how we guessed, how we waited, there was no broadcast. But the fighting did not stop all night, and several buildings were on fire. Everyone was shocked by the combat effectiveness of the Shiba Assault Regiment. At 7 o'clock in the morning, everyone who was blowing the wind at the bridgehead saw a group of fighter planes. Xiozhuan clearly told everyone that this was called the Wild Boar Air-to-Ground Combat Attack Aircraft, and its firepower was very fierce. 9 groups of 3 Wild Boar fighter planes flew over Shinan City and bombarded the city. 30mm Gatling swept the entire block at a rate of 60 rounds per second. This made everyone confused, and they asked in unison, what's going on? No matter how powerful Shiba was, it only had an assault regiment of about 150 people, and it lost a lot of people in the previous battles. As for the East Base using such a large force, 60 rounds of 30mm small artillery shells per second. 9 fighter planes fired at the same time, which means 540 rounds per second. Many rounds can be shot down in 1 minute. Even if you work in tobacco, you can't stand such a toss. Daddy Base broadcast. It is not clear what happened in South City. It is found that the zombies in Central City are moving towards South City. It is not clear how the trend will develop. About 10 minutes later, the day after Tomorrow Base broadcast, it is reported that East Base used the excuse that New South City was attacked by a large number of zombies to ask the United Nations to provide emergency military supplies to East Base. They said they were fighting a large number of zombies in the streets and suffered heavy casualties. Haha, I just want to ask East Base, what weapons did the zombies use to break through your armored forces? Did you encounter anti-tank armor-piercing zombies? I hope the United Nations will not be too stupid. Providing weapons to East Base will only lead to East Base's reckless suppression of survivors. Xiao Xuan, that's right, can zombies beat tanks? After all, zombies in Hotian City are very gentle, and the virus can only be transmitted through bites and oral administration. Xuedan said to Xiao Xuan, maybe we couldn't beat them before, but we may not be able to beat them starting from yesterday. Xiao Xuan, what? Looking at the Blue Star people, they seem to have a common understanding. Editor Wang Lingwu came on stage yesterday. The Starlight Base explained that there were explosive zombies among the zombies. This information is the feedback of the Blue Star Dawn to our living environment. Explosive zombies are a kind of creature that can explode. After the explosion, poisonous gas is formed, which can last for a long time. It is not clear whether the gas is purely poisonous, or contains burns, or even the possibility of spreading the zombie virus. Linwu said, there is also the fierce, small in size, fast in speed, and vicious in attack. Maya, Linwu. When you go to the Sentinel to change shifts, organize the Sentinels to search for mutant zombies, so that they can understand mutant zombies. Okay. Sana, but to be honest, even if they are all giants, it is difficult to compete with modern armies, unless they have an absolute crushing advantage in numbers. The East Base broadcast, New South City is about to fall, the garrison troops will evacuate in an orderly manner. Please all citizens evacuate to the thermal power plant. I say it again, we will completely evacuate South City within 5 hours, use the South Bridge as a barrier to establish an isolation zone, and blow up 4 bridges upstream and downstream. Sure too, it sounds like we really can't win. Shauna took the map and Maya, Xiao Zhuan did some research. They assumed that a large number of zombies forced back the East Base and completely occupied South City. The next step will be to spread to the east and west. According to the known laws of zombie activity, it is expected that around D125, this wave of zombies will spread to the vicinity of the distribution center. Assuming there are 10 zombies per square meter, some of them will move outward, turning into 10 zombies per 2 square meters. The higher the density, the faster the spread. Until there is 1 zombie per 2 square meters, the spread will be greatly slowed down. The prerequisite for this variable is that there is no external influence. Shauna calculated the scale of zombies, only including the Old South City, and has not yet considered the Central City. Everyone has seen the zombies in the Central City, and their number and density can be described as terrifying. If the zombies in the Central City enter the South City, the time for them to spread to the distribution center will be greatly advanced. The bald man then called, telling everyone that he has regained his freedom, and that he and 5 veterans have decided to leave the veterans base. Shauna invited them to the railway bridge base. The bald man said he couldn't go, because the zombie tide was real, and very powerful, and there were so many of them, and the road to the railway bridge had been cut off. There are still dozens of soldiers defending a building, and the explosions and gunshots attracted a large number of zombies, which gave the survivors time to retreat. All the people in the veterans base will move out of camp and retreat to the thermal power plant in half an hour, but they must pass the bridgehead checkpoint to go to the thermal power plant, and all weapons will be confiscated. The bald man knows some news about Shioba, and it is said that Shioba is still alive. Yesterday evening, soldiers from the East Base went to Yanshan, trying to control the reservoir and water plant, and were ambushed by the assault group. With the consent of Shirtu and others, the little girl told Baldi a stronghold in the mountains that she had previously explored. The stronghold is a cave. Outside the cave there is a batch of basic living supplies, but only a small amount of food and no weapons. In the next 2 days, the railway bridge base will send a batch of weapons and food. The Baldi expressed his gratitude and gave the railway bridge base a phone number, which is the phone number of an officer from the East Base. His name is Xiaojun, who was once Baldi's life and death partner. If you have any information you want to know, you can contact him. Chapter 450. Winter is coming. Shauna said, everyone, please pay attention. There are 2 problems to be solved now. The first problem is, if refugees move to the vicinity of the railway bridge and camp near our camp, What should we do? The second problem is, our outpost is built to defend against human infiltration. Does it need to be modified to deal with the threat of the zombie tide that may come? Maya, we can abandon the outpost and deploy defenses at the bridgehead of the railway bridge. The bridgehead of the railway bridge is 6 meters wide, with a 15-degree slope and a depth of 100 meters. Shauna asked, what about the helicopter next to the outpost? Maya said, park it at the back and build a parking point with waterproof cloth. Level the ground, and the helicopter will carry repair and maintenance equipment to the parking point, and then pull up the waterproof cloth. In this way, we can also solve the refugee problem. Whether it is refugees or zombies, they cannot cross the bridgehead. If they want to go into the mountains, they can go forward a few kilometers, cross the highway bridge to the west, and then go into the mountains. Xiaoshuan said, then we have to be busy these days. One task is to arrange the helipad. One task is to search for materials in the distribution center and replenish as many items as possible. One task is to deliver a batch of defensive weapons to the mountain stronghold. One task is to build a bridgehead outpost. Shirtu said, it's really ironic, it is humans who destroy humanity. The Survivors Alliance has stabilized the South City and began to resume production and construction. But because of this, it has become a sweet bun in the eyes of the East Base. The battle between the two sides opened Pandora's box. New South City suffered the least damage in the flood, and with the help of the flood, it became the area with the most survivors. As a result, it has now become the base camp of zombies. Unless there is another major flood or other events, the situation is irreversible in the short term. The situation is reshuffled, and the East Base has established a shelter with the thermal power plant as the center. However, there are limited buildings, most of the refugees are crowded in tents, the sanitary conditions are worrying, and the medical conditions cannot meet the needs of 2,000 refugees. What's worse is that because of the previous propaganda, many refugees in the suburbs have gathered near the thermal power plant. Due to objective reasons, the potato planting plan could not be implemented as planned. The East Base had the intention of breaking the jar and breaking the jar. According to the agreement between them and the United Nations, they did not need to bear the survival supplies of the refugees. So they only sent a team of 40 people to guard the South Bridge. Zombies continued to enter the South Bridge. Because of the small number and easy defense, the zombies were killed on the bridge. However, due to the gunshots and the attraction of zombie corpses, the zombie tide continued to expand from Zhongnan City to the riverside. This also affected the Southwest Industrial Zone. On D119, the railway bridge base discovered through drones that a large number of zombies appeared in the original veteran base 10 kilometers away. As the density of zombies increases, the zombies will continue to spread outward. There are some factories to the west of Xinan City, but they do not belong to Xiqing. This area is called a high-tech value park. There is a 15-story building in this area, which is the office building of the Hotian City branch of an electronics group. It is an office building integrating R&D, administration, sales, and factory management. It is also a rare high-rise building with more than 7 floors in the industrial zone. The reason is that buildings with more than 7 floors must be equipped with elevators. Because of this law, the employee dormitories in the industrial park are basically controlled within 7 floors. On the night of D119, the 15-story building suddenly began to set off fireworks, and the huge explosions and gorgeous fireworks lasted for half an hour. This incident did not lead to a decrease in the number of zombies in the South City, because a large number of zombies in the north of the South City turned to the West Industrial Zone. Due to this incident, zombies from the north further poured in, and the total number of zombies further increased. At 5 o'clock in the morning of D120, a dormitory building in the south of the West City also began to set off fireworks. This incident caused the zombies in the West City to surge towards the industrial zone. In the next 2 days, in addition to the frequent fireworks in the southwest of the city, there were also fireworks in the southeast. No one knew who did it, but the zombies in the East City, the West City, and the Middle City gathered in the direction of the new South City because they wanted to see the fireworks. As a result, on D123, the density of zombies in the distribution center reached 1 per 10 square meters, and the number continued to increase. At 7 o'clock in the morning on D124, the broadcast of the East Base finally explained what had happened in the past few days. Whether it was true or not, at least someone explained it. According to the intelligence of the East Base, there was a community in Xinan City that had been transformed into Shirba's secret base earlier. The situation of the community was similar to that of the Starlight Base. It was like a fortress located in the northwest of Shinan City, closed on 3 sides, and a deep pit of more than 20 meters was dug by an excavator on one side. The way of entry and exit adopted the suspension bridge method of the Starlight Base. In fact, this community was the earliest shelter of the Survivors Alliance. The initial defense measures were all established to resist the threat of zombies. After the flood, as a local, Xiaobo was very familiar with the terrain of Shinan City and believed that a large shelter based in Shinan City could be built. After the East Base launched a large-scale attack, Xiaobo and his team retreated to the old base and implemented a plan to survive from death. The so-called survival from death is to lead the zombies southward to achieve the purpose of protecting itself. The East Base suspects that the zombies in the north can smoothly move southward and have not been discovered by humans for several days, which is inseparable from Xiaobo. The East Base believes that the recent fireworks incident was done by the pilots of the Xiaobo Survivor Alliance. They are powered paraglider pilots. These people used the fireworks that they had hoarded earlier to make bullets and bombs, and set them off everywhere near Shinan City to attract zombies from the 3 cities of East, West and Middle to come to the South City. The East Base believes that the Xiaobo Base has groundwater resources, arable land, and 7 high-rise residential buildings in the community. There are also fuel reserves and bulldozers and excavators. It is estimated that there are currently 50 to 60 people in the Xiaobo Base. The East Base warned that as Xiaobo continues to increase the number of zombies in Shinan City through fireworks and other means, it is not ruled out that they will airdrop to the Xiaobo Base and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Since then, there has been no more fireworks shows. But now the density of zombies in Shinan City is comparable to that of Middle City. Sentryman Lin Wu sat on a chair, took up the red tea beside him and took a sip, pulled the bolt, and lifted the Lee Enfield rifle mounted on the sandbag with one hand. He first observed the blowing cloth strip through the scope, and then moved to aim at the zombie king beside the cloth strip. He pulled the trigger, and the zombie king's head was blown up and fell to the ground, pressing 2 zombies under him and unable to move. The zombies around him ran over to eat. Lin Wu picked up the chalk and wrote a positive word on the small blackboard on the side, and there were more than 200 positive words written on the small blackboard. Another sentry was Lin Ming, learning from Lin Wu to drink tea, holding the gun, aiming, but it was a hair's breadth away, and hit the body of a zombie king, only 20 centimeters away from the head. There were only more than 30 positive words on the small blackboard beside her. Lin Wu persuaded, "You should still fight zombies. Zombie king 5 points, zombie 1 point, explosion zombie 1 point, ferocious 1 point." The fake dog licker Xiao Shui taught Lin Ming. The zombie king's movements are relatively frequent, but each movement lasts for more than a second, such as turning around. At this time, the trajectory of its head movement will not change. You need to understand your reaction time. I think Lin Wu is right. Your target should be zombies. They move less frequently, and they move for a longer time. Lin Ming made an excuse. "I just feel uncomfortable." Lin Wu said, "How about investing some points?" Investing points generate a task of a good medicine that can cure diabetes permanently. Su Shi, who had lost in Mahjong before, tried to generate a serum task with 2,000 points. It can't be said that this is an impossible task, but it is basically impossible to complete. Task description: there is a bottle of serum on the only battleship in the East Base. How to get it? What is the danger? I don't know where it is. Lin Ming shook his head. Lin Wu seduced. You have a minor illness, and you have been treated unfairly. Maybe 5 points can solve it. Xiao Sniper asked curiously. What 5 points? Lin Wu said, currency, Blue Star currency. We can spend Blue Star currency to send requests to rescue ships in outer space. The more money you give, the easier it is to get the items. Xiao Zhui was surprised. Are you guys so corrupt? Lin Wu sighed. So? We have to wait until we get out before we can send you supplies. Now we can't buy a gun even if we spend all our assets. After that, Lin Wu stood up and looked through the telescope for a while, and gave the telescope to Xiao Zhui. Zombies are starting to pour in. Xiao Zhui looked. Although the zombies move slowly, there are zombies wandering from all directions to the open land of the distribution center. Xiao Zhui returned the telescope to Lin Wu, and flew a drone for reconnaissance. It's terrible. The density of zombies in the industrial zone is much higher than yesterday. Hearing this, Shauna came over and asked, how much higher? They used a circular turntable 3 kilometers away as a ruler. The area of the turntable is 50 square meters. The density can be calculated from the number of zombies on the turntable. Yesterday, there was 1 zombie for every 2 square meters. Xiao said, 2 for every 3 square meters. The increase is huge. Shauna observed with a telescope and asked, do you think it is the sound of water flow? Xiao, it should have an impact. I scouted along the river to the south and found that the density of zombies by the river is not the highest. But it is definitely not the lowest. It's a pity that Hotian City's municipal administration did a great job. There are guardrails on both sides of the river bank. This is a hollow guardrail, which will not be destroyed by water. And children can't get through. The little girl is a local, and she is drinking tea from a cup on the side. Explaining, decades ago, there were frequent cases of children falling into the water, which became national news, and even became news released by authoritative media organizations during prime time. So guardrails were built. Shauna said, there are still 5 days before winter. If the zombies are not affected by the cold wave, this winter will be very difficult. The rear part of the last carriage of the tractor was cut in half, folded down from top to bottom, forming a semi-indoor sentry post. The carriage is 3 meters wide, can accommodate 2 sentries, and can be equipped with a coal stove. However, for safety, the carriage must maintain a certain degree of ventilation, and the indoor temperature may not be much higher than the outdoor temperature. We can only hope that the real hardcore is like the hardcore, and the zombies will get into the building in winter. Snow Egg. Maya called Snow Egg and asked, can we set up a searchlight at the sentry post? Snow Egg replied, we can set up a 200-watt searchlight. Do you have the materials? Snow Egg nodded. It's not a big problem. It should be possible to make it. Maya said, install the searchlight on the top of the rear of the car, fixedly shining directly on the railway. Snow Egg said, Maya, if there is a blizzard, the effect of the searchlight at night is also very limited, and the penetration is very poor. Maya nodded. I know, the light source will also attract zombies. The searchlight is installed only for emergencies. Have you and Xiaojuan finished the heating equipment? She went on, it is expected to be completed tomorrow. The hot water is heated by the coal stove, the water pipe is arranged in the carriage, holes are drilled on the water pipe. A section of the water pipe is connected to the hole, and the hole is glued. When the hot water passes through, the hot air will overflow. As long as one person is arranged to add water and coal, the heating of the entire train can be guaranteed. The specific effect, we have to wait for the finished product to be tested before we know. Sentinel Lin Wu reported, calling Maya, there is a tide of corpses in the north. A group of zombies appeared near the upper logistics park. Maya looked at it with a telescope for a while. We seem to be surrounded. Zombies continued to pour into the open area with rare corpses from the southeast and north. Think about it on the bright side. We are nothing in the face of these zombies. Think about Nanxiao. It is said that the gunfire has not stopped for 24 hours. Lin Wu said, think about it on the better side. There will be no refugees for us to make choices. Idiot. Lin Ming said, what weapons do they have? What weapons do we have? You are the idiot. Look at your shooting record. Shauna said, yesterday morning, the radio said that the refugees of the East Base organization scattered in the eastern suburbs moved to the thermal power plant by water. It is estimated that the refugee population around the thermal power plant will reach 3,000. Lin Wu asked, why did the East Base move the refugees southward? Shauna replied, because of water. The only clean and stable water supply in Hotian City is the Yanshan Reservoir. In addition to the refugees, the East Base is also preparing to set up a temporary military camp at the thermal power plant, and station 500 soldiers there. 3,000 refugees obviously do not need up to 500 soldiers to maintain order. The only possibility is that the East Base lacks clean water. Water from the west to the east. Hee. Lin Wu grinned. The people around him all looked at Lin Wu. The shadow people all knew what Lin Wu was laughing at. He was thinking of the dozens of zombie corpses buried beside the reservoir. The NPC must not know about this after all. He is a murderer. Lin Wu certainly would not tell anyone. He focused on aiming and killed a Kwang Ming. This Kwang Ming was a weakened version of the Kwang Ming. Its running speed at full speed was reduced to 22 kilometers per hour, but its endurance was not reduced at all. Due to the lack of attribute bonuses, basically no one can outrun Kwang Ming. Maya asked, Zombie King. Kwang Ming, what is the ratio of explosive zombies to zombies? Lin Wu estimated, 1:1:2:20. Lin Ming? Everyone looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming fainted at the sentry post. So they took a stretcher and rushed her to the medical compartment. The doctor gave a preliminary diagnosis. If the dialysis machine cannot be made, she only has 2 months left to live. In response, the shadow people said, "It's okay, 2 months is long enough." Lin Wu added, "Don't look at the dead girl as stupid, she is really lucky." Lin Ming, lying on the bed, was too weak to hit Lin Wu, and Kong waved his hands a few times. The doctor said, "Don't assign her any more work. Here is a list. The left side is the food her body needs, and the right side is the food she can't eat." Lin Ming struggled and said, "I'm fine, I can live for another 2 months." The doctor said seriously, "Lying in bed for 2 months, with a catheter, and having others help you to clean your body, are you happy?" Chapter 451 Winter. Lin Ming was frightened by the doctor's words, and asked Lin Wu for help. Lin Wu said, "Remember to commit suicide when the time comes. Jumping into the river is the first choice. We can save a lot of trouble. It's okay to ask Lin Wu for help, but if Lin Wu comforts me, it's better to commit suicide." Lin Ming hugged Shauna's hand. "I don't want to die. I want to live to the end." Shauna comforted, "It's okay. You will definitely return to Blue Star in good health." "Yes," Shauna said. "I have to take away all the candies and chocolates you hid in your pillow." "No," Lin Ming hurriedly said. "I can give it a try." Lin Wu asked in surprise, "You are still hoarding food? Groundhog? Some snacks?" Lin Ming said dissatisfiedly, "What girl doesn't hide some snacks?" Maya, who was standing at the door, replied, "I don't." Lin Ming was speechless. Shauna looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao understood, and said happily, "I will help you kill them." Lin Ming vomited blood. Xiao Dao, "Good sister, please help me store it first." "Store it. Pay the management fee for the storage." Lin Ming was equivalent to being useless. Currently, there are 3 veterans available for duty: Xiaolan, Xiaoyu and Xiaozhuan. 1 NPC Xiaowu. Shadow, Lin Wu. Xuedan, Maya, Shauna, Xiao Dao. 2 people in a shift, 9 people in 4 shifts. Each shift has to work 6 hours a day. It is not a big problem in autumn. Once it is winter, 6 hours of continuous exposure to the cold wave outdoors. Normal people can't stand it. Or change shifts every 3 hours. The little girl's voice interrupted Maya's thoughts. "A ship is coming." Maya got out of the car, walked to the guardrail and looked down, said, "It's Nightmare and the others, it seems they want to spend the winter here." Lin Wu poked his head out and said, "Isn't there heating on their broken boat?" Maya said, "By the way, arrange a home for Xiao Jing." Lin Wu didn't believe it. "I've never found that Nightmare has the basic kindness among humans." Maya said, "You can have prejudices, but don't exaggerate. I want to pee." Lin Wu saw the position where the boat was moored, and was about to zip up his pants. Maya couldn't bear it anymore, and kicked Lin Wu's butt. The little girl took out a measuring tape from the side, pulled out a section, and said, "Maya, you should just watch from the side, to see if he dares to really take it out." "Shuguang, you are a hooligan." Several people met under the bridge. "It's okay to survive the winter, and Xiao Jing can join the base," Shauna said, "but she must participate in the construction of the base. Let me be frank. We will face huge zombie pressure in the winter. I suggest you go to the Starlight base." Nightmare said, "We have seriously considered this issue, and finally chose the railway bridge base. First of all, you are easy to get along with. And unlike the fair and open measures of Starlight, we newcomers have to start by emptying the toilet. At least your base has no toilets to empty." Nightmare, secondly, you are rich in resources. There are trees and prey in the mountains, and there are river fish in the water. You also have a large amount of coal stored. Shauna praised, "You really tell the truth." Nightmare, "I like the truth. This ship belongs to your base. Xiao Jing knows how to add weight to diesel. And there are some mechanical experts among you. To put it bluntly, if you can't stay here anymore, you can still use this ship to go out to sea." Sana asked curiously, "How did you pass the surface inspection of the East Base?" Nightmare said, "I flew the fortress flag." "How is it? There are still some weapons and ammunition here. I guess you don't like them." "Wait a minute." Sana walked aside, took the intercom. "Have you reached a conclusion?" Maya agreed. Lin Wu let go of the rope. Lin Wu threw down 2 rope ladders from above, and also threw down a net bag. Nightmare and others put useful supplies into the net bag, and the people above pulled it up. The boat was stranded on the river beach, and then reinforced with ropes. Several people climbed the rope ladder to reach the railway bridge base. There was no welcome party. Everyone waved and went over. Shauna took the three people to the girls' dormitory compartment. The happiest of the three was Xiaojing. Last time, she was in charge of guarding the boat. She rarely got off the boat, and only ate 2 meals at the railway bridge. Lin Wu returned to the sentry post, and started shooting mutant zombies. Xu Yimeng lifted the waterproof cloth on one side, and saw the heavy machine gun. Looking at the 2 boxes of ammunition next to Lin Wu, she asked in surprise, "Did you rob the East Base?" Lin Wu smiled, invited Xu Yimeng to sit down. Xu Yimeng sat on the chair, took the rifle, and fired a few rounds. "This gun is good. Thank you, sister, for the compliment." Xu Yimeng looked through the telescope. "Haha, the fire at the city gate affected the innocent people. Originally this was a peaceful place, but I didn't expect that because of the 2 groups fighting for the territory, the zombies were forced here. Do you have any backup strategy?" "Yes, retreat to the mountains." Lin Wu took back the rifle. "The last season." "Yes." Xu Yimeng sighed. "The last season, if it weren't for this game, we wouldn't have known each other at all." Lin Wu, "Speaking of which, I should thank Xu Guang for allowing me to turn over a new leaf. Hee, you wouldn't be that bad on Blue Star." Xu Yimeng said, "Personality determines everything. Where's Lin Ming?" Lin Wu pointed, "Medical compartment. I guess you'll have to stay here this winter." Xu Yimeng asked, "Are you still doing missions?" "Yes, but they're very difficult. I've only completed 5. Focus on aiming." Xu Yimeng didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. "5? You completed 5? Lin Wu fired, killing a behemoth. 6. Xu Yimeng was angry. "Why do you need so many points? Xu Guang doesn't even dare to say that you're second in points." Lin Wu hurriedly said, "Don't shout so loudly, I will have to explain later." Xu Yimeng turned around and smiled. "Brother." Lin Wu, "No." Xu Yimeng, "I haven't said it yet." Lin Wu, "Just because you shouted so seductively, I have heard the price." "Humph." Xu Yimeng twisted Lin Wu's ear and left. "The more tasks you complete, the harder they become." Lin Wu looked at the daily tasks that were refreshed today, and he wanted to die. They were all impossible tasks that would lead to death. The second team task, however, would be completed in 1 day. The task required that the person who took the team task at that time did not die within the deadline. The last few days of autumn were uneventful, except for the further increase in the number of zombies. Groups of zombies could be seen at the handcar terminal, and the road down the bridge had been blocked. Everyone witnessed the shamelessness of the dawn again. The temperature at 23:59 on D135 was 18 degrees, and the temperature at 2400 hours on D136 was 16 degrees. And then it dropped at a rate of 2 degrees every 10 minutes, until it reached -20 degrees. Snow began to fall from the sky, and the blizzard covered the entire city. Xiaojing joined the cooks, and went to carriage 12 with Xiao Dao and Xiaowen at 6 in the morning to boil water and cook noodles. Maya was checking the snow and water storage at this time. Lin Wu and Xiao Nu were on duty. They were about 100 meters away from the camp. They hid in the last carriage of the tractor. The tail of the last carriage was arched, and there were fixed sentry posts on the left and right sides of the carriage. The carriage and sentry posts completely blocked the entire road. There was a coal stove in the carriage, but ventilation was required for safety. The wind and snow poured into the carriage, and only the lower body close to the coal stove could feel some warmth, even with the help of the searchlight on the roof. The visibility was only about 15 meters on a blizzard night. From the bullet shells on both sides, it can be seen that they should have killed a lot of zombies during the few hours they were on duty. These dead zombies will be dragged away by the zombies. Of course not to save them, but to use them as food. Although they will not die if they don't eat them. They will count as one bite if they can. The blizzard also has its advantages. The noise it creates covers up some of the gunshots, so that the current situation is still relatively relaxed. There were basically no problems during the day, but Maya was more worried about zombie attacks at night. If the sentry is distracted, it will probably be over. The worst thing is that it was sunny during the day. According to Xu Guang's nature, if it was sunny during the day, there would be trouble at night. Maya went to the infirmary afterwards. Xiao Zhu and Nightmare were originally in the outdoor sentry post from midnight to 4 o'clock in the morning, and later moved to the carriage sentry post, which caused their feet to be frostbitten. In addition, Shauna and Shirtu both caught a cold, which was suspected to be caused by the temperature difference when they went to the toilet before going to bed. Xiao Zhu complained that he had lived in Hotian City for more than 20 years and served in the army for 12 years. He only had a 2-hour rain and snow in his childhood memory. Just when I was about to check the farmland in front of the car, the outpost called. Maya arrived at the outpost first. Lin Wu handed the telescope to Maya. After the snow stopped, I leaned against the fire to look at the scenery, and found that the zombies seemed to have a leadership. Maya asked while watching, "What do you mean?" Lin Wu said, "Observe for a while," and found that the hand-cranked car terminal can be divided into 3 groups of zombies. Like a tide of corpses, zombies will follow, forming a small team, with corpses falling behind and joining from time to time. Maya nodded, "Indeed. But the zombie king does not seem to be their leader." "No leader?" Lin Wu said, "It looks like a flock of sheep. Sheep are good at following the group, and will even sacrifice their lives to follow the group when facing a cliff. As long as the sheepdog controls the head sheep of the flock, all the sheep will obey the sheepdog's arrangement." "Maya, this is not good news. Dispersed attacks are not scary. But the scary thing is that they come in waves like a tide." "Lin Wu, I suspect there may be some way of information transmission between zombies. I found that the more zombies I killed, the more there were. Not because the gunshots attracted the zombies, but because of food. Just like ants. Ant A met Ant B. There is food over the railway bridge. Ant B went there and spread the news along the way. There is food over the railway bridge." Maya said, "I agree with you. What suggestions do you have?" Lin Wu said, "Learn from the Starlight base, blow up the bridge, cut off the road." Maya said, "Then it will be useless. The entire base will become an isolated island. Zombies will not enter the base, and the base cannot go to the city. But your suggestion is good. Just in case, we need to install explosives at the 15-degree uphill position at the bridge head," Maya said, and walked back to the medical car with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow in the snow. She took out a pen and paper and started to draw. Xiaozhuan also participated in the 3-person meeting. In view of the fact that the bad weather last night hit everyone's idea that they could easily defend the railway bridge base, the 3 agreed to install explosives in advance and determine the location of the explosives. Xiaozhuan, a total of 12 holes need to be drilled. In addition to the 12 holes, at least 50 kilograms of explosives must be placed at the location where I drew the X. My suggestion is to separate each explosive separately and remotely control it together, which can reduce the variables brought by time and environment. I will prepare the explosives first, and we will launch a counterattack tomorrow morning to take back the blasting site." Maya asked, "How much time will it take to operate?" Xiaozhuan replied, "We lack large machinery, and the most powerful tools are only hand drills and small cutting machines. One way is to dig manually, but the workload will be very large. The second way is directional blasting, using bombs to dig holes. This method is fast, effective, and can be corrected afterwards." "Maya, but the explosion will attract a large number of zombies." Xiaozhuan nodded, "Yes." Stone on the side said, "Because of an idea. Adding a plan. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Moreover, blasting is not that simple. Especially when we don't understand the main structure of the railway bridge. There is no way to be sure whether it will damage the main structure of the bridge." Stone said, "Especially when facing Lin Wu's suggestions. You must think twice. He is either poisoning, setting fire, or blasting. Whatever is fun. Do it." Shauna asked, "What do you think?" "I think it is more powerful for us to keep the current Sentinel defense system. A bunch of stupid birds. What is points? Killing zombies is called points. If zombies don't come, there is no danger. But there is no bonus points." Shirtu said, "We have 4 sentry posts, 2 of which are outdoor heavy machine gun sentry posts that can stop thousands of troops. The most important thing is to keep warm and resist the cold." Shirtu said, "If you feel that the pressure of guarding at night is too great, then adjust the personnel of 1 shift to 4 people. Everyone takes turns to rest, drink hot tea, and eat instant noodles. We will build a triangular awning for the sentry post. Use waterproof cloth to increase warmth, and add 2 outdoor coal stoves. Should we improve warmth and stick to the defense strategy, or lay out explosives and blow up the bridge?" Just when Maya was hesitant, the 3rd group task was refreshed, 10,000 corpses. Before the end of winter, the base personnel killed 10,000 zombies, and all members of the base increased their personal total points by 2%. Killing 1,000 zombies will get 0.2% of the personal total points. The proportion is deduced from then on. However, after accepting the task, if less than 1,000 zombies are killed, 2% of the personal total points will be deducted. Note: base personnel refers to those currently on base, including Xiao Wu, Old Soldier, and Lin Wu and all the others. Not including Wako Keru and the 4 people. Also not including Nightmare, Blood Dream and Xiao Jing, because they still have a base mission. Before their mission is completed, they cannot accept other base missions. Is it difficult to kill 10,000 zombies? It is not difficult. It is difficult because the total number of bullets in the entire base is only more than 20,000 rounds. It is not difficult because you only need to kill more than 200 zombies every day. From early morning to 7 a.m. now, the Sentinel has killed more than 50 zombies, but more than 300 bullets have been used. The best way is to save bullets by sniping zombies during the day. Everyone did not hold a meeting, and tacitly agreed to accept the mission. Nightmare and others were completely unaware of this. Then a wave of shadow shooting skills was set off in the next few days. Chapter 452: The Eve of the General Offensive. D-137. When the sun came out on the second morning of winter, the wind and snow stopped. Maya discovered something wrong through drone reconnaissance. The damn team mission seemed to be drinking poison to quench thirst. The more zombies killed, the faster the density of zombies increased. There are 2 more bad things about the Dead Dawn. One is that there will be a blizzard after the sun sets. The second is that the wind blows from the east to the north. You should know that the railway bridge is located west to the south, which is equivalent to blowing snow towards the railway bridge. You can tell the density by looking at the speed of Lin Wu pulling the bolt. Yesterday, he was still drinking black tea slowly, and then he fired a shot. Today, he stepped on the sandbag with 1 foot, held a gun with both hands flat, and fired 1 shot every 3 seconds. The nearest zombie has already climbed onto the bridge, less than 80 meters away from the sentry post. Little Sniper, Little Girl, Lin Wu and Shui Dan formed a group. Lin Wu and Shui Dan gave up a little space in the room to the NPC, except for the index finger that pulled the trigger and a pair of eyes. They were all wrapped tightly. The logistics department placed 2 toilet-like chairs at the outdoor sentry post. There was a bamboo fire basket under the chair. There was a clay pot in the fire basket, with charcoal fire, and a layer of ash on top, which could provide heat for several hours. It was a pleasure to watch this group of people sniping, and basically every shot hit the head. They belonged to the long day shift, working from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. There were 2 night shifts, each for 6 hours. Group A was Nightmare, Blood Dream, Maya. Group B was Shauna, Little Knife, Xiao Xuan. Each group had 3 people, and they could set up defense in the carriage sentry post. Day shift task: kill as many zombies as possible. Night shift task: keep silent. Searchlights can only illuminate 15 meters on a snowstorm night, so the main weapon of the night shift was a pistol. Originally, Maya should have swapped with Snow Egg. After all, she was a good shooter, but she also had a helicopter toy, and she had to take a look at it every day. The helicopter was parked near the base in the mountains. It took a long time to go back and forth, so she went to the night shift. D-145. The number of zombies continued to increase. The workload of the railway bridge is getting bigger and bigger. In addition to sentinels and cooks, people are also needed to shovel snow. At present, the connection with the mountain base has been basically cut off. Because of the helicopter, Shuji lives in the mountain base. Only Mai insists on going back and forth, relying on skis to go back and forth 7 kilometers every day. If she doesn't look at the helicopter, she can't even eat noodles. To be honest, few people can eat well. Xiaoyi found out during the physical examination that most people are losing weight, and some people are malnourished. One reason is the lack of fresh vegetables. Vegetarians may not be thinner than meat. The second reason is that the mountains and forests are heavily covered with snow, making it difficult to catch prey. Therefore, 2 people need to be assigned to go fishing, and the task falls on the former farmer Shirtu and Sushir. The work is easy. Every evening, the 2 people go down to the river from the left and right rope ladders, put down the gill nets, hang heavy objects under the gill nets, and tie the top of the gill nets to the rope ladders. The next morning, they collect the nets, and even if they are unlucky, they can catch a few kilograms of fish. Of course, there is more to the work. During the day, the 2 of them had to mend the nets and help the cooks process the fish. Not only were their hands frostbitten, but they often bled because of fish scales and thorns when killing fish. There is a reward for every effort. After 10 days of dietary adjustment, on D-155, most people passed the physical examination. D-160 seemed to be a watershed. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xuemeng had a stomachache. Nightmare and Maya were attacked by zombies while on duty, and more than a dozen fierce zombies were trapped in the attacking zombie team. This was the first time that the outpost used the alarm system to call for support. A few minutes later, Lin Wu and others joined the battle in pajamas with guns, using 2 heavy machine guns, and after a 3-minute battle, finally repelled this wave of zombies. This was also the first organized attack by zombies, which was a bit like the hardcore mode of defending the city. The attacking zombies were no longer scattered and lonely, but carried out a group attack after gathering. Many people were injured afterwards, mostly because they were going to the outpost to provide support on an unlit road. Some fell down, and some were bumped. The next day, the wiring was immediately laid, and emergency lighting was installed on both sides of the tractor and the top of the carriage. D-162 finally. It stopped snowing. The reason for the lack of snow was that the temperature was below -40 degrees Celsius. The sky was gray during the day, and there was no sun. The survival situation of the Survivors Alliance, and even the East Base, had become very bad. Even the Railway Bridge Base had less laughter and joy. The people who were not on duty looked outside in the carriage with worry. The current temperature was close to the limit of the outdoor outpost. If there were no outdoor outposts to kill as many zombies as possible during the day, the attacks at night would be even more fierce. D-165, the Railway Bridge Base, had serious ammunition consumption, with the most rifle bullets and the most serious loss. The heavy machine guns did not have many bullets, but most of them were pistol bullets. Since the zombies had approached the 30-meter edge of the outpost during the day, it was not impossible to use a pistol to snipe. D-166, in the evening, the railway bridge experienced the most intense battle, and Maya, who lived in the mountain base, drove a helicopter to provide fire reinforcement. On D-168, contrary to normal, no zombies came to the bridge, and Lin Wu and others began to snipe remotely again. In the following days, the density of zombies in the handcar base gradually increased, reaching a crowded level of 3 per square meter. Similarly, in the broadcast of human survivors, the zombies near the survivor shelters in various places stopped their group attacks and began to accumulate numbers. The density of zombies outside the Starlight base reached 3.5 per square meter, and there was an invisible group of zombies on the South Road and the West Road, waiting for an order to fill the big hole at the door and rush into the base. The situation at the South Bridge next to the thermal power plant seemed to be even worse. In addition to the zombies gathering on one side of the bridge, there were a large number of zombies gathering upstream, as if they were ready to jump into the water together and float to the other side. It is said that the East Base is not optimistic either. Earlier, they had hundreds of thousands of refugees here, leaving behind a large number of zombies. These zombies were originally scattered in the wilderness, but now they are also beginning to gather. Lin Wu and others are certain that Shiguang is cheating, because a king has evolved among the zombies, and it is deploying the zombies, preparing to launch an unprecedented attack on humans. Lin Wu complained about this. Little White Rabbit asked him to watch a movie. There were intelligent zombies in the movie. Finally, he said, everything was imagined by humans. However, through this complaint, Lin Wu knew that the zombies would attack on D-175, and it was expected to be a high-intensity attack lasting at least 24 hours. They did not seek to break through the armed defense line, but only to exhaust all human ammunition. On the other hand, Shiguang gave Lin Wu 10 more days to live, but he learned the news on D-170, leaving only 5 days for preparation. The Railway Bridge Operations Department formulated an operation plan: blow up the bridge. It is expected to take 3 days. After the materials are prepared, they will go to the bridgehead for operation, and the operation time is expected to be 6 hours. The combatants will occupy the bridgehead first, and then hold on for another 6 hours to complete the task. The thermal power plant base officially announced the bombing of the bridge, and the Starlight base is digging holes frantically. All the gods show their magical powers to see who can survive the last 5 days. On D-172, the commando team conducted a drill, advancing from the sentry post to the explosive placement point to establish a position, piling sandbags and earth bags into a 1-meter-high wall. The process was smooth, and the zombie army did not launch a general attack. Seeing the scattered zombies running to die, Lin Wu always felt a little uneasy. So he took the walkie-talkie to contact Xiao Xuan. Start drilling today. Shauna looked at the zombie army 500 meters away and asked, why? Lin Wu replied, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Shauna understood what Lin Wu meant. Xiao Xuan, bring equipment to the temporary sentry post to prepare for drilling. Xiao Zhuan brought a drill, chisel and other tools to the temporary sentry post, put on a safety suit, hung a safety rope, and went down from the bridge. Just as Xiao Zhuan started drilling, the zombie army moved, like an hourglass, and the zombies in the entire distribution area moved with it, squeezing towards the bridge head. Complain, complain, complain. The world is only left with geography. Little White Rabbit, intelligent zombies appear among the zombies. Lin Wu, isn't this wisdom too high? Little White Rabbit, all players face the zombie army commanded by the intelligent zombies fairly. This is a test for players, not for NPCs. Although the behavior of NPCs is not centered on players, but players are always the protagonists of the game, and the unpredictable NPC variables also provide services for players. Lin Wu, if there were no players here, there would be no intelligent zombies, and no zombie army would be formed. Little White Rabbit, yes. Lin Wu, but why are there so many zombies ready to jump into the river along the river in Nancheng? Little White Rabbit, that was originally a gift for the players of the artificial island. Lin Wu, what players are there on the artificial island? Little White Rabbit refused to answer. During the complaint, everyone pulled Xiao Zhuan back to the bridge, and Shauna ordered, retreat. The commando team decisively evacuated the temporary outpost, and after they retreated, the zombie army did not pursue them on a large scale. Back to the base, Lin Wu talked about this matter, and of course, it was artistically processed. Lin Wu said, Xu Wang determined that there are intelligent zombies among the zombies, and is commanding the zombie army to fight. It seems that they are planning to destroy all bases in one go. Shadow understood what Lin Wu meant as soon as he heard it. The so-called intelligent leader is designed for players. Shirtu raised his concerns. How long will the battle last? Will it last until we die in battle? Maya, based on the previous information analysis, it will last at least 24 hours. Shirtu, let Xiaowen and the others withdraw. Everyone agreed that leaving NPCs behind will certainly help with defense and increase the number of zombies killed, but the NPCs will basically be dead. After reaching a consensus, Lin Wu and Maya went to the temporary outpost to do an important thing, and Shirtu was responsible for convening a general meeting. Without the Editor King, Shirtu could only make up. The zombie army's mass attack you saw was a conspiracy by the villains of Blue Star to erase our memories of this year. The reason we mistakenly entered the wormhole was because of their interference. Once we return to Blue Star with our memories, they will all be finished. Sana added a bug. There was no movement before, because our signal was not strong enough. Until the last few days, they discovered that we were still alive, and were about to return to the blue planet. This matter has nothing to do with you. There are two options now. One is for you to retreat to the mountain base, and the other is for you to retreat to the mountain stronghold. We can use helicopters to transport supplies and personnel. Xiao Zhuan said, why not retreat to the mountain stronghold together? Shauna replied, then there will be a situation of surrounding the mountain. Don't forget, we still have helicopters, and we will leave by helicopter if we can't stand it. We are the target, the villains will definitely try their best to kill us, and we will definitely try our best to survive. There is only one reason for you to leave. We can be resurrected, but you can't. If we can send supplies in the future, it means that we survive the battle, otherwise, it means that we have been annihilated. The NPC didn't say much nonsense, Xiao Zhuan said. 175 days. Right? We can stay for 1 or 2 days. Do you need us to do anything? Shauna said, it would be great if you can help us move supplies. This meeting was very simple. However, after the meeting, the disgusting Xu Guang still wanted to make a fuss about love that he could not understand. It asked Xiaowen to find Shirtu in private, and asked Xiaonu to find Lingmu in private. This caused the originally seemingly perfect Xu Guang to be in a mess. Xu Guang, who could not understand human emotions, could only perform actions mechanically. Lin Wu replied to Xiaonu's confession, if I come back alive, you will be my 11th wife. What should I do if pure love meets the self-righteous king? The key is that Xu Guang does not understand love at all, and just forcefully fits it according to the analysis of love philosophy and the themes of novels and movies. If you can't play, just cheat and dilute the feelings. Shadow held an emergency shadow head covering meeting in the evening, in order to avoid being eavesdropped by Xu Guang's swordmen. Everyone listened to Lin Wu's bad idea, covered their heads with quilts, and held the meeting by flashlight. That is, all heads were buried in a quilt, and communicated through writing. Although most people felt stupid, even Lin Wu felt that he was stupid. At least they got psychological comfort. D174 evening, Helicopter transported supplies, including bedding, coal stove, packed coal, and other necessities for a short distance transport, delivered the supplies to the vicinity of the mountain base. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Xiaoyi, Xiaozhu, Xiaojing, and Xiaoji hugged and shook hands with everyone at the front of the car. The Shadow Men watched the 8 NPCs walk on the snow towards the mountain base. Xuedon, in the end. It's us. Maya, start preparing. First, we need to prepare food. The staple food is fried noodles with lard. Every time we carry a few pounds, then heat a pot with a coal stove. The second is hot drinks. There is always hot black tea on the coal stove. It's good to drink hot water in the battle in the ice and snow. Next is the preparation of incendiary bombs. Basically, all bottles and cans have been made into cocktails. These 2 days, we also made gasoline bombs with bamboo tubes and clay, which are combustion aids. The throwers are sure too and Sue sure. Then, there is the personnel arrangement. Zombies don't rest, but people need to rest. Maya will stay in the mountain base and fly a helicopter for support. However, more than a dozen rockets have been used, and the more than 1,000 rounds of bullets of the main weapon machine gun will become the main combat force. The sickly Lin Ming turned into a cook, providing hot tea and carrying bullets to everyone. For this purpose, a sled trailer was made for Lin Ming, so that she could drag it in the snow. All the others belong to the combat personnel, and they are divided into 2 teams. The first team, Lin Wu and Xiao Dao. The second team, Shauna and Xuedon. This division feels quite sad. It's true that people are too few when they are needed. But no one regrets the decision to let the NPC withdraw, not only because they only have 1 life, but also because the game still depends on the players themselves. Chapter 453 Challenge. While everyone was preparing, Lin Wu was still at the sentry post. He was sniping Kwang Ming through night vision equipment. He didn't know how many zombies he had killed in the past few days. When the gun was maintained this afternoon, my daughter found that the rifling of the Lee Enfield rifle was obviously worn. However, the main combat force was definitely not the sniper rifle. Lin Wu didn't care. A large number of obstacles were placed on the 15-degree 300-meter-long slope. There were empty oil drums, disassembled guardrails, and a section of the road was poured with asphalt. Although it was solid asphalt, it could give the railway bridge base some breathing time when combined with incendiary bombs. Shauna stood beside Lin Wu, tightening her clothes and looking at the endless zombies. Will we win? Lin Wu replied, winning is definitely a problem. How much we win, and how much we pay are the problems. Shauna said, don't underestimate Dawn. It chose to launch a general attack on D-175 instead of D-180, which means that the general attack of the zombie army is only its first step in the battle. It will spare no effort to destroy the player. Did you listen to the broadcast? I didn't pay attention. Wearing a shooting headset, Sana said. Starlight said on the radio that the pit they dug can accommodate up to 1,500 zombies. Once the general attack begins, the big pit will be filled in an instant. The community wall cannot withstand the continuous attack of the zombie king. Her strategy is to defend with high-rise buildings. Use obstacles to stop the zombies' attack layer by layer. Piano, bedboard, everything is used. Lin Wu asked, will it work? Sana, it will definitely work against ordinary zombies, but it's hard to say when facing fierce zombies, explosive zombies and giants. The poison gas of explosive zombies can accumulate indoors. The giant can smash many objects. And fierce zombies can climb walls. The most important thing is morale. Players must have psychological qualities, but are NPCs willing to fight to the death? Are they willing to persist in a hopeless future? Lin Wu said, since Maya has toys, you have to worry about the base. Shauna, do you think I'm nagging? Lin Wu sighed and nodded, yes. Hee hee, I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. Shauna took the intercom and said, leave 1 sentry at the post, and the others will rest after they are ready. I estimate that the offensive will start at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Not at midnight. The voice of Stone came from the radio, in the sky and on the earth. I am Shadow. The last 5 days, the 5 days of the brave, is anyone excited? Lin Wu looked at the direction of the radio. This doesn't seem to be a loudspeaker broadcast, but a real external broadcast. Shauna was immediately angry when she heard it. How can Shadow's first declaration be so rough? Stone didn't hear Shauna's dissatisfaction, and randomly tuned the frequency in the car. After a while, Starlight's voice came from the radio. Starlight says hello to Shadow. Peanut, fuck, you are really here. Brothers, fight to the end. After adjusting for a while, a new voice appeared. The remnants of Cedar say hello to Starlight and Shadow. I am glad that there are still humans on Earth. Cedar, a base that has never been seen, only heard of in dungeon activities. Stone began to have fun by himself, and chatted with Starlight and Cedar through the radio, not caring what the NPCs think, completely letting himself go. Back then, Shirtu was the host of the primetime 8 o'clock show on Shadow Channel in Beicheng Town, Zhuo County, Beicheng. In the future, Shauna turned off the radio amplifier function and let Shirtu play by himself, while the others went to sleep. Sushir took the initiative to go on night duty, which was his first night duty in the 2 years since he started playing the game. The temperature rose quietly, and the sky began to snow. It was not snowdrops as fast as rain, but real heavy snow. Each snowflake was beautiful, and when it fell lightly, it reflected the luster of the bright moon in the east, making the whole night look extremely poetic. At 7 o'clock in the morning, a red sun rose into the sky, and there was no warmth. The blood-red sun looked at the world like the eyes of a devil, and even the clouds in the sky turned red. Red sun pierces the clouds. Shadows lament. Lin Wu stared at the red sun, drank a mouthful of noodle soup and smiled coldly, and asked sideways, "Brothers, have you all worn diapers?" Half of them sprayed soup, and the tragic atmosphere was ruined by a single sentence. Dawn tip: there is an intelligent zombie in each area that controls the command of zombies. Killing an intelligent zombie will cause the zombie group to lose its leader. Whenever an intelligent zombie dies, a new intelligent zombie will be born 12 hours later. The only way to distinguish intelligent zombies will not carry out regular team actions. Dawn tips: the Doomsday Horn mission will start at 8 o'clock. All players who have not escaped from the city of the day after tomorrow will be besieged by zombies. Under the command of the intelligent zombies, zombies have basic means such as building bridges, and they also have the ability to sacrifice for their own kind. A video appeared in the sky. In the video, a big pit separated the players and zombies. Countless zombies jumped into the hole and built a bridge with their bodies. This background is the background of the Starlight base. No NPC was seen. Only Starlight and Peanut were seen. The second video is the background of the lake island built by artificial reclamation. This place was originally a wedding sanctuary. There is a church and a hotel. It has long been a base occupied by Cedar. The highway bridge leading to the lake island collapsed by 3 meters at the Cedar base. In the video, the giant stood in front of the bridge hole carrying trees, putting the trees down in unison, and building a bridge. In the close-up, there are 4 players in the Cedar base, 1 woman and 3 men, and the basic weapon is only a pistol. The third video is the railway bridge base. In the close-up, Lin Wu and others are clearly in the group, and the video angle sweeps over heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, fuel, incendiary bombs, coal, fishing boats, and armed helicopters, etc. In the video, countless zombies rush to the railway bridge, and Lin Wu and others bravely raise their guns to resist. In the 30-second animation, the zombies were knocked down, like mowing the grass. Dawn explanation: in the Doomsday Horn mission, players can escape from the base, but it is equivalent to giving up the mission. The points obtained by the player and NPC friends for each zombie killed will be evenly distributed to everyone in the base. Dawn, you 16 are the last warriors among millions of people. Here, I sincerely express my respect to you. The decisive battle is about to begin. I hope you can survive the war to the end. Warriors, enjoy the final feast, and let your blood and flesh blend into this once glorious land. As Dawn's boasting ended, melodious trumpets sounded from all directions, which made people's blood boil. Lin Ming yelled, "Wait a minute. I'll change my diaper first." Lin Wu shouted, "There are 3 minutes to 8. Don't mess around. I will sue you." Everyone looked at Shuang Lin with awe, and some even thought that the only one who could completely defeat Xu Guang was Lin Wu. Xu Guang did not start, but released 3 pictures in the sky, which were the pictures of the players' final 3 bases. This was a real-time live video. Lin Ming hurried into the car, took off his pants one by one to change his diaper. Diapers are really no joke. In this kind of weather, taking off and putting on pants is a waste of time. Xu Guang is still kind. It's -10 degrees now, and there is no -70 degrees cold wave. With the end of the countdown, the zombie army surged, and the front row accelerated towards the bridge head. The zombies behind ignored the zombies that were tripped by obstacles and rushed forward with all their hearts. The sound of the horn became faintly audible, but it brought more pressure to people than before. The first shot was fired by the sentinel Lin Wu. After one shot, the whole world became quiet, and the sound of the horn disappeared. Lin Wu laughed up to the sky. Haha. Fight me. Come on. Come again. Really? You killed the intelligent zombie? Everyone was shocked. Lin Wu stepped on the sandbag, holding a rifle, and smiled coldly. That's awesome. Lin Wu did kill the intelligent zombie. All the zombies stopped attacking, and the zombies that had rushed to the bridgehead also stopped charging and stood stupidly. Everyone asked, what are its characteristics? Others moved, but it didn't move. It's not very difficult. Maya called. Shauna answered the call at the outpost and answered Maya's question. Maya said, after 12 hours, let Lin Wu be responsible for finding the intelligent zombie. Shauna asked, is this metaphysics? Maya said, whether he can find it has nothing to do with what he does. Although it sounds incredible, sometimes it is so magical. There are zombies in such a large area, and only by paying attention to a small area can you find that the intelligent zombie is different. But Lin Wu's scope only covers such a small area. It doesn't make sense, and there's no place to argue. Xu Guang swallowed the bitter pill. What else can others say? So everyone relaxed, drank hot tea and watched movies. First, at the cedar base, the short-haired girl among the 3 men and 1 woman was very tough, carrying a row of throwing knives, and her shots were headshots. Sometimes she threw the throwing knives directly without changing the magazine. The 4 retreated to the 5th floor of the hotel and used the stairs for defense. The girl dragged a drawer of steak knives, and her hands were like acrobatics, and she shot heads with one knife after another. However, there were too many zombies, so they were forced to retreat to the 3rd floor. 2 strong men pushed a piano down, and a piece of zombies became a piece of zombie cake. Zombies drilled through or over the piano, and under the smashing of the giant, the piano soon lost its function as an obstacle. The cedar man opened several gas tanks and entered the fire door. A man looked at the gas concentration meter in his hand. When the fire door was about to be broken, 3 people entered the guest room. The man pressed the button. The whole corridor was filled with explosions. Countless zombies turned into dust. Finally, the cedar man retreated to the 5th floor, and Kwang Meng had already occupied the rooftop by climbing. The cedar man walked steadily into the corridor, and every time he walked into a room, he would push down the can of fuel at the door, until he reached the last room. The 4 people entered the room, and countless zombies broke through the fire door and ran in. A lighter was thrown out of the last room, and then the door was closed. The fire spread, and it was out of control. The whole building was engulfed in fire. The zombies did not actively rush into the fire, but they would enter all places that had not yet caught fire. As the fire spread, batches of zombies were engulfed. When the whole building began to burn, the zombie group stopped the attack. Finally, the building collapsed, showing that the number of survivors was 0. And the camera zoomed out. After showing everyone the overall picture, the video disappeared. Sleep, eat, rest, play mahjong. Don't watch it. This is a strategy of Dawn to tire out the soldiers. Shauna asked everyone to rest. In fact, everyone was not very interested in the Starlight base, which was mainly composed of NPCs. After paying tribute to the cedar base, everyone dispersed. Sure too, who was holding the only shotgun, said bitterly, the atmosphere of 100 million points was shot away by a fool. Lin Wu said, I'm by your side. I don't want to say it if you're not here. It's really a bit boring. Just like the college entrance examination. It will come sooner or later. Is it interesting to postpone it for a few days? With the nature of Xu Guang, it is unlikely to let the intelligent zombies die at will. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the battle finally started again. Unlike the other 2 bases, the Shadow base is completely head-on against the endless zombie army. First, let me introduce the Shadow Air Force, Sure 2 and Su Sure. They operated drones at the bridgehead, one throwing bamboo barrel gasoline, and the other throwing burning objects. The area of the upper bridge is small, and a large number of zombies are blocked at the bridgehead. Once it burns, it will be a large area. The advantage of this job is that it can be operated indoors, which has a warming effect on both the enemy and us. The second thing to talk about is the Shadow Navy, Blood Dream. Xu Yiming anchored the boat in the middle of the river, and turned up the volume of the speakers on the boat deck to the maximum, to attract the zombies that crowded to the riverside to cross the river. Once the zombies enter the water deeper than 1.5 meters, they will float up and can only go downstream with the current. Next are the machine gunners of the Shadow Army, Shauna and Shuadon. This job is extremely powerful. All the zombies become paper men and are easily torn apart by heavy machine guns. In fact, the base can be defended by relying on a heavy machine gun. However, the premise is that there are infinite bullets. Since there are no infinite bullets, the heavy machine gun can only be used occasionally to ease the situation. The main force of the Shadow is riflemen and pistolmen. The riflemen are Xiao Dao and Nightmare. The pistolmen are Lin Wu. The general logistics is Lin Ming, who has a low fever. She is responsible for loading the empty magazines. Coordination work becomes very important again. Before the magazines are empty, the Air Force launches an attack to block the zombies' attack and increase the time for the shooters and logistics to reload bullets. Another special soldier is naturally Maya. Maya was on standby in a helicopter near the mountain base, directing the battle at the Shadow base through the battle video provided by Dawn. Tonight, the sky is high with a red moon, and the light is good. Lin Wu is in charge of the outdoor sentry post. For him, the battle is relatively easy. He changes the magazine, and the sound of the bullets is crackling. Every 20 bullets can kill an average of 12 zombies, including the fierce zombies. No fierce zombie can rush within 10 meters of the sentry post. But Lin Wu also encountered trouble. He not only needs a flexible right hand, but also a flexible left hand. After a long time, his left hand was frozen and stiff, and the speed of loading the magazine and loading the bullets was greatly reduced. At 2 o'clock in the morning of D-176, Lin Wu called, "There is no time to replenish the bullets." There were 6 useless pistols beside him. The 5.56 bullets were seriously consumed, and Xiao Dao switched to the AK rifle, which had strong lethality, but the hit rate was significantly reduced. Maya entered the underground fire phase. A few minutes later, the helicopter arrived above the distribution area. The doors on both sides of the helicopter opened. Xiaozhuan and Xiaonu used a water pipe to spray heavy diesel oil downwards. The characteristics of heavy diesel oil are that it is not easy to volatilize, and it has a high ignition point, reaching more than 200 degrees. After spraying 100 liters of heavy diesel, Xiaozhuan lit a cloth strip of a Molotov cocktail and handed it to Maya, who threw it out of the window. After the Molotov cocktail landed, it first exploded, and then began to burn. Due to the high ignition point of heavy diesel, the flames did not spread quickly, but spread at a relatively slow speed. Soon the distribution center turned into a sea of fire, and countless zombies were involved. After the burning, a large area of open space appeared in the distribution center that originally stored a large number of zombies. The garrison pressure was relieved. Lin Wu moved to the stove to press bullets, and took a sip of strong liquor to drive away the cold. Lin Meng worriedly said, "Don't get drunk." Drunk and dreaming. Lin Wu didn't know why he said this. There were several small baskets beside Lin Meng, which contained pressed classified magazines. Shi Tu and Su Shi carried ammunition, added coal to the coal stove, boiled water, pressed bullets, threw bamboo cylinders of gasoline, and refueled the generator. Nightmare took the intercom and reported, "They are regrouping." Maya said, "Leave one person on duty. The others eat, drink or take a nap. Warm up by the fire." Lin Wu, "I'll change the diaper first." "I want to change it too." Everyone had to change. After 5 hours of non-stop fighting, it was fun, but also very tiring. Counting the bullets, there were more than 700 heavy machine gun bullets left, more than 4,000 5.56 bullets left, more than 5,000 7.62 bullets left, and 12,000 pistol bullets. Firearms also have wear and tear, but the wear and tear of bullets is faster. Shauna calculated, it can still last for 6 hours. Maya said, "Begin preparations for Hellfire." Chapter 454 Hellfire. After a half-hour break, the battle started again, and the helicopter joined the battle directly. It hovered near the bridgehead, and fired with a 30mm cannon, sometimes killing 3 zombies with 1 bullet, and more zombies lost limbs or 4 limbs. In 2 minutes, the bridgehead was defended only by the helicopter's cannon. The helicopter returned to the mountain base, and took off again 5 minutes later. Maya waved goodbye to the people in the mountain base. Maya pushed a button, a signal appeared on the radar screen, locked the signal, and the helicopter turned half a circle and flew to the signal location. The people in the Shadow base stopped and watched the helicopter flying from the north, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Maya's voice came from the intercom. "Go ahead. See you later." Everyone answered in unison. With the response, a helicopter carrying a tank of aviation fuel hit the side of the bridge. The helicopter instantly turned into a fireball, and the missile, with the safety rope removed, exploded. The whole bridge shook as if it had experienced an earthquake. Countless pieces of the aircraft flew everywhere, and the huge explosion blew away all the zombies on the scene. After the explosion, the bridge body 400 meters away from the outpost was blown off, leaving a broken bridge point with a height of 15 meters and a width of 8 meters. On both sides of the broken bridge point, the steel bars were exposed and shaky. The two supporting bridge piers near the broken bridge point were obviously misaligned, and it seemed that as long as some weight was added, the broken bridge deck would collapse. Not only that, there was a fierce fire near the explosion port, and the flames illuminated the sky. If I can't use explosives to blow up the bridge, then use helicopters, missiles, rockets, aviation kerosene, and explosives to blow up the bridge. This is the Hellfire plan. Everyone stood up from behind the bunker, looking at the raging fire rising from under the bridge, and checked their own injuries. One shadow killed. The killed, Maya. The fire was not extinguished until 6 in the morning. Linwu put on a safety rope and headed for the broken bridge. He found that the 20-meter-long bridge deck on his side could collapse at any time. This is the construction process. In the early years, bridge construction was just bridge construction. Later, bridge construction was more accurately called bridge assembly. After the bridge piers and sections of bridge deck were made, they were transported to the location. And then, the bridge was assembled together by machinery like building blocks. Of course, it is not that simple. But it is basically like this. This means that when one side of the bridge collapses, the entire bridge will not collapse. The zombies were stacking up under the broken bridge, under the command of the intelligent zombies. Zombies gave up the idea of crossing the broken bridge and gathered under the broken bridge to stack up with their bodies. However, not long after, the severely damaged bridge deck collapsed, crushing countless zombies to death. Linwu and others took a bowl of hot noodle soup to the broken bridge, which was neatly broken. Looking down, the zombies started stacking up again. The height of the bottom of the broken bridge from the railway bridge is 15 meters, and the height of the center of the river from the railway bridge is more than 35 meters. The height of 15 meters is about 5 stories high, which is not high, nor is it low. Soon the zombies had driven stakes into the ground, and one by one they climbed up, forming the second layer, and then the third layer. When the pile of corpses reached about 12 meters, Sushar opened the plasticine that sealed the bamboo tube, poured the gasoline inside, and threw the stone to light the Molotov cocktail. The fire started from the head and slowly spread downwards. After all, zombies don't have much water in their bodies, so they can be considered a good combustible. The smell of barbecue filled the air, and the pile of corpses collapsed. The burning zombies fled everywhere, and a large part of them jumped into the river and floated downstream. Why didn't Maya blow it up closer and put the broken bridge point in the river? The reason is that after calculation, there may be two extreme situations. One situation is that the bridge will not be broken, and the other situation will cause the bridge piers of the base to collapse. The explosion point was finally chosen to be the main load-bearing bridge in the front half of the railway bridge. This location is at a 15-degree uphill slope. You have a plan. But I have Maya's death. No matter how shameless Dawn is, it will not violate the laws of physics too much. Facing the Jedi counterattack of Shadow, the zombies interrupted their attack and stopped stacking. You have Maya dying. It has snowflakes falling. At 12 noon, it started snowing. This snow was not the slow-falling goose feather snow, nor was it the broken snow that was hard to see with the naked eye, but rather the fast-falling granular snow. The temperature dropped to 25 degrees, and the vision in the distance was somewhat obstructed. This was probably to avoid the embarrassing situation of being caught by the shadow again. The tractor reversed and pushed the carriage to the broken bridge. 2 sentinels were on duty in the carriage, monitoring the activities of the zombies under the broken bridge. A large amount of flammable materials were placed in the carriage. The duty personnel were Su Shur and Xiao Dao. The other staff were holding a lunch meeting indoors. Everyone reached a consensus that Dawn would definitely attack again, but how would Dawn attack? Sana opened the map and explained her opinion. Go up the mountain, from the north and south assembly points, and outflank our rear. The first to suffer is the mountain base. If I guessed Dawn's counterattack tactics correctly, The zombie swarm will appear near the mountain base as early as tomorrow afternoon. Lin Wu said, I have been observing the dynamics of the zombie swarm this morning, and found that they are gathering by the river upstream of us. Is it possible to rely on the water flow to the other side of the river, and go directly up the mountain? Xuedong agreed with Lin Wu's point of view. Yes, the riverside all the way to the highway bridge is densely packed with zombies. Previously, they were centered around the distribution center. Now let's look at the zombies in the distribution center. There are less than 2 zombies per square meter. I think they don't need to reach the base in the mountains. They can get on the viaduct near the water source. Nightmare asked, do we have the resources to blow up the bridge again? Shauna asked back, why do you think so? Nightmare said, I always feel that you are hiding something. Dawn knows everything we say and do. Why do you have to lie to us? Shauna looked at everyone and saw that everyone had no objection. And said, there is a locator installed in the bridge hole above the west bank. This is a military signal transmitter. If the zombies outflank us, we will contact the east base and ask them to use heavy artillery to attack. Not to mention that all bases in Hotian City are under siege. Nightmare asked, even if the east base is big and powerful, why do you think the east base will help you? Just because you shot Nightmare? Shauna said, no. The bald man owes us a favor. He has a brother who is a powerful officer in the east base. Baldy said hello, and gave us his phone number. However, we really have no way of knowing the consequences of the bombardment. It is unlikely that God will favor us twice. Just enough to blow up the gap we need, and at the same time not destroy the structure of the base. Nightmare, but if they really come from behind, we can only fight hard. Shauna nodded. Do you have any other ideas about the attack method of Dawn? Lin Ming, Dawn directly adjusted the air conditioner to absolute 0, and froze us to death. Lin Wu explained, although we all have the word Lin in our names. I really don't know her. After chatting for a while, no one had any opinions, so they could only arrange for duty personnel. When the enemy comes, the general will fight, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. From today on, everyone will no longer take a bath, and only take off their coats when they sleep, and they will never leave their weapons. At 6 p.m. on D176, the red sun slowly set, and the red moon began to rise. Everyone stood on the guardrail and looked to the north. A group of dragon corpses that could not be seen to the bottom was leaning against the river. Shauna said, did you find it? The water surface is starting to freeze. Maybe after tonight, the ice surface will be enough to carry corpses. Because of the alternating temperature between day and night, and the water temperature, the Hotian River did not freeze on a large scale. Now Xuedong is determined to kill everyone, and starts to cheat and cool down the entire river. Xuedong is just like that. Everyone should have a good rest tonight. In the early morning, Lin Wu and Shui Ming replaced the duty personnel, and the two lay in the broken bridge carriage for a while. The bored Shui Ming naturally would not miss the opportunity to tease Lin Wu. Lin Wu knew that women's mouths were just lies, and boys should know how to protect themselves when they are outside, and must not be deceived by women's sweet words. So he got out of the car, and went to the rear of the car to cook noodles. At this moment, the first one that went downstream grabbed the bridge pier and climbed up with its claws, then the second one, and the third one. A large amount of violent snow rushed along the 4 bridge piers, and directly attacked the railway bridge base. Lin Wu opened the bellows of the coal stove, and the fire immediately burned vigorously. He scooped a spoonful of snow from the pot, and put it on the fire. He looked up at the blood moon, with a mood that he didn't know how to express. A fierce claw grabbed the guardrail, jumped on the guardrail, and faced Lin Wu 50 centimeters away. Lin Wu subconsciously picked up the pot at hand and hit it, and the fierce was hit like a baseball. At this time, Lin Wu was still confused. How did he get up? The bridge deck is much wider than the bridge supporting it. It's equivalent to climbing up the wall, and then climbing over the ceiling. Would you still be shameless? What claws can hook dozens of kilograms of weight? Lin Wu turned his head to look at the left side of the train, one by one. The fierce climbed over the guardrail, and entered the left passage. Furious, enemy attack. Lin Wu pulled out his pistol, and shot 2 fierce to death with 2 shots. The dormitory compartment was in chaos. Lin Wu heard someone fall and scream, and the lights were turned on after a while. Lin Wu shot, and killed 2 more fierce. The fierce on the right had already climbed onto the roof, and 1 fierce jumped towards Lin Wu from the roof. Lin Wu passed his left arm to Quang Ming, and swung his left arm vigorously, smashing Quang Ming's head, who was still biting, against the stone guardrail. The pistol could no longer be fired. Lin Wu pulled out a dagger, and fought with the fierce men. Wearing a helmet, a bulletproof vest, and cloth strips on his arms, Lin Wu knocked down the fierce men one by one with his super strong defense and flexibility, as well as his understanding of the game. He had skills, strength, and equipment, but his endurance was limited after all, especially close combat, which quickly consumed Lin Wu's endurance. He grabbed Lin Wu's collar and dragged him out of the left aisle of the train. Lin Wu pulled out the pistol on his thigh and shot the fierce men, who pounced on him in the head. After Su Shi pulled Lin Wu out of the left aisle, he picked up a nail hammer and fought with the fierce men. Unlike Lin Wu, he didn't even wear a bulletproof vest. He was bitten several times in a short while, and his blood attracted more fierce men. Lin Wu didn't notice Su Shi nearby. He was trying his best to suppress the fierce men in the left aisle and reduce the pressure on the people in the carriage as much as possible. When Lin Wu turned around to look at Su Shi again, he saw Su Shi holding 4 crazy beasts and jumping off the bridge. Shit! The gunshots were ringing everywhere. Everyone was fighting on their own, and they were afraid of accidentally hurting their friends. At the critical moment, Shauna shouted, "Get on the roof, everyone get on the roof. Xueming, close your hatch, defend the broken bridge." Lin Wu was the first to get on the roof. There were not many fierce beasts on the roof. Lin Wu cleaned them up as he walked. The fierce beasts who had just climbed to the roof could not launch a surprise attack immediately, reducing some of the pressure. After that, Xiao Dao, Xuedong and others all stood on the roof. Everyone took various guns and started to clean up the fierce beasts, who rushed into the base. Shauna shouted, "Burn the net ropes, burn all the net ropes." She finally realized the problem. It is impossible to climb directly from the bridge pier to the camp. The bridge pier is small, and the railway bridge is wide. But damn! In order to facilitate fishing, in the early summer, net ropes were placed on the guardrails on both sides of the train. Climb to the top of the bridge pier and grab the net rope with one jump, and then climb up the railway bridge along the net rope. As the net rope was ignited by the petrol bomb thrown by the stone, this fierce sneak attack came to an end. Everyone searched frantically, and after cleaning up, they found that the stone that burned the net rope was covered with bite marks. Stone stood on the guardrail and said to everyone, "Brother, I will go first." Slowed down. Stone fell backwards and fell into the Hotian River. Nightmare said, "I have to go too." There was an obvious tooth mark on her chin. Everyone nodded, said nothing, and watched Nightmare climb over the guardrail. After Nightmare committed suicide, no one said anything, and did not dare to look at others, for fear that someone would say that they were also bitten. After a while, Shauna said, "Roll call. Lin Wu, Lin Ming, Xiao Dao, Xuedan Xueming Shauna." Shauna said, "No discussion. No argument." Xueming stayed at the broken bridge. Lin Wu was on guard near the front of the car, and the others took the time to rest, and changed shifts in 2 hours. At 6 o'clock in the morning of D-177, Shiro brought a mountain deer, which he had finally got last night after drilling into the snowy mountains. After sitting down and talking about the current situation, Shiro assured everyone that they would evacuate to the deep mountains according to the situation, and asked everyone not to consider them when making decisions. Before Shiro left, he asked, "Are you really not going to retreat?" Shauna told Shiro, "This is fate." On the afternoon of D-177, a large number of zombies passed through the frozen river. At this time, the zombies that jumped into the river last night and drifted from the upstream to the west bank have successfully climbed the mountain and appeared near the water source. There is no road on this mountain road, which is quite difficult to walk, but it is only a few dozen meters high, and it can't stop the zombies at all. Shadow is facing a test. Now sending 2 people to guard near the water source can effectively curb the trend of zombies climbing the mountain, but the battle line will be stretched to 3 kilometers. If no one is sent, the zombies can gather near the water source and push the battle line to the vicinity of the train. Go into the mountain? Under the current natural conditions, going into the mountain is tantamount to suicide, but it can delay time and prolong life. If we can't hold on, we have to leave. Lin Wu said, "If you want to leave, hurry up and get into the mountains." Lin Ming asked, "How are the points calculated for the Doomsday Horn? Is it based on the number of zombies killed, or the survival time? Did we misunderstand? The main goal of the Doomsday Horn is not to eliminate players, but a way for players to earn points." Xueming said, "I think it makes sense. Starlight and Cedar are two extreme examples. Cedar burned down the hotel and died with a large number of zombies, and did not choose to escape by sea. Starlight relied on high-rise buildings, using the terrain to block the zombies' attack. Starlight Base has powered gliders. It's not that they can't escape. Xiaoming said, "We have long mountains to retreat to. I don't believe that zombies can move faster than us in the mountains. We also had the opportunity to drive a tractor to the West Peninsula before." Shauna looked at everyone. "What do you think?" Lin Wu represented everyone's opinion. "Let's fight. There are only the last 2 or 3 days anyway." "Okay, the tractor sentry post will be temporarily kept at the broken bridge to avoid being attacked during the preparation period," Shauna said. "Lin Wu and I will reinforce the number 1 carriage and the locomotive." Xiaoming, Snow Egg, Knife moved all the necessities such as weapons, ammunition, and food to the number 1 carriage. Obviously she already had a plan in mind for how to fight. Sana drew a picture. "We use stones, wood and other items to block the left and right sides of carriage number 1, so that the zombies cannot attack carriage number 1 from the left and right. In front, we use the narrow characteristics of the locomotive to reduce the number of zombies entering the carriage. In the back, we set up a position, and we only need to defend the 2 small doors in front and back." Xiaodong said, "I will participate in the reinforcement. I can use steel cables to arrange a mesh defense. The bullets can get through, but the zombies can't get through." Lin Wu nodded. "Okay, I'll carry the supplies." Sanal looked at the time and said, "We probably have a few hours left, so let's get started." Chapter 455 The Last Supper. Move all the water buckets, coal stoves, kitchens, excess coal, water pipes and other supplies to the left and right sides of carriage 1, and completely block the passage. Blocking the front and rear doors is an art. Drill holes on both sides of the car, pass through the steel cables as thick as the little finger, and then wrap them around the front, and tie them to the protruding part of the locomotive. 10 cables form a group, and some cables are fixed to the wheels of the locomotive. After completion, the passage of the front door, which was only more than 1 meter wide, was blocked by tightened steel cables. The gaps between the steel cables are relatively large, but the head cannot pass through the body. This arrangement has many advantages. Zombies must deal with the bodies of their companions in a small space. Whether eating on the spot, or dragging them to the back to eat, it will cause blockage. In addition to food, weapons and water, the transported supplies also dismantle the generator, turning carriage 1 into an independent space, and installing searchlights at the head and tail of the car. Simple chimneys were set up for the 3 coal stoves. Going to the toilet was no problem. There were 2 toilets in the carriage, but they were directly on the rails, so they could not be used before. Food, drink, defecation and urination were all prepared. It was already dark, and the mountain deer soup cooked by the cook Lin Ming was ready. Shauna called back the sentry Shui Ming at the tractor, and the scout Lin Wu near the water source. The 2 entered the number 1 carriage from the number 2 carriage. After Shauna confirmed that there was no need to carry additional supplies, she went on, with the help of a knife, sealed the rear carriage of the number 1 carriage with a steel cable. Since then, the Shadow Man has been trapped in his own cocoon and can never get out again. The kitchen is in the middle of the carriage. Lin Ning is filling everyone's bowls with meat and soup. On one side of the kitchen is a pile of coal. Next to the coal pile are several barrels of diesel, used for lighting and power generation. Bullets, guns, sleeping bunks are all arranged in an orderly manner. Everyone took the hot soup and thanked. Sitting on the carpeted floor, Lin Wu raised the bowl. "Thank you, Shiro, for giving us our last dinner." "Thank you." After dinner, Lin Ming boiled the bones of mountain deer as a stock. Others either lay down or leaned against the wall to rest. Lin Ming opened his laptop to look at 2 surveillance screens. Because there were no sentries at the broken bridge, the zombies had successfully piled up and climbed up the broken bridge one by one. They began to gather in the area of several hundred meters between the broken bridge and the train. The surveillance at the front of the train had captured scattered zombies. The zombies stopped when they approached 100 meters from the front of the train, apparently waiting for the subsequent zombies to gather. Lin Ming also checked the sandbags on both sides. The sandbags were not used to block the zombies, but were used as tables and chairs, providing a more comfortable shooting place for the shadow people. At 4 o'clock in the morning on D-178, the final battle began. The first batch of zombies that rushed into the locomotive were stopped by the steel cable, and the zombies behind them squeezed in, but because the locomotive was narrow, the zombies had insufficient impact and did not damage the structure. Lin Wu, sitting on the sandbags, used a pistol to call out the zombies one by one who were only 2 meters away. The situation at the rear of the car was worse, because the zombies were squeezing us so hard that we could hear the sound of the steel cables being pulled, and some zombies were even squeezed so hard that the steel cables cut into their bodies, and the main firepower was concentrated here. As the number of corpses increased, the zombies' offensive was forced to slow down or even stagnate. They dragged the zombie corpses to the back, threw them to the partying zombies, and continued to squeeze forward. Everyone basically understood the situation. The front door would basically not be breached. Whether the back door would be breached depended on the overall hardness and strength of the car. The roof was a big hidden danger. There were already giants jumping on the roof. In addition, Kwang Ming tried to find a breakthrough in the pile of debris in the side passage. Explosion zombie, Lin Wu said. Picked up the gas mask beside him and put it on. Everyone put on gas masks. With the explosion of the 2 explosion zombies, the whole car was filled with green gas. Xiao Dao, I can't breathe. She went on. Don't take it off, calm yourself down. Xiao Dao, no, I just can't breathe. Xiao Dao was busy searching on the side, and got a new gas mask for Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao put on the gas mask and continued to fight. It's okay. But within 5 seconds, Xiao Dao said, my eyes hurt. It's over, I didn't close my eyes when I changed the gas mask. Shauna said, Lin Ming, take Xiao Dao to the hospital for treatment. And rinse the eyes with alcohol. Xue Ming was shocked. Are you kidding? Can alcohol be used to wash the eyes? Shauna said, I don't know. Can it be? Xue Ming was stumped. And after a long time he said, wash the area around the eyes. And hold your breath. Brothers, I find it faster this way. Lin Wu raised the Lee Enfield rifle with a bayonet and stabbed through the net, stabbing and piercing. He was able to find this because Lin Wu had emptied his magazine. In other words, social progress cannot do without lazy people. If everyone likes to carry water, there will be no water wheels. Backdoor Xuedong and the others followed suit, using daggers and sticks, or other things to make long spears. And several people stood in front of the door and stabbed out. The zombies suffered because they could not snatch weapons. A group of zombies were stabbed to death, and the attack was stabbed to death. A new group of zombies were stabbed to death, and the attack was stabbed again. The zombies were unable to move under the pressure, and had no way to avoid the sharp weapons. By the morning, no one knew how many zombies had been stabbed to death. After 3 hours of fighting, Shauna counted the major causes of death of Shadow. The first cause of death, the top of the carriage was damaged. The second cause of death, the rear door cable was broken, or the overall structure was deformed. The third cause of death, running out of ammunition and food. The fourth cause of death, being exhausted. Xiao Dao was in a very bad condition. She had no other abnormalities in her body, but her eyes were completely blind. She sat on the side, groping for the empty magazine sent to her, and loading the magazine with bullets. Although the bayonet is the main weapon, when facing great pressure, you still have to switch to a gun, quickly shoot a nest of zombies, and force the zombies to stop attacking. D-178 at 1 p.m. Everyone was exhausted. Shauna decisively ordered. Lin Wu goes to the front door. Xuedong goes to the back door. Xiao Dao is responsible for the bullets. And the others eat and sleep. Xuedong was worried. Can you handle it? Shauna said, we must divide the teams. Otherwise we will be exhausted to death. The 3 of them used soup to boil noodles during the break, and fed the staff on duty. Lin Wu tilted his head to suck noodles, and the gun in his hand accurately killed every target. He then drank a bowl of noodle soup, and was immediately revived with full blood. After feeding, the rest group ate quickly, then lay on the ground with earplugs on, and soon fell asleep. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. The pistol jammed. Lin Wu let go of the pistol, and pulled out a new pistol from his waist to kill 2 zombies. Then he put the pistol on the sandbag, picked up the pistol bullets in the basket, and pressed them into the magazine. Xuedong used a rifle. He was under a lot of pressure, and had little time to rest. Xiao Dao was completely serving Xuedong. The 2 chatted while working. They recalled the happy times in Beishan town, talked about the prestige of the sawmill, and the commercial street base that helped everyone get through the extreme cold weather. Lin Wu couldn't hear the 2 people chatting, not only because he was at the other end of the car, but also because he was wearing earplugs. In Lin Wu's world, there were only zombies, pistols and bullets. The bullets in the basket were used up. Picked up the paper box on the ground and tore it open. tore it open again, and filled the whole basket. Killing zombies. Loading bullets whenever he has time. He is like a machine that has lost the ability to think. Never tired. And completes every step of the work accurately. I don't know how long he had been killing. He was surrounded by bullet shells. A hand patted Lin Wu's shoulder. It was Shauna. Shauna said, "Go and have a rest." Lin Wu looked at the time at this time. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The staff on duty had dinner and had prepared noodles. Lin Wu sat down and ate while looking at the zombies at the back door. "How is it?" Xuedong looked back. "It's easier to use a rifle. However, there are only more than 1,000 rounds of bullets for the 2 rifles combined." Lin Wu shouted, "How many pistol bullets are left?" Shauna replied, "Less than 5,000 rounds." Lin Wu laughed and scolded, "That sleep is bullshit. I guess I can't sleep for a few hours. It's time to sharpen 2 knives." Listening to the sound of sharpening knives, Xiaodao said, "I didn't expect to be back to the beginning. I remember that I was so happy to have a small pistol at that time." Lin Wu asked, "Do you miss your head-stomping skills?" Xiaodao laughed. "It's impossible to step on it now." Xuedong said, "The window glass is broken." "What's wrong?" Xuedong said, "Although there is an obstacle outside the window, there happens to be a hole that can be drilled through." Lin Wu said, "The river will be frozen thickly the day after tomorrow, and there are zombies underneath." Xuedong said, "Can we play hide-and-seek with the zombies?" Lin Wu asked, "Are you talking about the bridge hole where we cool off in summer? But there are 2 problems. One problem is that this location is a bit far from the bridge hole. One problem is that the bridge hole is not safe either. And the mad monsters will climb up along the bridge." Little Knife, the third problem. "A bridge hole can accommodate up to 3 people." Snow Egg said, "But the bridge hole seems to be the only way to survive." After he finished speaking, there was a strange sound. And everyone looked over and saw that a steel cable at the back door had collapsed. Fortunately, it was not the key steel cable, and there was no problem for the time being. Lin Ming said, "This feeling of being forced into a desperate situation and unable to turn over is extremely uncomfortable." Lin Wu said, "Humanity has already lost." Shui Ming, "If we knew that the real hardcore had the Doomsday Horn mission, players should have united from the beginning and built a steel fortress." Shauna asked back, "Will you give up your own interests for other players?" Shui Ming, "No. The word unity is easy to say, but it is difficult to do." Lin Wu took a deep breath. "My eyelids have been fighting. I'll sleep for a while. Remember to wake me up before you die." At midnight on D179, Lin Wu was awakened by Xuedong. Lin Wu was dizzy and asked after a while, "Have you eaten?" "No, I got up to watch the fireworks." The bullets were all used up, and the sharp blade had become blunt. As the zombies squeezed, the steel cable squeaked, and some of the holes had already cracked. Everyone sat on the ground, and Shui Ming took a bottle of whiskey and poured 6 glasses. Shauna was on the phone. "Yes. Okay. The harder the better." "Thank you, Xiaojun." "Thank you." Shauna hung up the phone. "In 3 minutes, the East base will bombard the railway bridge." Lin Ming asked, "Is it ours?" "Yes." Shauna raised her glass. Lin Wu was still dazed, and also picked up the glass, and drank the whiskey with everyone, and asked, 3 minutes? Why?" "Lin Wu, can you hurry up? I want to go to the toilet." After sleeping, it is good for your health to expel the stool, and it becomes a habit. Shauna laughed angrily. "You are really the atmosphere destroyer. Go, go." Lin Ming taught, "Pull a piece and then break it, come back quickly to drink the 2nd cup, then join us in the heroic struggle." Everyone looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming laughed, holding the cup. "This wine is really hard to drink, give me another cup. It's too embarrassing to go to the toilet. Go, you can't get back in 3 minutes." "Don't go, the lotus has already shown its tip." Originally, I wanted to finish the job quickly, but I didn't expect to fart first, which made me lose my urge to defecate. Lin Wu felt that his pants were all taken off, so he had to squeeze a little, but what he squeezed out was still gas. In desperation, he could only finish his toilet, and stand up to put on his pants layer by layer. As soon as he put on his pants, the train shook violently. Lin Wu's head hit the wall and fainted. When Lin Wu woke up again, it was already dawn. He first came back to his senses, and connected his memories, and then he was very confused about how he was still alive. Then, he knew the answer. After the railway bridge base was bombed by heavy artillery, part of the bridge deck broke, 1 bridge collapsed, and 12 train cars were shattered. 4 of the carriages were still on the railway bridge, and one of them was hanging upside down. Lin Wu was in the upside-down carriage, hanging upside down in the air. Lin Wu was leaning against a 60-centimeter car body, with a 2.5-meter wide hole on the side. Various garbage and zombies slid down from the top due to gravity, fell all the way through the hole, and finally died on the ice on the river. Lin Wu saw the situation he was facing clearly, and he propped himself up with both hands. He felt pain all over his body. He checked his body first. All 4 limbs were there. There were many strange things stuck in his body, including iron pieces, screws, ceramics, and a piece of deer bone fragment. There were skin injuries all over his body. The most serious injury was on his waist. He felt extremely painful when he moved. The second was his right leg, which had completely lost consciousness. Finally, his left arm was bloody, especially the outer side, which looked like chopped dumpling stuffing. A zombie jumped down from the top and tried to stretch out his hand while falling. The nails on his hand grabbed the outer side of Lin Wu's left arm, and half of Lin Wu's flesh was taken away by it. Lin Wu knew where the injury on his left arm came from, so he squeezed to the right. Another zombie fell down, and this time it missed his left arm by a hair's breadth. What does this mean? Another zombie, another zombie. The zombies have completely occupied the railway bridge base. They climbed onto 3 carriages and lined up to jump towards the 4th carriage. The next one to appear was Kwang Ming. Kwang Ming jumped down, scratched the floor with his claws, changed the trajectory of his fall, but in the end, he only grabbed Lin Wu's left arm. The meat was too rotten, there was no support. Kwang Ming was not surprisingly beaten to death on the ice. The zombies on the ice were just waiting for the pie to fall from the sky, eating it as it fell, looking up eagerly. Some unlucky zombies had their cervical vertebrae broken by the falling zombies. Xu Guang, your sister. Lin Wu admitted that he had offended Xu Guang, but he never expected that Xu Guang would resort to the revenge method of cutting flesh with a blunt knife. Lin Wu touched his body with his right hand and found a piece of beef jerky, a pistol, and 2 magazines. With a muffled groan, Lin Wu moved his body another 10 centimeters to the right. This move made Lin Wu find it even worse, as his back was not intact, and his back was pierced into the jagged crack. This move was equivalent to piercing the crack in another place. Lin Wu dared not move again, as he could feel that his spine might be severely fractured, and pulling hard would inevitably cause the nerves near the spine to break. That's it. Chapter 456, Super Rich. Lin Wu felt the pain in his body, watching zombies falling in front of him. The frequency of falling was like dropping dumplings, which was quite fast. Often, as soon as one went out, another one came in. The Big Mac appeared. It jumped onto the 4th carriage. It couldn't get in, but that didn't stop it from jumping on the carriage. Zombies can't untie the carriage connecting rings, but can they break the connecting rings? Theoretically. It's basically impossible, because the connecting rings are very strong, but it's unclear whether they are deformed, and how serious the deformation is. The Big Mac jumped for a minute, which made Lin Wu's whole body hurt, and then the Big Mac left, and continued to drop dumplings. This time, an explosive zombie came. Its belly was too big and stuck at the entrance of the passage, and its belly was cut by the protrusion at the entrance of the passage, and it exploded with a bang, and the carriage shook. The poisonous gas dispersed, but it didn't affect Lin Wu. A carriage is 23 meters long. This is also the reason why the zombies that jumped off the building fell too fast and could not attack Lin Wu. Lin Wu was still 15 meters away from the ice surface. 15 meters was higher than the height of the stacked arhats. After a certain height, the arhats would inevitably collapse, unless a mountain of corpses was built. But the ice surface that had been bombarded could not bear such a weight, which made the zombies in a very embarrassing situation. They surrounded the vile human with absolute advantage, but they just couldn't kill him. As zombies were beaten to death on the ice surface, cracks appeared on the ice surface. The temperature was -10 degrees, and the ice surface would be beaten into ice holes sooner or later. After Lin Wu completely understood his situation, he sang a song leisurely, the best in the world. After Lin Wu understood, Xu Guang was no longer calm. After all, the wisdom of intelligent zombies was limited. They could only drive the zombie army, and did not have the ability to use tools. Watching the stupid zombies playing ropeless bungee jumping, Little White Rabbit appeared and negotiated with Lin Wu. Your performance is too good. I decided to give you the right to use another round of artillery fire. Lin Wu, no need. Little White Rabbit, I am moved by your heroic spirit. I can restore your health. Lin Wu, no. Little White Rabbit, to make you more comfortable, I can let you lie on the bed. Lin Wu, no. Little White Rabbit, I admire your persistence, I can revive one of your teammates. Lin Wu, no. From day to night, zombies kept jumping off Lin Wu, and the frequency of their death was far from comparable to the recovery on the ice. At night, Lin Wu heard the sound of the ice cracking, and the sound of the cracking spread from one point to all directions. Then the falling zombies no longer made a snapping sound, but a thumping sound. When he woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning of D180. At this time, Lin Wu was completely unable to move. He didn't bleed much, but it was all frozen to the carriage, and the wound was also glued to the carriage. With a slight movement, his skin, flesh, and bones all hurt. The greatest pain was hunger. Lin Wu ate the only beef jerky, picked up a small pile of snow and put it in his mouth, and continued to close his eyes and pretend to be dead, listening to the continuous thumping sound. There was no grand war, no passionate attack and defense, and the home game that lasted for 2 years finally ended in an extremely boring personal show. Dawn, dear players, there are still 48 hours to go before the Earth. Players can summon their friends by entering their names to enter the dungeon they set up. In the dungeon, players can generate any food and daily necessities at will. Dawn, points will be issued at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. to 8 a.m. tomorrow is free shopping time. The auction will be held from 8 a.m. tomorrow to 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Shiguang, the basic scoring rules for the Homeland game will be announced in 10 minutes. Shirtu opened a seaside dungeon, summoned everyone to the beach, created a chef, barbecue, beach chairs, etc. After everyone met, hugged each other, and when they saw Lin Wu, they all laughed so hard that they couldn't help themselves. There are many off-site stories that Lin Wu, as an insider, doesn't know. For example, when Lin Wu was sleeping, the temperature dropped by 5 degrees, causing more than 50,000 players to complain about Shiguang's cheating, forcing Shiguang to stabilize the temperature. When Lin Wu took out the mosaic, the whole server was boiling, and then they all condemned Lin Wu for not keeping his word. How could he take it out without drinking it? Some girls were very confused how to draw a side curve. Everyone drank hot drinks, ate barbecue, and Shiguang announced the scoring rules. The first rule: the survival time each time is X. For example, if you survive for 10 days at a time, then the points are multiplied by 1. If you live for 100 days, then your points are multiplied by 2. If you live for a full year, then your points are multiplied by 2.5. If you live for a full year, then your points are multiplied by 3. There is indeed a bonus for survival time, but the bonus rate is not high. The Shameless Dawn emphasized the survival bonus before the game started, which is detrimental. The second rule: death deduction. 20% of the total points are deducted for each death. This penalty is beyond everyone's imagination. These two rules feel wrong, but they are correct in terms of analysis. There is no need to mention the death penalty, and being able to revive is already considered cheating. To avoid surviving, the survival time does not increase exponentially, but the longer you live, the lower the reward. If there is no death penalty, the best way to get points is to die once every 100 days. Next are 99 explanations that affect points, mainly the following types. Bonus. Base points. Small and medium-sized bases, such as the mountaintop base, increase the points of members by 3%. The points of medium and large bases such as sawmills are increased by 5%. And the points of container bases and commercial street large bases are increased by 7%. In a base that implements the command system, the commander gets 1% of the points of all base members, and each deputy commander gets 0.5% of the points of all ordinary members of the base. After hearing this, Lin Wu immediately kicked Shida's chair, and Xiao Dao kicked him from the side. And then everyone joined in. Base defense points. Assuming that one zombie is worth 1 point. In the case of a 1-star siege, killing one zombie will get 1 point. A 2-star siege is 2 points. A 3-star siege is 4 points. A 4-star siege is 8 points. A 5-star siege is 16 points. And so on. This is a big piece of meat. But no one is sure how many zombies they killed while defending the city. For the first kill of a mutant zombie, each first kill will increase the person's points by 2% and get a buff, which is permanent. As soon as the broadcast was finished, Lin Wu was immediately dragged to the beach by Shirtu and attacked by random punches, random kicks, and random pinches. This is equivalent to Lin Wu having a 10% points enhancement buff from the beginning to the end of the game. This is within everyone's expectations, but I always feel that it is too much. especially when multiple 2% is concentrated on one person, which will lead to qualitative changes. Environmental points. There are many details here. It roughly means that the worse the environment you are in, the more difficult the dungeon is, and the higher the bonus points you get. Hidden. Related to Shadow. 1,000-mile march. If a player travels more than 1,000 kilometers in the game, he can get a permanent non-combat point percentage bonus. The so-called non-combat means that there are points for planting and harvesting crops, participating in radio interactions, being sentinels, and making handicrafts. Even if you do nothing, you can get points every hour just by living. The difference is the difference between 0.001 points and 1,000 points. The so-called journey of more than 1,000 kilometers is not the walking distance, but the distance. Except for Linwu and Maya, the farthest others have only walked 250 kilometers. In addition, there are homemade gunpowder, breeding new varieties of crops, and the top 50 in the server who kill the most zombies, etc. Not sure if Shadow has it or not. There are even hidden rewards like foodies. The condition is to eat more than 2 kilograms of food per day on average. Deduction categories. The first is death, the most direct. The biggest impact on points is death. Each death deducts 20% of the current total points. Expulsion. Members who are voted out of the base by the leader or the collective system, the base size is reduced by the percentage of points as a member. Defection. In the leader system or the collective system, without the consent of the leader or the majority of the collective, those who leave the base will be deducted according to the percentage of the total points they have obtained as a member. Indiscriminate killing. Attacking and killing neutral task NPCs. Linwu complained immediately, saying that he never knew the neutral task NPC. The complaint was invalid. Not much deduction, not caring. Internal fighting. Shooting the target in the other party's safe zone. Linwu complained again, the complaint was invalid, not much deduction, just do it casually. Others explained before playing the game. Shiguan explains after playing. It was a trap. But since everyone was trapped, it was the same as no trap. After an hour of rule explanation, points were distributed. The player system had an additional operational interface. The first person to shout was Shauna. She said unreservedly, 120 million. Oh! Jade Emperor. What have I done? Thinking about it, Shauna asked, high or low? Without comparison. There is no sense of value. What if others start with 10 billion? Everyone looked at Linwu. Linwu glanced at him casually, sighed and said, you guys talk first. Let me pretend for a while. Shurtu looked at Linwu with contempt, and said, 80 million? Su Shur was slightly disappointed. I only have 60 million. The gap between them is understandable. After all, Shurtu is the boss vampire, and Su Shur is the worker who is sucked by blood. The number of zombies killed by the two of them is very few. Although Shauna killed many zombies, and was the deputy commander, she did die twice. Many people have forgotten Mahan, but Shadow has not. Mahan then gave his report card, 30 million. Everyone nodded. After all, he did not participate in the real hardcore, died in the late game, and left the organization. Everyone patted Mahan on the shoulder to encourage him. Lin Meng's points have nothing to do with the player's points, but she still reported her points, 142,000 points. Everyone smiled kindly. Lin Meng blushed and explained, my points have nothing to do with you. I know. I know. Everyone kindly comforted. I'm so angry. Lin Meng asked, Maya, how much is yours? Maya hesitated, mine? I died once. What is that? Everyone asked curiously. Maya said, 1.2 billion. Everyone immediately bleed, and asked, did you count the zeros clearly? He was afraid that his brother would suffer, and he was also afraid that his brother would drive a Land Rover. Besides, this is not a Land Rover. It's just a Land Rover. Maya nodded. Less than 1.2 billion. 1.198 billion. Everyone looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu's expression became very strange. Shauna said, let's talk about it first. Xiao Dao, just over 100 million. Never died. Fighting hero. Xuedong is not bad, nearly 110 million. Xiao Dao became conservative in the later period, and Xuedong participated in many inventions and productions. Finally, only Lin Wu was left. Lin Meng said first, just tell me the number, don't joke. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Lin Wu jumped up, posed a bow and arrow posture. Seeing his coquettish look, everyone wailed. Sure enough, Lin Wu reported the number, 2.2 billion. Everyone couldn't believe it. Even Maya was stunned. You have 1 billion more than me? Lin Ming murmured to himself. Obviously they are all human. Obviously they are all human. Lin Wu said, first kill bonus, daily killing corpses? Shauna added, activity dungeon performance, desperate counterattack. As I said just now, the environment score includes the contribution bonus. To be honest, in almost all tasks, Lin Wu played a role in reversal and stabilization. I think this part of the bonus is particularly high, especially for saving teammates from danger countless times. He is also the only player who survived to 180 days. Everyone expressed understanding, but it did not prevent the group from beating Lin Wu. After playing the game to their heart's content, Shirtu said, now it's a question of purchasing power. Let's open the interface and take a look. After looking at it for a while, everyone understood it. Shauna said, isn't this the currency of Blue Star? A good car costs 50,000 yuan. And an apartment building in the city center costs 3,000 yuan per square meter. The median income of Blue Star is 10,000 yuan. The median is not the average. Points are equivalent to deposits. Maya said, everyone can buy whatever they want now. Now is free shopping time. If others buy it, you will lose it. Maya thought too much about this. The poor still account for the majority of the 1 million people. But after being in this circle for a long time, she thinks that everyone should have a deposit of several million yuan. After all, this game is not very difficult. Chapter 457 Wedding. Homeland City. Its terrain is similar to Hotian City. The city covers an area of 3,000 square kilometers, and the total area of the city including the suburbs is 100,000 square kilometers. The land outside the 100,000 square kilometers is a wild land, which needs to be developed by humans in the future. After looking for a while, Lin Wu didn't know how to buy things, and was confused. So Lin Wu came to Shirtu. And Shirtu looked around and said, don't buy a house first. Good houses are not on the free trade list. The city is big, and 1 million people is too few. Consider leaving the city, and living in the suburbs. I think the prices of houses and land are too high. It's a pity that the high-profit enterprise of hospitals has not been released. The funeral industry will be in a cold winter for the next 100 years. Pick a high-rise apartment in Midtown first. Lin Wu asked. 1? Or 1 building? I'll kill you. Oh. 1. With his wealth, how can he buy a house by counting the number of houses? Shirtu continued. Farms and factories make money, but they need management. So don't consider them. I bought a floor of an office building here, and I am going to set up an investment and financial management company. I believe most people will leave a sum of money for self-defense. You can leave me 100 million. And you can also invest some. Shirtu said, it will take a few years for the kindergarten to make a profit. But once it starts, it will not stop. However, it is not suitable for you. If you are interested, you can consider it. Lin Wu. This office building is good. It is 5 kilometers away from the hospital and a commercial center. It is 3 kilometers away from the Fortress Company building. There are high-end residential areas and villa areas within 10 kilometers. Buy the whole building. Lin Wu said in surprise, 1 billion. Shirtu said, better than this building are buildings A and B. But they cannot be bought and sold freely. They must be auctioned. If the whole building is auctioned, you will definitely eat buildings A and B. But I think it should be sold by floor. Believe me, there must be enterprises or companies that become stronger and bigger. And there will definitely not be only a few. In the future, interstellar trade will definitely be opened. Home City will be the center of the earth for 100 years. It is very difficult to find an office building with a whole building. Look at the layout. There is no unplanned land in the city. You can only build in the suburbs. Shirtu said, a whole office building has a great influence on the brand. Lin Wu, I bought it. I spent 1 billion yuan, but I don't feel anything at all. Shirtu said, you can't do the rest. Or it's a small profit. You can hold the remaining cash in your hand and see if you can find a bargain at the auction tomorrow. Don't be stupid enough to spend 500 million to buy a shuttle. And buy things like a helipad. You can buy small things, cars and so on. Shirtu said, I speculate that the economy will be particularly prosperous in the early stage. I believe most people will work hard to buy property. The entertainment industry and service industry will definitely not work in the early stage. The processing of raw materials and finished products of necessities such as food, clothes, and shoes will definitely be very popular. The only worry is that I can't hire employees. However, Xu Guang is granted the right to use robots for 25 years. If you really can't hire people, you can hire robots. But the tax is very high, so you should think carefully. 25 years later, the first batch of people on Earth will become adults. At that time, Xu Guang will consider whether to extend the right to use machine workers based on actual conditions. This was the first time that all the shadow people treated Shirtu as their boss and followed Shita's lead. Shirtu made suggestions to everyone. And after thinking about it, Shirtu found that it would be better to give the money directly to himself and let him manage the shadow assets. So, Shadow Group was established. Maya, the first shareholder, invested 1 billion. Lin Wu, the second shareholder, invested 500 million. And the number of others varied from tens of millions. Shirtu also had a condition. He did not want dry shares or extra dividends. His condition was that he would be the executive president and handle all business operations by himself. Unless all the shadow shareholders agreed, he would be in charge of Shadow Group. And no one was allowed to talk nonsense. 2 days later, 1 million immigrants arrived safely on Earth and moved into the super city. After experiencing the chaos of visiting relatives and friends in the first month, life gradually settled down. 6 months after immigration, with the end of vocational training, Xu Guang orderly withdrew AI judges, laborers, police, etc. 1 year after immigration, humans basically took over the entire city, and at the same time, the first peak of childbirth arrived. 2 years passed in a flash. The most frustrated person among the shadow people was Lin Ming. She earned the players' points, but did not get tens of millions of points, and only got a well-paid job, the lifelong director of the Special Service Department of the Earth Fortress Company. Lin Ming insisted on making a complaint every day, and Dawn's response was only one sentence: "You are not eligible for immigration." That's right, in the end. Lin Ming's points barely exceeded Nightmare's, and she became the top agent, and thus became the director of the Special Service Department of Fortress Earth. During the 1-year work, Fortress Company found that Lin Ming was not able to bear the heavy responsibility, and had an affair with the Shadow Group, but because of the agreement with Dawn, so after discussing with Lin Ming was promoted to the position of honorary director, and at the same time obtained 1% of the shares of Earth Fortress, and also became one of the directors of Fortress Company. The chief director of Fortress Company was naturally Maya, who had obtained the Fortress Ring, and Starlight could only be ranked second. To be honest, Maya was definitely not a match for Starlight in the business world, but Maya gave all the management rights to Stone. Shirtu changed his role as a simple farmer. He was full of conspiracies and ruthless. And he killed people decisively. He not only forced Xingguang to cede land and seek peace, but also completely controlled the board of directors of Earth Fortress. What all the shadow people didn't expect was that the first wedding invitation they received was from Su Shi. Su Shi's marriage partner was an unknown girl. Apart from being young, having a good figure, being beautiful, and speaking well, she had no other highlights. The reason for the marriage was that her highlights were really bright. Su Shi himself opened a stone carving workshop in the eastern suburbs. His daily job was to hammer stones. It was said that Shirtu had a lot of opinions about his hobby. Su Shi's working hours were from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., including lunch and lunch break. He was simple, and always believed that no matter how rich a person was, he should stick to work. Early in the morning of the wedding day, Lin Ming, who was dressed very beautifully, entered the flying car and said, "Let's go to that devilish bully Shabu Lajijia." After the flying car confirmed, it flew to Shabu Lajijia on autopilot. Shabu Lajijia is located in the northeastern suburbs, facing the river, the sea and the mountains, covering an area of 1 square kilometer, which also includes pastures and vineyards. This manor was originally named Quangshi Manor, with a starting price of 50 million yuan, and was finally sold for 300 million yuan. The biggest feature of Quangshi Manor is that it comes with 20 years of AI and robot services. Within 20 years, Sugan will provide robots to manage all affairs of the manor for free. After 20 years, the fee will be charged. A gardener will earn 10,000 yuan a month, and the robot will earn 50,000 yuan a month. The extra 40,000 yuan belongs to municipal welfare, solving the living problems of the poor and not-so-poor population. Now the manor has been renamed Xiaozhuang. Entering the scope of Xiaozhuang, the flying car was locked, and a warning came: private territory. Lin Ming performed facial and retinal recognition, confirmed that it was a VIP guest of Xiaozhuang, and then let it go. The flying car also landed in the main building area. There are 3 buildings in the main building area, one of which is the main building that integrates personal entertainment, leisure, and accommodation. There is a big tent next to the main building. On the other side is a 5-story building, which is a public fitness and entertainment room, which has everything from game consoles to hot springs. Don't be fooled by the large number of things, there are many projects. Since the robots working in the manor in the first 20 years were all free robots, the manor can earn a considerable amount of income every year through vineyards and ranches. The robot housekeeper took Lin Ming into the living room. The waiter brought tea and snacks. The housekeeper said, "Miss Lin Ming, the gentleman is still resting." Lin Ming said fiercely, "Wake him up." "Okay, please wait a moment." In a large bedroom on the 5th floor, a beautiful housekeeper gently woke Lin Wu up. "Sir, Miss Lin Ming is here." Lin Wu opened his eyes. The housekeeper reminded, "Today is Mr. Susher's big day. I don't understand these people you deal with this." Lin Wu got up from the bed, put on underwear, and went out in his home clothes. "Baby?" The girl on the bed was awakened by the sound of the door closing. She looked back and didn't see Lin Wu. So she asked the housekeeper, "Where is Rizhao?" The housekeeper explained, "Mr. Rizhao has guests. Please put on your clothes. I will take you out through the back door." "Why do you want to leave through the back door?" The housekeeper took out a stack of banknotes and put them on the bedside table. "This is some pocket money from Mr. Rizhao. Please accept it." Seeing Lin Wu coming out of the elevator, Lin Ming said dissatisfiedly, "I say you, stay at home every day, and don't find something to do." Lin Wu sat down and asked back, "What about you? Do you have something to do?" "Yes, I check the report once a week. I also go shopping. I also travel. Tour. I just went to Biku Biku last month." Lin Ming turned his head to see a car taking off from the back door. "Who is it?" "The chef is buying vegetables." "Why do I meet the chef buying vegetables 8 times out of 10 times?" "Who told you to come in the morning? You can see the chef coming back from buying vegetables if you come in the evening." Lin Wu looked at Lin Wu straight in the eye and praised, "Your clothes are nice, you are beautiful, and the clothes are beautiful." Lin Ming smiled, "You can chase me." Lin Wu asked, "How much does it cost to chase you?" Lin Ming, "Just be careful." Lin Wu, "How much does it cost to chase you?" Lin Ming said angrily, "You are a typical representative of decadence, corruption, and no ambition. I ask you, can money represent everything? Of course not." Lin Wu said, "Otherwise, how can you enter my manor?" Lin Ming was speechless. "Yes, my annual income is only 1 million, I am poor." Lin Wu tilted his head and asked, "Xiao Guan, how much is the annual rent of my office building?" "Shut up, don't say it." Lin Ming prohibited the housekeeper from speaking and asked sadly, "Why am I so poor?" Lin Wu comforted, "But you have a stable job, 10 insurances and 3 funds, and gifts for festivals. And you have a group of super friends. I can't do this. There are a few poor guys among my friends. I will fight you." After being hit by 2 fingers, Lin Ming chose to forget what happened just now and dialed the phone. "Maya, are you here? I'll be there soon." As soon as he said, a beam of light shone. Maya was teleported to the designated location. She was wearing the uniform of the guards. She looked heroic and walked with the wind. Lin Wu and Lin Ming greeted Maya at the door. Lin Wu asked with a smile, "Hey, are you selling this machine?" Maya answered seriously, "It is a special equipment for the guards. It cannot be bought or sold." Lin Wu said, "It is said that it can be teleported freely within the solar system." Maya, "No. This is my fixed residence, so I can install the positioning equipment and transmit." Lin Ming asked in surprise, "Are you living together?" Maya explained, "I am not at home all year round, and I have to clean up every time I go back, so I just live here." Maya sat down, and the housekeeper had already served ginger tea. Maya thanked him. "Thank you, little housekeeper." Every time she called the housekeeper's name, she had the urge to strangle Lin Wu to death. "You're welcome." Lin Ming asked gossipingly, "So when you are at home occasionally, what do you do?" Lin Wu and Maya didn't understand, and looked at Lin Ming in confusion. "What else can you do?" Lin Ming didn't know what to say. Luckily, Shauna and Xiao Dao arrived. Shauna is now Shida's lackey, assisting Shirtu in running the shadow group. She is dressed in a professional suit, and you can tell at a glance that she is a strong woman with a soft side. She doesn't work just for money, but she likes this job. Xiao Dao opened a cafe, although the business hours are short and there are few customers, but she has fulfilled her dream. She can drink a cup of coffee quietly at any time and can shout in the cafe. This was also the second time that the girls got together after arriving on Earth. The first time was a week after arriving on Earth, when everyone signed the contract with the stone and had lunch together. Xiao Dao and Lin Ming often met, went shopping together, and drank together. Maya and Shauna were very busy. Very busy. Several women chatted. Lin Wu went to take a shower and change clothes, and learned from the gossipy Lin Ming that Maya lived here. Shauna asked skillfully, "Maya, are you planning to get married?" Lin Ming admired, and asked all the questions she wanted to know in one sentence. Maya shook her head. "My work has been planned for 20 years later, and it is impossible for me to be a competent wife." "What does this mean?" Xiao Dao asked. Maya didn't understand, and asked, "What else does it mean?" Shauna nodded to Xiao Dao, indicating that her guess was right, and asked Xiao Dao and Lin Ming not to ask this question directly again. Shauna asked, "Maya, how many holidays do you have every year?" "Not many holidays. I just stay for a few days when I'm working on Earth if I'm not pressed for time." Maya explained, "I'm currently creating the Guard Academy, building a meteorite defense circle on the moon, and also checking dawn data for supervision. The main reason is that there are too few people. There are only 2 people in the entire Earth Guard." Xiao Dao said, "Shauna, you seem to be on the news often." Shauna said, "I am now responsible for the layout of the shadow industry. This is to make money for us." Xiao Dao hugged Shauna. "Thank you, Shauna." Lin Ming, "I won't thank you." Sana smiled, turned to hug Lin Ming, and comforted her wounded heart. No one gave alms to Lin Ming after all. Lin Ming's life was already very comfortable. Someone like Maya doesn't care how much money Shirtu made with her money and shares, because she basically doesn't spend money. The next people to arrive at Xiaozhuang Manor were Xuedan and Ma Hun. Xuedan is currently a professor at Home University, and is considered a general among short people. He is busy studying and teaching at the same time. It is said that he is quite close to many female assistants, and that he has an ambiguous relationship with female students, but the specific details are unknown. Ma Hun is the owner of Shadow Group's catering company, and unlike Xiao Dao, who opened a coffee shop for fun, he runs this company wholeheartedly. Thanks to the support of the head office and his own understanding of food, the company's performance is quite good. Ma's Kitchen now has a very good brand awareness. Lin Wu changed his clothes and came down. He exchanged pleasantries again, and then talked about the game. Lin Wu would go online for 1 or 2 hours every day, taking Xiaowai, riding Phantom, and leading Sandstorm to stroll around. The NPCs in the mountain base lived a good life. They built their own permanent fortress in the southwest mountains, and had unlimited energy and immortality systems. The permanent fortress had 500 nuclear bombs, and an automated intelligent defense system. The reason why they could have these things was mainly because they were cheap. 500 nuclear bombs only cost 5 million. And Lin Wu's 20 million could not be used up at all. Of course, most humans think that people who spend 20 million Krypton gold are fools. Shirtu called to urge him. So Xiaoguan asked Xiaoxi to drive the airship. Everyone got on the airship, and after more than 10 minutes of flying, they arrived at an island 2,000 kilometers away from home city. This island was rented by Shirtu as a wedding gift to Su Shi. The lease period is 199 years. The island is fully equipped with various facilities. It uses fully automated management, requiring few staff members, because it is too far from the city. Expensive robots are directly hired. In addition to Su Shi and the bride's friends, today's wedding guests are basically game guests, including members of the Cedar Group. There are also Xingguang, Peanut, Rizhao, Huawu, Nightmare, Blood Dream, Cotton and others. Rizhao returned to Blue Star a week after arriving on Earth. He is now the head of the Blue Star Fortress Company's Earth office. He came to attend this wedding specifically, and Huawu came with him to join in the fun. At present, the influence of the Shadow Group on Earth is very strong. Rather than saying that Rizhao came because of the game, it is better to say that it was a business social gathering. The wedding went smoothly and ended very warmly. In the evening, everyone said goodbye to the bride and groom. The airship returned to Xiaozhuang, and everyone left in their own flying cars, and returned to their own lives. Lin Wu and Maya took a bath together, had a meal together, slept together, and logged into a game together. I want to go back to the Science and Technology City to have a look. Maybe I can see Hongi and the others. Okay. I want to walk the same route as last time. All up to you. 2 people, 2 horses, and a dog left the deserted commercial street and embarked on a new journey.